Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Explaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm, actually criminal law firm in central Minnesota. What's up, guys? Sorry for being late. I have not been feeling the best. Over the weekend, still don't feel great. And then, last night got some really shitty news. But you know, we'll soldier on. Sorry. That is a big part of me being late today. The other was I needed a shower. I'm getting the stream pulled up right now.
What was the percentage that Mr. Brennan gave you in terms of how much lighter the hybrid 3-arm was than the statistical estimate arm that he gave you?
From what I recall, I think the percentage was 26%.
Did you calculate that yourself, or did you take Mr. Brennan's word for it?
I believe I took his word for it.
Okay, I'll fix the echo. Give me just a second.
Do you recall what the weight of the hybrid 3-arm was exactly?
VVV Prince, I was
9.38
not
pounds.
violated on probation. My uncle died last night.
What is the difference, if you can calculate, what is the difference between what was the statistical estimate arm, the number that Mr. Brennan gave you?
I think I heard him say 11.8, but I also think he said at one point 11.6. So I'm not sure of the final number he landed on.
Does
Sustained is ask the question and strike on the end.
Does 11.86 sound right?
Yes,
Okay. Let's use 11.86. Do you have a calculator with you?
I do.
Other
With the court's
people's
permission,
death is a shitty
could
part of
Dr.
life, you
Wolf
know.
use a calculator if he needs to?
Yes.
Thank you. What's the difference between 11.86 and 9.38? Just in raw numbers?
You're looking at just the difference between those two?
Subtract
Okay.
9.38.
Yep. 2.48.
Does that mean there's a 2.48 pound differential between the statistical estimate arm, the heavier arm, and the 9.38 arm from the hybrid 3?
Yes, that's the difference in pounds.
All right. How would you calculate how much lighter? What's the proper way to calculate how much lighter in terms of percentage the 9.38 arm is?
Thanks, Michael Stetson. We'll go back and
You
look
would
at
want
it
to do a percent difference calculation.
Divide
later in the show.
2.48 by 11.86?
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Jackson.
How would you tell the jurors how you would calculate that percentage difference?
You would subtract the 11.86 minus the 9.38, and then you would divide by the sum of those two and divide by 2, the average of them.
Can you do that calculation?
Yes.
Why aren't they showing the witness during this questioning? Is it Dr. Wolf still?
Okay.
And what's the number?
23%.
Not 26%?
Sustained.
It is Dr. Wolf.
Is 23%
Okay.
smaller or larger than 26%?
Sustained. Let's move on from that, Mr. Jackson.
Cassandra, you can comment on whatever you want. I'm not abusing any drugs.
What is the number that you get
Completely
if
sober.
you were to
Get over it.
divide 2.48 by 11.86?
Yeah, Brida Springsteen is
0.21.
hilarious. Hope she dies twice.
In percentages.
21%.
Thank you. Was the hybrid 3-arm 21% lighter by that calculation than the 11.86 estimate arm?
Yes.
On cross-examination, Mr. Brennan asked you several questions related to kinetic energy formula, correct?
Correct.
You referenced that. Did you reference that formula in some of your answers?
He's got a
Yes.
stray hair
Fair
today.
approach.
Yes.
One just hanging down at the side. Like normally he has them all slicked back and in place. Hey, thanks to Dark Knight. Appreciate it very much. Okay. Let me just update locals here. Yeah, I thought about not streaming today, and I was like, but I like streaming. Makes me feel good. So I figure we'll do it. If I'm too like bummed out and shitty, I'll bail on it eventually. But I don't think so. I think we'll make it through okay. I did procure a new water cooler for my PC. So that's what I'm gonna spend my evening doing. Just getting that guy back up and running. So we can get off this damn laptop. Thanks, Master Chief. We can make fun of Kurt to lift your spirits. Oh, I have the video. I already have the lunchtime Kurt video. But I do wanna catch what I missed earlier in the day here at the Karen Reed trial before I do that. So we'll catch up. Oh, I suppose I should see. I need to get my super tip window up. There it is. Just a reminder, I haven't pinned the message yet, but supertip.gg/RL, and you can have your chat read by various voices, or you could just do a text chat there too, just like a regular super chat. But it's supertip.gg/RL. I think I might have said super chat or something. Supertip.gg. But we'll get everything pinned up in a minute.
May I inquire?
Yes.
No.
You're looking at something that's been identified, a document that's been identified as 3 X's, XXX. Do you recognize that? Oh, you're not looking at it.
Not yet.
I will be.
You see it now.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
It is the formula for kinetic energy.
With that, Your Honor, may we display the formula? We don't have to cut the lights. I think it'll be very obvious.
Yes.
Can we bring the lights back up and see if that's visible? Can you still see that, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
Your Honor, is that okay?
Yes.
Great. You said this is the formula for kinetic energy, correct?
Correct.
You were asked a series of questions about whether the weight differential in the hybrid 3 arm would make a significant or material
Stop
difference in
showing
your
engineering porn to
testing
the
as it
court.
pertains to the velocity of the vehicle that you were testing. You remember those questions?
So watch the formula. Ask a different question.
Just foundationally.
Boosh McFadden,
Were
yes.
you asked about weight differential of the hybrid 3 arm?
Yes.
Were you also asked about whether it would make a material difference to the testing if you didn't adjust for the velocity?
Sustained.
What were you asked in terms of, what was the question that was posed to you about the weight of the hybrid 3 arm versus the velocity of the testing?
that there would somehow be an influence on, I think, wanting to make a reduction to the velocity of the vehicle.
Does that make mathematical sense to you?
Sustained is to that one.
Would that have a material difference? With the weight of the arm at 2.48 pounds, would that have a material difference in the testing that you undertook?
No.
Why is that?
Well, to start, that's one of the reasons why we went above
gonna have
and
Ryan
beyond the
make a
24 miles
supercut
per hour
of
to-
all of the
to
objections.
impart significantly more kinetic energy to the arm. So if you look at that equation, it's a quadratic equation because you're squaring the velocity. So if you double the velocity, you quadruple the amount of kinetic energy. So you get a significant increase in small changes in speed because of that speed differential.
Did you do a test with just the hybrid arm contacting the taillight at 24 miles per hour?
Yes.
Did you also do a test with that hybrid 3 arm contacting the vehicle at 29 miles per hour?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about those two tests. Okay? Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at? I want to start with going from left to right. What does the E sub K mean in that formula?
So that stands for kinetic energy, which is the amount of energy that an object has when it's in motion and has a velocity to it.
What is the 1/2 on the other side of the equal sign?
Just a constant.
And what does the M, as in Mary, stand for?
So that would be the mass, in this case, the mass of the arm.
And what's the V, as in Victor?
That would be the velocity of the arm as it's accelerated.
Why is there an exponent at the top of the V?
Because you're squaring that. So you're basically multiplying the velocity times itself. So it would be velocity times velocity.
Is this a formula that's traditionally used in accident reconstruction?
Yes, it's very common.
Is it sort of one of the foundational formulas?
Sustained.
When did you learn this formula?
Probably back in high school physics.
I'm going to ask you, if you wouldn't mind, to walk the jurors through a calculation dealing with the 24-mile-an-hour test using the 11.86 pound statistical arm as an assumption of the weight of the arm.
Okay.
You understand?
may I have a pen and paper to write?
May I approach you on our
Yes.
I have a pad here too, if whatever's easiest.
Okay, whatever's easiest. If you assume the mass of 11.86, that's the
Assume
statistical
the
arm,
mass. That's what all the law tubers
and you
did.
assume the V for velocity is 24 in miles per hour. I don't care about the units, doctor. Just assume 11.86 and 24. Can you calculate this quadratic equation?
Yes.
What do you get? I want to do it step by step. What's the result of squaring 24?
So you're not concerned about the units.
I do not
but
want to talk about units.
Just okay.
If you
You're
mention
gonna make
the word
homeboy do
joules, I
a
have an
math
explanation.
on the
That's I didn't know if
stand.
you wanted Newton meters, foot pounds. Okay.
Stop it.
So
Immediately.
Stop
just
it.
24 squared
Correct.
is 576.
Do you always, in
That
this
was cute.
calculation, do you always
They're a good couple.
use the exponent first? Do you always do the square first?
Sustained.
What's the first thing that you do in solving for this equation?
You would want to square the velocity, but it's ultimately all going to be multiplied. But yes, you would square the velocity, multiplied by itself.
Stop. Oh, you're cute. Oh, you're
What's
sweet.
the
Oh, I
next
love
step
you.
after you get 576?
Again, assuming we're not concerned about units, you would multiply by the 11.86.
Can you do that for me and tell me the answer?
How many decimal places do you want? Just nearest whole number?
That was so
Okay.
immediately gay.
6,831.36.
What's the next step once you get that number?
You would multiply by 1/2 or 0.5.
Can you do that for us, please?
God, I wish I knew how to like clip stuff on the fly. I would
That'd be
clip that out
3,415.68.
into a short immediately.
What does that represent in terms of the energy into the taillight? I realize that we're not dealing
Shenanigans,
with the proper
dear Lord,
units,
this
but
trial is
does
still
that
going.
represent anything
Yes.
as it relates to the energy that's imparted on the taillight?
Blitzen, I see your huge chat.
That
I'm
would
gonna
be
get
the
to it in just a
energy
second.
to the arm
Okay,
that's being transferred.
understood. 3,415.68, is that right?
Correct.
And that was at what mile per hour?
24.
Let's move to a different equation.
Okay.
Now I'd like you to presume different numbers.
I don't know what the question is.
Can you do the same calculation using the 9.38 pound arm that you actually used in your testing for the mass?
Yes.
And can you use the velocity of
Oh,
the
see-
actual test you did of 29 miles
This is
per hour?
brilliant. He's going after Brendan's stupid thing about the two different
And
arms
same
and
thing, not
showing
worried about units.
Correct.
that the amount of the force transfer is
What's the
so
first thing you
massive
do in solving that equation?
between the.
So if you square the 29 miles per hour, you will get 841.
What's the next thing you do?
You multiply by 9.38,
What's the number?
7,888.58.
And what's the next thing you do in the equation?
You multiply by 1/2 or 0.5,
And what's that final number?
3,944.29.
That would be the number or the amount of energy imparted on the arm at 29. Is that right? 29 miles per hour?
So ask it differently.
Sure. What is that 3,944.29 number? What does that mean in terms of the kinetic energy?
That would be the kinetic energy that the arm has if it were moving at 29 miles per hour and weighed 9.38 pounds.
One final calculation. What is the percentage difference between 39, 44, 29 and the other test that we just did, or the other calculation, 34, 15, 68?
So in terms of a percent difference, again, when you're subtracting the two and then dividing by the sum divided by 2, so that's basically the average of the sum, it is 14% difference.
Which of the two tests, the two energy equations that you just did, which represents the higher kinetic energy imparted to the arm? The 24 mile an hour test, that's the hypothetical, or the actual test at 29 miles an hour? Which one?
The 29 mile per hour speed with the arm weight of 9.38.
What does that mean, Dr. Wolf, in terms of the testing that you did with the lighter arm, 9.38 pound arm, at the 29 mile an hour test, as it compares to the hypothetical 24 mile an hour test?
It would be more force and more energy in the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Even though you used a lighter arm?
Sustains.
And what was your opinion and conclusion as it pertained to the subject taillight using the 29 mile an hour test? What was your opinion and conclusion as it pertains to the subject taillight? Was that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw on the 29 mile an hour test?
It was inconsistent.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, I can't wait for Hank to recross him.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was the gayest
morning,
exchange of
Doctor.
the entire
morning.
trial so far.
Doctor, did you have a chance to speak to anybody from the defense this weekend
Not over the weekend, no.
after you left here Friday?
On Friday, I let them know that I was returning back home, and then I let them know last night that I had arrived, yes.
Did you receive any new information or have any conversation before you came in today?
No.
Now, when we asked you about weight last week, you did not go into any calculations about the difference between the standard arm, 11.86, and the 9.38, did you?
I don't believe we did, no.
In fact, when you testified last week, at the end of the day, you were asked questions by Attorney Jackson about the weight of that arm, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the weight of the arm, Attorney Jackson asked you if you were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, about 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
And you were asked whether you were aware whether anybody had measured the weight of John O'Keefe's right arm. And you responded, I'm not aware of that, no. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And then you were asked, when you asked questions about whether or not his arm was 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever just weighing just his arm? And you said
Just
no.
his arm.
Correct.
And finally, you were asked, what is that based on, 11.8? Where did that come from? Remember what you said?
Yes.
I don't know. Remember you answered Attorney Jackson and you said, I don't know where that came from.
Right, referring to, I don't know what source you pulled that 11.8 from.
And so you were suggesting that that is
I
just
don't
a
know
number
where you-
pulled out of thin air, right?
Assistant.
Was that a
He's not
surprising
suggesting that. He says he
estimate,
doesn't know where you
11.8
got
to you?
it.
I don't know that it was surprising. I don't know what your source is for it.
Well, when you engage in accident reconstruction, you never
What's your
just take somebody's
source?
limb and sever it and throw it on a scale, do you?
I'm not usually doing that part of the analysis, no.
So when you're relying on body weight and different parts of the body, there is strong statistical studies that give you a guide, isn't there?
I would agree with that, yes.
Well, the numbers
There
just aren't thin
are,
air. If you're
not
doing a
is.
study and you have to figure out damage to an arm or a foot or a leg, and you have to come to an estimated value or weight, you have to get that information from somewhere, don't you?
I would agree, yes.
So you just make it up out of thin air. You have to find a resource, a reliable, vetted resource. True?
I would agree.
And that's what you do.
In some instances, yes.
Well, in this case, you chose an arm that was 9.38 pounds. Where did you get the support that the 216-pound, 6'1" man would have an arm that weighs 9.38 pounds? Where did you get that?
He thought it was Aaron Imholt.
Well, it's conservative from the standpoint, if you think about one of the equations we talked about last week, force is equal to mass times acceleration. So if we take the acceleration data from our test, we multiply it by a lighter mass, the 9.38 pounds, it's less force to the arm. So now if you want to increase the mass of the arm, you're now talking about a greater net force to the arm. So it's conservative from a force perspective.
Put aside your story about the force perspective. My
So what
specific
Hank
question-
doesn't understand is that having a higher mass arm increases the total mass of the system
I'll ask you
and
again,
also should increase the amount of force that's returned back into the car.
8-pound value from when considering a 6'1", 216-pound man. Where did you get that from so you could be statistically accurate?
It is the mass of the hybrid 3-arm. We saw the photograph that depicted the weight. Again, how you account for that when you're doing the force calculations is you would utilize the acceleration data that we measured, and then you would apply a different mass, in this case, a heavier arm. And I will note, it's the same thing that Dr. Welcher did in his drop test with the hybrid 3 head. He ultimately measured the acceleration of the head, and then to calculate the force, he adjusted the mass according to Mr. John O'Keefe's mass of his head.
So for the third time, I'm going to ask you just a very simple question. Dumb it down for me if you can, okay, doctor? Where did you get the source to legitimize using a 9.38 pound arm for a person that's 6'1", 216 pounds? Where is your source to say that arm is validated to use for that size man? Where is that?
Again, it's the weight of the ATD arm. That is what the 50th percentile arm weighs. As I mentioned, in our field, it's accepted to utilize the acceleration data, and then you adjust the force based upon an increase in mass.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe's body weight
that
and
your
size
answer?
does not put him in the 50th percentile like the 9.38 arm. He's closer to the 95 percentile, isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
And there is, in fact, a 95 percentile crash test dummy, isn't there?
There is, yes.
Yeah. You chose the 50th percentile, which is shorter, yes?
Correct.
Weighs less, yes?
Correct.
And the arm weighs less. True?
Correct.
The truth is, you have absolutely no study, no paper, no article that supports using a 9.38 arm for a 216-pound man who's 6'1". You have not one reference or study you can offer us right now, do you?
I don't agree with that, because again, if you look how Dr. Welcher did it, he used the 50th percentile in his drop test with the head, and to calculate the force, he adjusted for Mr. John O'Keefe's mass of the head. Same thing is done in this instance with the lighter arm. We adjust for that in the calculations.
You have one paper, one study. I know the answer to this, but let me ask. You have one paper, one study to support that it is appropriate to use the 50th percentile 9.38 arm for a person who is 6'1", 216 pounds. I won't ask you again, but if you can answer this once for me. Do you have one paper, one study?
So I'll take out the commentary. Can you answer that, or answer that question, please?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You have one paper. Give me a name, an author. One paper, one study that supports using a 9.38 arm, 50th percentile, when you're doing a crash test for somebody who's in the 95th percentile who weighs 216 pounds and is 6'1". One paper, sir.
I don't have a paper because Dr. Rentschler is addressing the forces and the injuries to the arm.
You talked about, however, would you come up with the number 11.8? Like it was something that is curious or foreign to you, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you confused how the number 11.8 would come up?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I'm not confused, I don't know your source for it.
When you do stuff,
Hank is being
would
such
you
an obtuse
agree
piece of
that
shit.
the head has a similar weight to the arm, and that the weight of an arm would be about 5.48% of a person's body weight?
I'm sure that there's various studies out there that talk about that. Could be one particular study.
Well, let's talk about one study. What do you think? You're the engineer, you're the expert. When you're weighing an arm by percent, what is the percent of the arm of the total body weight?
I don't know as I sit here today off the top of my head, no.
I'm sorry?
I don't know as I sit here today off the top of my head.
Well, if you don't know the percent of body weight of the arm compared to the whole body, how would you ever come up with a number for the arm?
Well, from the work that I've done with Dr. Rentschler in this case, dating back to last year, it's my understanding that his calculation for the arm was approximately 11 pounds.
So you're relying on somebody else's study? You're doing an independent assessment of the evidence, and you're relying on other people's math? Is that what you're telling us?
I don't agree with that because, as I've mentioned numerous times, Dr. Rentschler and I worked as a team on this case. You can't separate the reconstruction part from the biomechanical part. It's an integral part that works together on it.
Would you agree that the arm is about statistically vetted that it's 5.48% of the total body weight. Would you agree with that?
It sounds about right, but again, I
Okay.
don't have the percentage off
So
the
if
top
you
of my head.
take 5.48% of a 171-pound man, which is the crash test dummy you were using, the 50 percentile, what do you get?
You said 5.48%?
Yeah,
Just over 9 pounds,
okay. Close to 9.38?
9.37.
Okay, now when you have 216 pounds, 5.48%,
11.8.
11.8.
So they didn't actually weigh
Sound
his
about right,
arm?
doctor?
By that calculation, yes.
Okay. Now, you
They
said
didn't
you had
actually
some
weigh his arm.
confusion
They're
where
just
I'd
using
get
the
that
50th
number from.
percentile arm weight
This
for a person who's
11.8. Do you remember
215
that?
pounds.
Yes.
He could have a beefy arm or a noodly arm. Brendan's making a big deal over just a statistical probability. That's insane. What are we talking about?
And when I threw out that number, is that the first time you heard of that number?
The 11.8?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or 11, is that the first time you heard of it from anybody, 11 pounds? Is that a new number to you?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you're
Angel
saying
says
that
30 fucking
when Attorney
months.
Jackson asked you,
Damn.
where did Brendan get those numbers from? You
Hell
said,
yeah.
I don't know.
How you doing, Angel?
Remember that on
Correct.
Friday? Do you know where I got the number 11 pounds from?
11.8
Yeah.
or 11?
11.
As I just mentioned, last year, I believe I testified in a previous proceeding that it was about 11 pounds.
Yes. Your testimony, 11 pounds. Your prior testimony, right?
Again,
Yes.
so notice how calm Dr. Wolf is.
Correct.
And when you testified under oath, and you were giving a
'Cause none of this
general estimate
matters.
about the pounds of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, based on your experience and your training, you said it was around 11 pounds. Those are your words, right?
Correct. Yes.
Under oath,
Yes.
right? You can't delete something that's under oath, right?
Sustained.
Hey, thank
And
you
so
for
when you
giving me
feigned
membership,
confusion
Angel.
on Friday about this 11 pounds,
Sustained.
so when you answered questions last Friday about wherever this 11.8 pounds came from, you weren't so confused about that because you've used 11 pounds before yourself, haven't you?
Yes, but again, I don't know where you got that 11.8 from, so.
Well, we just did the math, didn't we?
Yes,
Okay. And you used a calculator to help you, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Calculator works.
Yes.
Okay. You said you wouldn't calculate the difference, but you did. And so what you just went through this exercise is you divided that difference, that 2.48 pound difference, right?
Correct.
And then you divided it by 11.86. Divide 2.48 by, from the 9.38.
It's math o'clock today, ladies and gentlemen.
What percentage you get?
We're just here doing math.
26.
I need you to
Would you agree
divide.
with the statement
Can you do some multiplication for me?
about whether the arm and body weight, comparing the weight of the head to the arm, would you agree that the head and arm are actually almost identical because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight? So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that's about 10.8 pounds. Would you agree with that?
I didn't do that calculation, so I,
Didn't ask you. I'm asking if you would agree with that.
can you repeat the question?
Stephen, while your depiction is colorful,
Ask the question.
I
Does the arm
firmly
weight
disagree.
weigh the same as the head? Or the arm does weigh the same as the head, almost identical because your arm, just one of the arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. Would you agree with that?
I haven't done the calculation, but if the math checks, then yes.
Okay. Would you agree with this statement? The heavier the object, if it gets hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that is more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body. Do you agree with that?
I'm going to allow the question.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, and I think I described that a little bit earlier. Is you would increase the mass,
gonna allow this
you multiply
question.
it by the acceleration. That's going to increase your force. Force is equal to mass times acceleration.
Right. So mass has a direct correlation to force. You agree?
Correct.
So therefore,
Oh.
the heavier
You agree with
the
Newton.
object, if it's colliding at the same speed, will create more force than a lighter object. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Correct. More force on the arm. Yes.
Right. So weight matters, doesn't it, sir?
Yes.
Force is mass times acceleration. So if the arm weighs the same
I
as
mean,
the head, you're still going to get the
It's
same
more force back into
And
the
so inevitably,
SUV as well.
You change the mass, you change the weight,
Because the reactive
same
force
speed, it
going into the
changes amount of
SUV
force.
is equal and opposite to the
Correct,
force
yes.
going into the arm.
When you did calculations in this case, you never took the estimate of 11 pounds, although it didn't exactly calculate the 5.48. You never took that 11 pounds and determined the percentage difference between the mass in that arm and the mass in a 9.38 pound arm, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't include it in any of your PowerPoints.
No.
You didn't explain it to the jury that there's a difference in weight matters.
Again, that's something that Dr. Rentschler is going to discuss.
I'm asking you because you testified, you gave opinions, you got a PowerPoint. Did you explain to the jury about the difference in force when there's a change in weight? When you did all your PowerPoint and calculations, did you break it down for them?
Well, I think it was certainly stated. I mean, I know that we went over Newton's second law, force is equal to mass times acceleration, right? So if you increase that mass number, it will increase the force.
When you were putting up your PowerPoints with the speeds, did you explain to us that there's a difference when you change the mass so that if you used a lighter arm, there would be a difference in force? Did you explain that to us in any of your slides?
I don't know that I explicitly stated it, but again, that's why we went up to 29 miles per hour to account for that difference in weight.
Were you trying to inflate the force for the speed of test so it looked like the collision had to happen at a faster speed to cause a certain amount of damage? Were you doing that intentionally?
No.
He didn't do that at all. Not just not
You
intentionally.
didn't
He
overstate the
do
mass.
it.
You didn't use an arm that was 14 pounds that would have created the opposite illusion, right? You used a weight that was lighter than Mr. O'Keefe's estimated arm.
Right, because again, it goes both ways. If you increase the mass of the arm, you increase the force on the arm. So there's going to be more force acting on the arm.
Let's talk about your studies with Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt and his arm, and you gave some opinions about what you would expect for damage to his arm. When I asked you on Friday whether you had any support, any vetted journals, learned treatise, any support whatsoever about whether you should use a crash test dummy arm for these types of studies, you didn't have any support on Friday. Do you have any today that you can refer to?
No.
Putting aside the fact that you have absolutely no professional studies or journals to support that you should be using a crash test dummy's arm for these type of tests, are you aware of the expert literature in this case that the opposite, you specifically should not use crash test dummies when you're trying to do this type of analysis on clothing and a person's body? Are you aware whether that exists?
I'm not aware of those studies, no.
As a inquisitive engineer, wouldn't you want to know if there was legitimate studies in your world, in your profession, that suggest or states that you should not be using crash test dummies to determine injury to the arm as far as lacerations? Would you want to know that?
Wait, as far as lacerations, but
I
he's
think,
not
again,
testing
you're
for
getting
lacerations.
confused between my role and Dr. Rentschler. Can I finish, please?
No.
Okay, so, no comment.
Bev, let him answer the question.
I wasn't addressing the lacerations or the abrasions to the arm, sir.
You had photographs and you were opining that you would have expected, or you would not expect there to be abrasions or cuts on that clothing in your test A and B, didn't you?
There were no holes or cuts in the material, no.
I understand, but you offered
I
opinions.
understand. You offered opinions.
Didn't you offer to the jury an opinion that the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were inconsistent with your tests in A and B?
The cuts and the holes are inconsistent.
Sir, when you are assessing cuts and holes on clothing, you need to make sure the predicate as a basis that you're using the right properties, right?
I would agree with that.
And so if there was literature directing that you should not use a crash test dummy to assess injury on an arm, would you follow that instruction or would you do it anyways?
Again, you keep saying injury to the arm. I was looking at what happens to the material when it makes contact with the taillight.
A crash test dummy's arm is harder than a human arm, isn't it?
Yes.
You push a human arm, it's like an indent. You can push in, can't you?
Yes.
And that property of pushing in, if a cloth is on it, it is easier for a cloth to tear pushing in than if it's hard. Isn't it?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Well, do you disagree with that?
Well, the hybrid arm is a vinyl flesh, so it's not rigid.
Do you disagree with what I just said?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure.
5
Human
more
arm,
gifted memberships
softer
from
than the
Angel.
hybrid,
Thank
yes?
you.
Yes.
You push it, you can
That's
push
awesome.
in, much different than the hybrid arm, which is stiffer. Yes?
I don't know what you mean by much different, but there will be a difference, yes.
Well, is it a noticeable difference to you if you push a hybrid arm as opposed to a human arm?
Yes.
When you push a human arm, it indents. Yes?
Correct.
And so if you push with cloth on, the cloth indents. Yes?
Correct.
Which creates an easier, tear in the fabric
Based
with
on
less
what?
force if you can push in as opposed to a hard arm. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
Why
So
would
when
you
you're
agree with
replicating
that?
studies and giving opinions about a person's arm, a real person's arm.
It's not based on anything.
using
He
a
just made
hybrid
that up.
arm
Literally just made it
doesn't
up right
seem
now.
to be an appropriate standard, does it?
I don't agree with that because, again, when the taillight breaks in the test, the arm is now moving with that taillight. So it's, again, like we talked about on Friday, you'd somehow have to have those fragments accelerating at a greater velocity to penetrate that.
We're going to get to that, but I'm talking about the stiffness. Let's get back to the appropriateness.
You're
of
talking about the
using a crash test
stiffness?
dummy.
Are you there,
Now
Hank?
conceding that a human, it pushes different than the crash test dummy, would you agree that a crash test dummy is not an appropriate tool to use when determining tears in clothing on somebody's arm?
No.
Would you agree?
I
No,
don't
I
think
don't
I would
agree.
agree with that, no.
When
Say-
you
I mean, yes, we should use
used
children
the
instead.
crash test dummy in test A and B, that was the 5'9" dummy?
You're a
Yes.
5'9" dummy, Hank.
When you consider tears to clothing, you bought a new sweatshirt that was similar to Mr. O'Keefe's, an extra large sweatshirt?
Don't know if I recall the exact size, but I think one of them might have been an extra large.
And then you bought a second one that was medium. So when you used the smaller dummy, you weren't actually using Mr. O'Keefe's size of extra large. You used a medium sweatshirt, yes?
Yes.
Because it was a smaller dummy than the size of Mr. O'Keefe. That's why you needed a smaller sweatshirt, yes?
I think it was more or less just what we could get our hands on.
Well,
Damn,
you had an
Anna
extra
Bear.
large and a medium. You didn't put the extra large
Being a
on
little mean to
in
Hank.
test A and B, did you?
I don't recall off the top of my head what sizes were on each test.
Okay, could we show a picture of A to remind Dr. Wolf? And while she's pulling that up, is there a difference between, so it's, see that's how that's blue? You see that's medium?
Yes,
So the blue ones you use for test A and B, correct?
correct.
The smaller crash test dummy than Mr. O'Keefe, the 5'9" crash test dummy, yes?
Correct.
And then when you used Randy and brought him into the scene, you used the extra large, the gray one.
Correct.
Right, so you used a different one because it was a smaller anatomical doll than the size of Mr. O'Keefe, yes?
We used different sizes. The material blend was the same.
This was new.
Correct.
The extra large you put on Randy was new.
Correct.
I like the
Did
extra
you
large
consider
ones.
the wear and tear on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, the extra large sweatshirt he was wearing that night?
The wear and tear?
Yes, the wear and tear.
No.
Did you ever consider the differences between a brand new sweatshirt and one that had been worn?
The wear
No.
and tear, the
Have
mileage
you
on
ever
that
had
shirt is really
clothing,
bad.
sweatshirt you used repeatedly, maybe put in the dryer, wears it down? Sometimes you can get holes more easily. Did you do any type of analysis on that whatsoever?
No, I'm gonna allow that.
Any type of analysis whatsoever on the age or whether it's stretched the same, anything like that?
No.
No variables whatsoever on the sweater, did you?
No.
Okay. Does it matter whether or not the sweatshirt is tighter or looser or how it fits the body? Is that any part of your consideration?
No.
Have you ever done testing like this before for clothing?
In terms of impacting a taillight?
Yes.
No.
So this is the first time ever that you've done this type of analysis and offered an opinion in front of a jury on this?
Specific to impacting an arm with a taillight, yes.
Before you decided to come in and give an opinion, did you take any study or look at any journals on fabrics?
No.
Did you consider any of the variables that one would want to consider regarding fabrics before you came in and gave this opinion?
No.
How much time do you
Did
spend
it
considering
concern you when
fabrics,
you were
Hank?
coming in to give a professional opinion about something you've never done before, whether or not you were studied in the area before you did it?
Well, I think I relayed my observations from the test, right? I certainly explained how we set up the arm, how the arm was closed. You all obviously saw the impact testing to the arm, so I'm relaying my observations from the test that we did.
Did it concern you that you were coming in to give an opinion on something you have never done before, and that you did absolutely no study on fabrics or any of
No.
other people's analysis on fabrics and cutting? Did that concern you?
No.
Not at
You were
all. I
comfortable
put the
just coming in
fabric on the
with no
freaking arm and I
experience
launched a
whatsoever,
car at it.
Without even studying or doing any research, you were comfortable to come in and just throw out an opinion?
No, again, and Dr. Rentschler is going to address part of this. Again, we worked as a team, so there's a synergy between the two of us.
Well, putting aside the synergy, you're the one on the stand under oath, yep?
Correct.
You're the one testifying, giving opinions to this jury, yes?
The other
Yes.
guy's
You're the one
going
asking
to
them
in a little
rely on
bit.
your experience and training, true?
Correct.
You're the one asking them to rely on your judgment and your effort to be accurate, yes?
Yes.
So when you give the opinion, you have a personal responsibility to support that opinion, putting aside Dr. Welcher or Dr. Rentschler. You have a responsibility for your opinion, don't you?
I would generally agree with that, yes.
Generally?
Yes.
Well, when wouldn't you? When would not be general? Don't you have an obligation every single time you take the stand and give an opinion to be supported, valued, vetted?
Yes,
single time?
and again, Dr. Rentschler is addressing those abrasions and lacerations, which certainly correspond to the material.
Right. But you didn't wait for Dr. Rentschler. You offered a number of opinions to this jury. You personally.
They worked
under your
together
name,
as a team, you
came in
moron. He
and
relied on
presented
his
yourself as an expert in this subject. You, didn't you?
Correct.
co-study's
So putting aside
opinion.
Dr. Rentschler, his opinions, do you stand behind your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. And you do that despite the fact you've done no study, no research, haven't vetted, and have no authority whatsoever?
Yes.
You wrote a report back on February 12, 2024.
Correct.
In February 12, 2024, do you remember talking about injuries to the arm and damage to the taillight?
Generally, yes.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember writing in a report, it is significant to note that the injuries have been classified as abrasions and analysis of the autopsy photographs indicates minimal bleeding or lacerations of the dermis?
So the report that you're referring to is a joint report authored by myself, Dr. Rentschler, and Mr. Scott Klein. So that would have been a portion drafted by Dr. Rentschler addressing the injuries.
I see. So in this report, it has your name, Dr. Rentschler, and another person, Scott Klein, yes?
Correct.
But in the report, none of you ever differentiate which opinions you're standing behind or somebody else's,
Differential
right?
rate.
I'll move on.
The objection is sustained.
I'll move on.
The objection is sustained.
Did you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you write or
I'll move
endorse,
on. Did you agree with that?
These injuries would not result from impact with a non-damaged tail lamp cover, and the amount of force required to fracture the tail light cover.
So I'm gonna see you in sidebar.
There we go. Hank Brennan again trying to weasel his way into just about anything. The use of objections, of known objections in this case, is becoming more and more interesting to me as each team starts to deal with both the benefit of the judge's bias in the case of the state and the frustration of the judge's bias when it comes to the defense. I think on Friday we saw Attorney Alan Jackson pull off some really interesting stuff. He obtained 42 objections, I believe, on Friday, pulled out of Hank, and they were all sustained by Bev Canoni. There's a moment that I think I will clip out. I've been debating. Well, I wanted to get some work done this weekend, but it ended up being kind of a mess with some other stuff. But that being said, there's a moment I'm going to clip out. It's this spot where Attorney Jackson just goes full in, asking question after question after question that were all objected to, and they were all about ARCA's entire purpose, which was to come in and rebut the other expert. I can never remember their stupid name. Aperture. They were all intended to rebut. The whole purpose of ARCA was to rebut Aperture's shitty reconstruction and garbage analysis, and so but they were prevented by procedure and a fake claim of discovery violations. They were prevented from actually going down that track and achieving the purpose that they were there to achieve. Therefore, cutting off the ability of Karen Reed to launch a vigorous and full defense. That being said, so what Attorney Alan Jackson did was ask a rapid fire, like 10 questions in a row that all got objected to. And I think it was illustrative to the jury. Like, look, this report is made to go after this, and the judge won't let us do it. And I think it was illustrative, and I think the jury may have actually caught on to what was going on. So there's an interesting use of objections going on. It's a little bit more in depth than many of the other trials that we've watched on the channel. Blitzen says, what velocity would Kurt's micropene have to travel to break a Lexus taillight? I never really was great at calculus, but I believe that's when we say there's a limit as the variable, the velocity variable approaches infinity. But it has to get, it has to approach infinity for it to happen. And we don't even know. It might just, it might just flutter out. Let's see, what do we got here? Got a couple super tips. Let's read those.
Sorry for your loss, but look on the bright side. You could be a crusty ginger who eats slop and has a micro penis.
And people wonder why I wanted to stream today.
These farmers are so pathetic. They heard that you were having a bad day and creamed their shorts.
Yeah.
Here's a dumb joke to make upset in a different way. What do you call a VPIer when he gets run over by a Lexus? Monster mash.
Was a mash. Was a monster mash.
The only thing that needs inflating is Kurt's micropene.
Damn. You're already on the micropene thing.
Brandon has a micropene. Kurt has a micropene. This micropene shit is growing.
The only thing that's not growing are the micropenes themselves. Those are staying very static. Oh my goodness. So I think we're at two micropenes there. Thank you all for joining in. Thank you guys for using the super tip system. It's great. Again, big thanks back to Angel, who's gifted 6 memberships today over on YouTube. It's really appreciated, of course. And yeah. Oh wait, no, we're at 3. We're at 3 micropenes. There we go. I do intend on one of the lunch break. We have the video of Kurt going to the Renaissance Fair or whatever it was. We have the video. We have that's 30 minutes of Kurt live streaming it. We have it. Eeyore's birthday. It's Eeyore's birthday, and Kurt went. You can't get funnier than stuff like this. I like it. It's perfection. He just does it for free. It's amazing. Oh my goodness. Welcome to all the people who have joined the stream since we started. Little late start today. I apologize. Not looking for anything out of this or whatever. It's just explanatory. I've been feeling under the weather since Friday. I think people were starting to notice that I had a head cold on Friday, and that continued over the weekend. And then yesterday night, actually, around 11 p.m., I got the news that my uncle had passed away, which was kind of unexpected. He was not in great health, but he's been monitored by doctors, and they were, looking at pursuing some different treatments for him for some longstanding issues, and he just unexpectedly passed, and so that really sucked a lot. And I wasn't sure if I was going to make it to the stream today, but I'm really happy I did because I like being here with you guys. So thanks for hanging out with me. Barbie World says, sorry for your loss, Nick. Hey, thank you. Am I a Freemason? No, I was raised Catholic. I don't think I can be a Freemason. But anyway, if I'm like a little bit, like I'm not in the worst mood or anything. I'm a little bummed out, obviously. I really wanted to go see him one more time. But if I come across a little bit, a little bit down, that's why. So. But hey, that's how life goes. It really sucks. Major DDD, Nick. Fine, you can have a like now. Sorry, man. Yes, that was actually all part of my ploy to get your likes and extract your likes from you. So make sure you send in a like immediately. That's the condolences I need. Likes on the stream. No, I'm just kidding. I really do appreciate the likes, of course. But I'm not mentioning that to try and garner any sympathy or anything. If you have some sympathy, I'll of course take it, but it's just explanatory as to why I was running late this morning and why, if I come across a little bit down during the day, that's why. But life will obviously go on.
You were asked questions about impact with the taillight.
I was asked those questions.
In fact, in
yes.
one of your answers to me today, you talked about after a vehicle collides with a pedestrian, there's continued movement between the vehicle and the pedestrian, isn't there?
Correct.
And so while glass or plastic that shatters from a taillight might not impale clothes of the skin, would you agree, if your dummy wasn't restrained, when the Lexus collides with the dummy, there'd be continued contact for some time, extended contact between both the dummy and the taillight?
Well, the arm, as is demonstrated in the test, would be moving at roughly the same velocity as the vehicle.
Yes. And don't you think that the vehicle would continue to drag the arm until the body either was thrown or spun off? Would you agree with that?
At some point, they will separate, yes.
At some point, but before the at some point. What I'm asking is, at the collision, when you see all the taillights shatter, right, wouldn't the Lexus, if it continues at that speed, say 24 miles per hour, for example, it would continue to drag with that dummy's arm longer than is shown in those experiments because the dummy is restrained.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. Would you agree that if a Lexus is backed up at 24 miles per hour and hits the dummy's arm and the taillight shatters, if the dummy wasn't restrained and moved regularly, it would extend the contact between that shattered taillight and the dummy's arm? Would you agree with that?
It would move with the vehicle until it got pushed out of the way, just move to the side, yes.
And so what you're saying is it would move with the vehicle but wouldn't touch the vehicle?
Well, in the one test, if you remember, because of the restitution effects, the arm reached a speed of over what the impact speed is. So in some instances, it actually might move at a speed greater than the vehicle.
Fantastic. In some instances, would it move slower and be dragged by the vehicle's broken taillight?
Dragged?
Yeah,
I don't know
so
if
when
I
say
understand.
drag, push. How about we use the word push? Pushed by the broken taillight. Could that happen?
The arm would move with the taillight until it moves out of the way.
So you're saying it would move with or faster, but never would slow down where it gets pushed by the car?
It's moving with the vehicle, sir. I don't understand your question.
Well, no. You said it moved with the vehicle. Sometimes it moves even faster, suggesting space between the broken taillight and the arm. That's what you're suggesting, right?
Correct.
So it can move with, it can move faster. Can it ever move slower and the vehicle pushes and drags against the arm?
I mean, it might be able to move a few miles per hour if it doesn't have as much of a center of mass hit, but it's still going to move out of the way because it's on a joint.
I understand, but before it moves out of the way, could it be pushed by that broken taillight? That's the simple question I'm asking you. Could it be pushed by the broken taillight?
Just moving adjacent with the taillight, just moving along. Yes.
Would you agree with this? If you have an arm struck at 25 miles per hour, significant more damage that taillight shatters, hits and moves forward into arms, parts of taillight pushed into arm as vehicle pushes forward and pushes arm out of the way. So the word push, would you agree with that general characterization that the broken taillight can, in fact, push the arm? Would you agree with that?
Generally, I guess, again, it would move with the vehicle, the arm together.
Not move with. I'm asking you if you would agree about pushing. Would you agree with that?
As long as we're on the same page about it, it's pushing the arm, but it's with the vehicle. They're moving together. So, but in essence, yes, the arm is being pushed due to the fact that there's a force on it.
And the pushing could have that arm in contact with the broken pieces of the taillight if the taillight broke, correct?
Just moving at a common velocity?
The operative word here is push. And so do you like to agree with me or you could disagree with me? Can the broken taillight push the arm so it contacts and provides force against it? Could that happen?
Yes.
When you were showing those photographs today regarding Test F, now you use Randy in Test F, right?
Correct.
How tall is Randy?
He's 6 feet.
And he weighs 200 pounds?
Correct.
So still 16 pounds less than Mr. O'Keefe, yes?
Correct.
And you keep referring to Randy as a crash test dummy. Randy's no dummy, right? He's a
Randy's pretty
mannequin.
fucking stupid.
He is, but he signifies basically what happens when you have 200 pounds of mass striking the rear of that vehicle.
I don't want to misrepresent Randy. He's not a crash test dummy, is he?
Well, it wasn't used for biofidelic purposes. It was to, again, what happens when you have 200 pounds of mass strike the vehicle.
So when you've been referring to Randy as a crash test dummy, you don't mean to do that. That's a misnomer, isn't it?
I don't know that I agree with that.
So you think that Randy is a crash test dummy? He's a certified, approved crash test dummy.
No, and I think I made it very clear that there is no instrumentation on it, right? And one of the reasons why I mentioned that is those ATD dummies are $150,000, so we're not going to risk impacting it with the Lexus and destroying that.
I can understand the cost analysis for you, but I want to be clear. He's a mannequin. It's used by firefighters and drills pulling a body, dead weight, out of a house to replicate certain scenarios. That's what Randy was made for, yes?
He can be used for those, yes.
Right. He's not a crash test dummy in the parlance of a legitimate studied crash test dummy, is he?
I don't agree with that because, again, we use that type of dummy in all different types of tests.
There's an H395M PED, which most closely replicates John O'Keefe's size and body, isn't there?
Correct.
You didn't have that when you did your test, did you?
No.
When you do crash tests, you can put a magnetic control on the crash test dummy, so upon impact, it releases and is thrown. You could do that, couldn't you?
That is one way, yes.
Right. So that way you don't have to put the dummy on a forklift, and then it creates a different scenario than real life, correct?
That could be one way that you could do it, yes.
It doesn't impede any roll or drag when the dummy's hit. That's one reason you would do that rather than a forklift, yes?
Correct.
Also, it might show some throw, which could lead to other type of damage like holes in clothes, yes?
Correct.
But you didn't use the magnet, you used a forklift.
Because, again, the purpose of the test was to evaluate, you know, we talked a lot about those time frames, right, that 10 millisecond window. It's to look at, from the vehicle damage perspective, what happens to the taillight, right, in that interaction. And then ultimately, what is the acceleration that the arm experiences in that, 10, 15 millisecond window, right? What happens 1 second after, 2 seconds after? Again, that wasn't of concern for me in my analysis.
You didn't use a magnet, you used a forklift, right?
Correct.
And when Randy went for a ride, you didn't expect him to break off the string and slide across the street, did you?
We didn't expect him to?
You didn't expect him to be thrown. You didn't expect the string on the forklift to break and then Randy to go flying. You didn't expect that, did you?
Oh, I certainly expected that.
So you expected a throw with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the street has hard concrete and it has a lot of irregularities to it, doesn't it?
It's asphalt, yes.
Yeah. In the photos that you were shown today on redirect examination, did the defense
They
show
were
them to you
measuring
during the
what
direct
happened to him when he hit the
examination? Any of those?
street.
No.
Ms. Gilman, can you pull up that last exhibit with Randy on the ground? I think it's exhibit 221. Okay. And so this is Randy, right, doctor?
Yes.
Zoom in a little bit, please. What's that red thing near his shoe?
Some people say Randy.
Appears to be a fragment of the taillight.
Can you zoom out? Could you go back an exhibit to the one before? Could you zoom in? Did you see any taillight fragments on his body or in his clothes?
Before crash test
I
dummies
can't
existed,
tell from here.
there was a guy who
exhibit before,
did the
please?
crash tests. Like he would just sit in cars as they got slammed by other cars. It was
Can you
amazing.
tell from here?
Yes.
They did crash tests up to like
And
30
finding
miles an
taillight
hour.
fragments on the clothes after a collision, that's not unique, is it?
Unique? No,
Yeah.
it's possible.
Well, according to this, it's probable, yes?
No,
In this test, that did occur, yes.
it's just a thing that happened.
Do we have
Hank.
exhibit 201D, please?
This is a weird thing that they get hung up on.
Do you know what this is, doctor? Did you see this picture in your analysis?
The fact that something happens doesn't mean it's the probable outcome.
Don't know if I recall that specific photograph.
Or even a likely
You know this
outcome.
is
It's just
taillight shards?
the outcome.
Found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Sustained.
To find
Did
out
you
if it's
consider this photograph during
probable.
your analysis before you gave your
to
opinions
run
regarding cuts and tears?
numerous tests over and over and get
Laceration.
the same result.
No, sir.
Can take that down, please.
And take you down.
When you
Take you
did your
down to-
analysis, did you know that a drinking straw was found on the concrete on the street in front of 34 Fairview?
Wait, so who was doing coke?
I don't know if it was on the concrete, it might have been on the asphalt, but I do recall a drinking straw, yes.
Did you know that there was a glass found near Mr. O'Keefe? Could you put that up, please, Cindy?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you talked about cuts and injuries. Did you?
Sustained, it sounds like it's beyond the scope.
Very well. When you did test D, did you say the peak acceleration was 780 Gs?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Page 11 of your report.
I think I lost an exhibit. Okay.
Is that what you described it as?
For test D,
Yes.
the acceleration of, we talking about the hand,
Yes.
780 Gs, yes.
780 Gs. Okay. When you did your comparison before you gave your opinions, you showed us a scuff on the exemplar vehicle, photo 77.
Objection.
Beyond the scope, Mr. Brennan.
Come on, Brennan. Thanks, Bev, for doing your
A
job.
few more questions, Dr. Wolf. You showed us holes in Randy's sweatshirt from test F. You remember that?
Yes.
And you talked about what you would or wouldn't expect in a collision as far as holes. And did you say something like that was inconsistent with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That's what you said on redirect, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you consider whether there were holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt separate from the holes in the arm?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. When you were making that opinion about consistent or inconsistent, did you ever consider whether there were holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt other than the right arm?
Well, I know that there was cutting to the,
May I approach and retrieve the exhibit, Your Honor?
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. Did you ever look at the back of the sweatshirt to see if there was any holes to the back of the sweatshirt other than the right arm? Form your opinion.
I don't recall.
Take a look at that. Do you see other holes on the back?
What? What happened? Why would you do this?
Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
How did it even pause? I wasn't even on that window.
Here's, I see one hole.
Let me get a little closer so you can get a better look. I'll direct you to here, 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 here. Do you see more than one hole in the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Yes.
When you were forming your opinions that the collision would be inconsistent to damage to Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, did you consider that Mr. O'Keefe may have fallen or landed on his back?
Well, in looking at those holes, they're inconsistent with road rash. And again, to get those kind of holes, you have to have prolonged sliding contact on a rough surface.
Did you consider that Mr. O'Keefe may have fallen or landed on his back?
Well, if you just fall and land on your back, you're not going to be sliding to get those abrasions and tearing. And again, those are not consistent with road rash.
Didn't ask that question. Did you consider?
Sorry, can you?
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe had fallen or landed on his back?
Shoot.
No.
Did you know about or consider the multiple holes on the back of his sweatshirt when you came and formulated your opinions?
No.
You did no studies whatsoever about the damage to the sweatshirt if he fell or landed on the cold, hard ground and had broken taillight shards in his clothing, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Just a moment. Barbie World said sorry for your loss, Nick. The one Marrero says, what is wrong with people wanting your downfall? And in some cases, hoping for it. It's ridiculous. I'm happy you're bouncing back and doing better, man. Sorry to hear about your uncle. Thank you.
By Mr. Brennan.
I don't know. Who
Give me
cares?
one name, very dramatically.
There are 8 billion people in the
someone-
world.
The objection sustained.
You were asked to give me one name to support using a 50 percentile hybrid 3 in testing forces on a 216-pound man. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
How about the name Judson Welcher? How about that name?
So the objection sustained.
Did Judson Welcher use a 50 percentile hybrid in his drop test?
So that's sustained as to form.
What did Judson Welcher use in his drop test?
A hybrid 350th percentile male, the same that we use in our testing.
You were also asked,
That's Judson Welcher is the state's witness from Aperture. So as Hank is sitting there
whether or not
railing on this
using
guy, Judson Welcher used
that
the same
hybrid
dummy.
3 arm with the same speed would have an effect on the force equation, on the force calculation, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed it might have a small effect on the force calculation, correct?
So sustained as to form.
This is just foundational, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
How did you answer that question?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. In the 29-mile-an-hour test with the hybrid 3 arm, were you going faster than 24 miles an hour?
Yes.
And what was the calculation again on the increased force that would be exerted on the taillight, on the arm, area of the taillight? 14%?
Yes.
So sustained.
How much, what was the percentage that you calculated? The increase?
14%.
And did you find damage, even with the increase of 14%? Did you find damage on that exemplar taillight consistent with the extensive damage on the subject SUV?
I'll allow it.
No.
Oof.
Can we have 201D put up one more time?
201D's nuts. TextVet says the fact that this dummy keeps using these lines of attacks
Mr.
and
Brennan just asked you if
thinks
you
they're slam dunks.
made
Just-
note of these little red
I'll finish it.
pieces,
He's talking
correct?
about Hank.
Correct.
Do you have any idea the size of those pieces?
Not from this
As you sit
picture.
here.
Not without a scale of some sort, no.
So as you
3 millimeters, maybe.
Any idea what the size of those pieces are?
I couldn't tell you as I sit here today, no.
No idea if they're a foot long?
So the objection sustained.
You were asked, when shown this picture, if you accounted for this in terms of damage to the garment, the sweatshirt, right?
Correct.
What if I told you those were
So the objection's sustained. He said he doesn't know the size of it.
He doesn't know. He was
That's
asked questions,
the
Your
end
Honor.
of that, Mr. Jackson.
Wow.
You have the, Mr. Wolk, do you have the picture of the tin? The TIN tin, the little round tin?
Continue.
Are you aware that all those pieces are inside that tin?
Sustained. And jurors disregard that.
Did you ever
Don't.
see this tin in your analysis?
I do recall seeing, yes, in the evidence photographs of all the.
About 2 inches wide.
Sustained.
You were asked a question. Being pushed by the taillight. Ask a bunch of questions about that, right?
Correct.
You indicated, what did you say in terms of the contact by a vehicle pushing an arm?
It's going to move with.
In your testing, how long did it take the hybrid 3 arm to get up to speed of the vehicle in the 24-mile-an-hour test?
About 10 milliseconds.
I'm sorry, say that again, about
10 milliseconds.
10 milliseconds, correct?
Correct.
So when you say the arm is being pushed, it's being hit, correct?
The objection sustained. And it's
In every one of your tests, every single one of your tests, did any taillight fragment tear a hole in the sleeve of the shirt that you were testing?
No, there was no holes, punctures, fraying, nothing to the material.
Was there ever a defect in that garment in any of that testing other than the road rash that we saw in the 29-mile-an-hour direct impact?
That the only test that showed the holes and the abrasions was that full-on hit where the body was sliding on the ground. There was no test where the taillight caused any type of punctures, holes, or fraying to the material.
And in that test, what happened to the back of the Lexus, the test Lexus?
Destroyed.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, my laptop here is doing what it's doing. So I'm sorry that the stream is stuttering. I said tonight I'll hopefully get my water cooler installed back. I can see my OBS has failed again. Just a second. So tonight I'll be fixing my desktop. And once that's done, that should alleviate the problems entirely. I'm also currently trying to upgrade some of my gear. It's been a while. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Back to here. Stop downloading other shit. I'm not doing anything. But yeah, sorry about that. Okay, TextVet says the fact that this dummy keeps using these lines of attack and thinks they're slam dunks goes to show how far he has to reach for anything pathetic. I agree. I think this is a really poor showing for Hank. Dr. Wolf is a obviously competent expert. He comes across very well in the stand. They did the work. They showed the work. They showed videos of the work. You can see them doing the work. Damn.
For Kurt's micropene to break a tail light, the micropenis needs to be moving at roughly Mach 2.67.
On redirect, you again talked about the impact between an arm and the broken tail light.
Correct, yes.
And I had asked you on cross-examination or recross-examination whether that broken tail light could push the arm, which of course would create force or friction, yes?
Well, once it's moving at a common velocity, I'm just not understanding your question then.
If it's not a common velocity, if the broken tail light is,
Ask the question.
if the broken tail light is pushing the arm, which would mean the broken tail light is going at a faster speed than the arm. If it pushes the arm, the broken tail light can come in contact with the arm, can it?
I need to go grab a.
It's moving with the arm, sir.
If. Okay, let me ask you this.
Let me
Would
ask you
agree with
this way.
If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a tail light that shatters. So if you have the tail light coming in, it's hitting the arm, it's moving forward into the arm. Do you agree with that?
Objection, about the source.
No,
Dr. Rentschler, do you agree with that?
Objection.
so I'm going to allow it, strike the source.
Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I can. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, specifically if there's a taillight that shatters, so you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
In reference to the greater damage, are we talking about damage to the arm?
Do you agree with that phrase?
The best way I can characterize it is it's moving with the arm, sir.
So if that actually caused fracture of the taillight, then parts of the taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. Do you agree with that?
I'm going to allow it.
Back to sidebar because Bev is completely inconsistent, cannot run her courtroom. So it's rather embarrassing, honestly. The bias shouldn't be this blatant, Bev. You should try and at least mask it a little bit.
My nigga condolences on the loss of your uncle.
Thank you.
Pouring a dropout for your fallen homie. At least he didn't have a micropene unbreaded.
I cannot confirm or deny the existence or non-existence of a micropene on my uncle. Thank Christ.
Did you consider a dragon coming down from the sky and attacking his back, thus creating the holes? No, of course not, because it's ludicrous. Just like his saying, Kurt doesn't have a micropene.
Yeah, I mean, you could just come up with stuff. You could just make up shit that might like... Well, did you consider that the arm could have been frozen? I mean, no. That's dumb. No, I didn't consider that at all. Well, why not? Because it's not what happened.
Nick is working with a toaster. Leave him alone. It's not his fault. His laptop has a micropene.
No kidding. Oh my gosh. I do need to go I need to go grab my whatchamacallit. I got a new charging brick that should have some more power flow to it. I think once I do that I can maybe turn up the performance on the laptop and it might be better. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go grab it real quick.
I'm going to read this one more time, okay?
I'll be right back.
Would you agree?
Oh wait, I got it muted here.
If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles per hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a taillight that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracture of the taillight, then parts of the taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. Would you agree with that?
Again, my area of expertise is not injuries to the arm, so whether or not those fragments would be embedded or cause any type of damage to the arm, no. But what I would say is that I would agree with the taillight being pushed into the arm. It's going to cause the taillight to fracture, and then the arm will move with the taillight.
When you do a demonstration, isn't this exactly what you see? Could you play E again for me? Isn't this exactly what you see? Play that, please. And now, stop please. If Randy is not restrained by a forklift, he is going to move with the car, correct?
Well, if it's just the arm, his arm's going to get accelerated and move, and then his body will be there still.
And that broken taillight, if Randy is not restrained on a forklift, is going to be pushed, like this says, by the arm, by the broken taillight, isn't it?
It's going to move with the arm.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, we're going to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Right this way.
All right, so we're not going to do the voir dire right now of Dr. Lapasada because everybody needs a break. What we'll do is we'll take the 20-minute recess. Who's doing the director, Dr. Lapasada? Is that you, Mr. Jackson? Yes. All right, so what I would ask you to do is not do anything on your direct examination with Dr. Lapasada that involves the mention of dog bites or the evidence regarding motor vehicle experience, because we still need to have the voir dire. But I don't want the jury sitting out there any longer than need be, at least until the luncheon break. So without that, how long will it take you? Can you use the hour?
I can get for credentials, but Your Honor, half her credentials are the fact that she's an expert in dog bites and an expert in motor vehicles. I give her education, training, background. But
Okay, is that all in? Is that all in her resume?
it's all in her. It's all going to be in her direct examination.
No. My question is it in her resume? Has the Commonwealth received notice regarding the dog bite stuff?
The Commonwealth has received the same resume that the court has received. I don't know specifically what her resume says about dog bites. I don't think it says the word dog bites anywhere in her resume. No. We have absolutely no notice. But the courses that reference dog bites are listed.
Say that again.
The courses that reference her teaching dog bite issue and pattern recognition, they're listed in the resume.
All right. We'll see you at 12.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, it's just a fan right now. Thanks, lady. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, I also grabbed some food. Let me get this plugged in, and then I'll get the camera back on. Okay, we'll see if that helps. Oh, and I killed my video again. Lovely. We're having a great time here with equipment. I love that Cord is on a short break. Is it the morning break? Let's see here. What is going on with OBS today? Oh my goodness. Inshallah, brothers. Okay. Sorry about that. We're back. I've got a, what do we have here? I wonder if I unplug this, what happens? All right, we'll see if that helps with the battery status or with the power status on my tablet. And if it does, that should resolve some of these issues. What a disaster. Okay, so I assume we're done with Dr. Wolf, right? Or are we still on it? Hold on, I gotta get my windows all pulled back up. Cody says, it's okay, Nick. We all have performance issues sometimes. You know what? You shut your mouth. You shut your damn mouth. They can't afford computers. He spends all his money on shirts. That's right. That's right. Boosh McFadden says, Welcher using the same dummy as a reference was a coffin nail in Hank's dumb little tantrum, in my opinion. I agree. Hey, Steve C., thank you. Thank you. He hasn't been dismissed yet. Okay. Well, that's good. They talked about the dog expert. I grabbed some food. I'll try not to eat into the microphone or into the camera really too much. I don't want to. That's not my goal. You know. I'm just hungry, but we'll do that in a little bit.
Your Honor, please allow me to run a defense. Hank has been an ass all morning, and the jury can see that.
No.
I won't allow that.
Not at all. She won't. She does not want them to run a competent defense for Karen Reed. That much should be obvious by now.
Brennan has played too many crap video games with bad physics engines, causing him to think if an arm gets hit by a car, then the whole body goes flopping around Halo style.
Yeah, the one thing that that I'll say that crash test dummies can't replicate. They cannot replicate the tension response of the arm itself, right? Like your body, when a massive amount of force is exerted on the arm, First of all, the physics of it is that your arm automatically exerts the equal and opposite force back into the SUV. But the real issue, or one of the real issues that you have in what happens afterwards, is that the muscles and ligaments and tendons all react to the fact that an impact has occurred on the arm. And sure, there can be some debilitating injury that prevents actual transmission of like a nervous response to the arm itself. But the muscles will tense up and they will react and they will exert an internal force to try and compensate for what's going on. And that is going to play into how the body itself reacts to being hit by the car. I mean, obviously, if it's impacted directly, if it's a straight on collision, you're going to have a body get, catapulted from the car hitting it. That makes sense. But if it is a side swipe type scenario where the arm is struck and the rest of the body is not, I mean, the arm could be broken, it could be fractured and bruised or whatever, but the body itself is going to resist the force that's exerted on the arm just reflexively. And so that's hard to figure in with a crash test dummy. And that will change the way a dummy that is sideswipe ultimately reacts. There's no muscular response going on in that scenario. So you just have a body that will kind of twist around and spin aimlessly, but that's not necessarily what happens to a person, because there is, there's internal torque from the hips and the shoulders and everything that will be resistive to it. So kind of weird to try and put it back together with an inanimate object that doesn't have its own internal force generator and to call it even. But it's the best we can do, right? And that's the most important part. And that's the thing. All these tests are limited to this is the best we can do to replicate the scenario. And then we can make judgments about it, which is why there's analysis rather than it just being math. And why they had why Aperture had a biokinetic engineer or whatever. The whole purpose of that is to show what will, how a body will move or how, a system will move and function as these forces are exerted upon it.
Hey, Nikki Rackets, my partner told me that you might have rosacea. She's as pale as you and can get a red nose, which she treats with a prescribed cream. Should ask your doctor. Also, micropene.
Micropene. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. Could be.
Imagine all the muffled New England noises coming from that office between Bev and Brennan. Yuck!
I don't want to imagine that. Why would you do that? You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to come in here and just ruin everybody's life. That's gross. You're disgusting. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I assume we're on the morning break. Which makes me think I should go back to let me go back to the early court stuff this morning. And see what stuff I missed. At lunch we're going to do the Kurt stuff, but it's too long for the morning break.
A transcript.
Okay, so here we have this.
That was placed here on maybe reference this morning, and there's a motion to limit Dr. Rentschler that I just got that I'm not prepared for. So that we'll do later today, okay? All right. So the Commonwealth's motion to call witnesses in rebuttal. I've read everything. Ms. Little, I appreciate you getting your opposition to me. I think I had it by Saturday morning, so I appreciate it.
Thank
I read
you, Ms. Little.
all the cases on it.
read
Does the
everything.
defense want to be heard any further on this?
Yes.
Okay?
With regard to Dr. Crosby and Ms. Coon, as the court
Speak into a microphone. Speak into a microphone.
Come on, little, get with it.
With regard to Dr. Crosby and Ms. Coon, the Commonwealth has been on notice that the defendant intends to present a defense regarding the arm injuries, that this was caused by a dog bite. They have been on notice of that, not just for months, but for years. That was presented at the first trial. The Commonwealth does not have a right to rebut information that they have been on notice of from the start of the case. So their decision to wait for rebuttal to call these two witnesses is improper, and we're asking the court to exclude their testimony. All right. As it relates to Dr. Welcher, the scope of his testimony, our request is that that be limited to very specific information, specifically responding to the new testing that ARCA has done. As the court knows, the Commonwealth has proposed a number of new testing ideas as well as information that is greatly outside the scope of what ARCA intends to testify to. And so we're asking that the court limit their testimony from engaging in new testing that has nothing to do with what ARCA has testified about at this trial. With regard to Dr. Welcher's testimony, the court has made very, very strong rulings that Dr. Wolf as well as Dr. Rentschler are not allowed to speak to the credibility of Dr. Welcher himself. And so some of the information that the Commonwealth proposes is to directly attack the testimony of Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. And under the court's rulings, we're asking that the court limit that scope as well.
And I told you I would.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all,
Brennan.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, do you want to be heard?
Regarding DNA evidence, evidence cannot be rebutted until it is introduced because the defense has a number of potential ideas of areas of testimony. Does not compel the Commonwealth to try to anticipate or deflect attacks, especially if they're meritless. And so the issue of dogs and dog DNA does not become relevant until the defense calls a so-called dog expert.
A so-called dog expert.
Proper grounds for rebuttal. There are three witnesses, Ms. Hartnett, UC Davis, and Dr. Crosby. If Dr. La Posada is precluded from testifying about dog bites, we would not call Dr. Crosby as a witness. However, regardless of what Dr. La Posada says, we would ask to call Ms. Hartnett and to call the witness from UC Davis. It is an issue that directly affects the assessment of Dr. Russell, the very expert they chose to call in their case in chief, and so we can now, from my perspective, properly rebut it. The second issue regarding Dr. Welcher, limited to the new information you will see from the testimony or have heard. Most of the testimony is new, but we understand it's limited. We don't expect Dr. Welcher to have a direct comment on the credibility of any witnesses, but he will address the tests, how he believes would be the proper procedure, and there'll be a number of issues that have been raised on direct examination, but he will not in any way have a comment on the credibility of the defense experts.
All right. So the case law supports me allowing this motion. I'm allowing the Commonwealth's motion. So the motion for rebuttal witnesses is allowed. Mr. Brennan has said he will not call Dr. Crosby, depending on the testimony that comes in. So, all right, Jim, I'm just going to give you this.
Thank you.
All right, so the motion regarding the testimony of Dr. La Posada. So the Commonwealth is moving specifically to exclude, there's a motion to exclude irrelevant photographs. We'll deal with that after the main motion to exclude certain testimony. So if we start on page 7 of the report, that's where you want me to start, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor?
Excuse me.
Okay, page 7 of your report. I have some questions. So, Mr. Jackson, Dr. La Posada cannot opine about the investigation of the case, the law enforcement investigation. She does that throughout her report. So she can't opine to that. But when we get to page 7, what do you say is out Mr. Brennan? I've gone through it, I know what I think, but it's the Commonwealth's motion.
I think that her opinion about no object being present to cause a pattern injury is appropriate.
And where are you, on page 7, the first paragraph?
Yes, photographs and descriptions of the site. It is the,
All right, I might have a different page 7.
Then check the one before it and the one after it and see which one
So
matches.
my page 7, okay. Okay, yep.
Oh, so you didn't have a different
Dr.
page
Lopez
7. You had the
proposed
same
opinion
one.
that photographs and description of the site where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found show no object capable of producing a pattern injury, I think is appropriate. His body was found on flat, grassy ground, probably frozen and covered with a minimal amount of snow. I think it's appropriate. It is the
So what they're doing right now is there's proposed testimony by an expert from the defense. And right now, Hank and Bev are looking to limit the scope of that testimony. And Hank is giving a list of what he lists, some inappropriate ones. And it sounds like the DNA is his main concern, saying that the DNA has not been raised as an issue, therefore they cannot rebut the DNA, is very weird because it's the defense's case in chief. The defense's case in chief does not have to be responsive to the state. And I'm not sure in any capacity why a preemptive rebuttal of an anticipated argument is being disallowed. That doesn't make any sense, because you should be able to, in your case in chief, elicit testimony about damn near any subject you want, including the fact that there is no DNA. And then when the state comes up, they can either bring up the DNA or not bring up the DNA, and they can maybe make the defense look foolish by responding to an argument that doesn't end up existing. And then they can go ahead and say that on close. They can say, look, the defense even raised issues or criticisms of bringing a particular type of DNA argument, but we didn't even argue that because it's not relevant to this case. The defense is flailing, and we saw that throughout the entire trial, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All this stuff can be dealt with. It doesn't have to be dealt with through procedural disruptions to the defendant's ability to defend herself. I mean, the defendant should be able to, during her case in chief, defend herself from a potential DNA line of attack from the state. Like that should be just fine. She should say there's no, she'd be able to say there was no DNA collection or that what they collected was tainted or whatever, to show the shoddiness of the investigation. There are other purposes for the DNA to be brought up and to be criticized by the defense. And the fact that they're shutting that off is kind of disgusting to me.
the next paragraph. Where
Yeah, tricky Rich. It makes perfect sense if they're trying to frame someone,
middle of
yes.
the sentence, it is logical to conclude that Mr. O'Keefe was injured elsewhere and his body was moved to the front line. There is no basis in fact for that. It's an improper opinion.
Why is that an improper opinion?
So I told you that on Friday, Mr. Jackson. Great, okay, so that's out. And
Insane. Absolutely crazy. They have an expert whose opinion says, based on the facts presented, it is logical to conclude that the deceased died somewhere else and the body was moved. She's like, you know what? I'm not going to allow that testimony. I'm not going to allow that at all.
And Mr. Jackson, again, the medical examiner erred in her diagnosis of hypothermia. Again, that's the improper critiquing of the expert. She
Why?
can say that it wasn't hypothermia, obviously. Okay, so same with the first sentence of the next paragraph, the Wisniewski spots were misidentified. Great, all right, so we can probably do this much quicker then. All right.
So they don't get to criticize the
All right,
erroneous
so page 8.
conclusions of the
Fine.
medical
So
examiner.
now we go to page 10.
That's amazing, right? Like, that's insane.
So
Why
this
don't
is
they
the
get to
dog
criticize
bites.
the poor
So if you wanna
opinion
pick it up
of the state's
at-
expert?
What does the Commonwealth say about this?
At this point, there's no basis provided that she has the training, expertise, methodology to provide an opinion regarding a dog.
What's the offer of proof on this, Mr. Jackson?
It will be more extensive when I establish the foundation testimony, but basically she's not only done autopsies involving dog bites, the wound pattern recognition related to the source of those dog bites. She's also taught classes on wound pattern recognition, source of coming up with diagnoses concerning the source of specific pattern of wounds. She has a methodology that she uses. Medical school classes, if I didn't mention the courses.
What does she teach? Is this in her CV? Because I didn't see it.
Because I didn't see it.
Foundation that I will lay in front of the jury.
All right.
I won't see any opinions unless and until the foundation is properly laid, but she has extensive experience, not only with specifically with autopsies that she's conducted herself, but supervising autopsies of others, and to deal with pattern recognition, the methodology involved in pattern recognition.
How about dog bites?
Dog bites in section 5 autopsy, I believe she will.
All right, so I'm told counsel wanted to see me.
Okay, we're
Cross-examination, recross-examination of the last witness unless it's to address the court on specific.
Okay.
hold on.
What do you want to tell me, Mr. Leslie?
All right.
Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. I need to put on evidence gloves.
For some reason, that just sounds funny to me. Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. I need to put on evidence gloves for this. It's going to get gross.
Your Honor, the defense moves for a mistrial with prejudice
Yes.
based upon intentional misconduct that just occurred before the court and for the jury.
Hell yeah!
And
Get
what
him,
I'd like
Alessi.
to do, Your Honor, this regards the hoodie. In this regards, questioning and representations and questioning by Mr. Brennan. And what I'd like to
Let's go.
and need to do, Your Honor, is to have 2 documents marked as exhibits, and then I am going to use Exhibit 88, which is an evidence, which is the hoodie, which is why I'm putting on the evidence gloves, and it will become quite obvious very shortly what the issues are.
All right, so what are the things that you want to have marked?
Mocked.
What I would like to have marked what I would like to have marked, the first document, and I want to get the specific title. These 2 documents are from the criminalist's file, specifically Ms. Maureen Hartnett's notes regarding cuttings from the hoodie sweatshirt that's in the crime lab file folder.
Okay.
So the first is the back of the hoodie. So with Your Honor's permission, I would have that marked for identification.
Exhibit YYY for ID.
Amazing. Let's go.
And may I see that, please? Okay.
That is the back of the hoodie, Your Honor. And if I could please have the next marked in order exhibit for identification.
Exhibit ZZZ. for
Make this good.
identification.
Jury, neurotic jury would not be in here. This is not in front of the jury.
give me a minute to read this, Mr. Leslie.
Yes, Your Honor.
So is it that there are no holes in the back? There were no holes in the back of the sweatshirt?
That's only part of it, but that is in fact the case, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hank Brennan asked questions that misrepresented the facts before the jury.
I can't tell entirely from ZZZ, but if that's your argument, why, for identification appears to support that.
Your Honor, may I have the exhibits marked for identification back for my argument?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, what we just saw is Attorney Brennan question Dr. Wolf with regard to the hoodie sweatshirt that heretofore has been in the plastic casing for trial. And this is the, what happened was Attorney Brennan held up the casing with the hoodie sweatshirt, went to the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. First point to note, Mr. Brennan did not show Mr. Jackson the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, didn't give Mr. Jackson an opportunity to look at it.
Can I just ask a question? I noticed that it was over here at the witness stand this morning, so I assumed everyone was aware that something was going to happen.
Oh, you just
with it.
assumed
Is that
that?
not the case, Mr. Jackson?
That is not.
Okay.
First time I realized that line
Okay.
of question was going to be asked was Mr. Brennan casing.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, to do it in order, Mr. Brennan takes the hoodie sweatshirt in the casing, without notice, shows it to Dr. Wolf, and shows the back of the hoodie, which has certain holes, and I'm going to limit calling them holes to do this chronologically. I'm going to refer to exactly what they are in moments.
Okay, so I need to see it. I know you've got gloves on. Where is it right now? It would help me
It's
if
in
you
my
held it
bed.
up for me now,
Absolutely, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Leslie.
So, here is the back
Okay.
of the hoodie.
Wouldn't it be awesome if they got the mistrial motion
It's very
right now?
obvious that these are cutting holes cut by the criminalist. And I'm going to get to this, back to this in a moment. But I would like to do it, and certainly entertain any of Your Honor's questions, but in a logical order.
Sure, so I'm not, what about the jurors and lunch? How long do you think this will be?
I think this will take about 10 to 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to get the flow back going here in the logic. So, and I'll do it quickly. So Mr. Brennan grabs the hoodie sweatshirt inside the casing, doesn't show it to Attorney Jackson, goes up, we have no idea that this was going to happen, goes up, confronts the witness, Dr. Wolf, shows the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, to my knowledge, the first time the back has been referenced of the hoodie sweatshirt, shows Dr. Wolf, confronts him and basically says, couldn't these holes be caused, and I'm paraphrasing, from a fall backwards? Obviously positing in the juror's mind after, remember, we just saw all kinds of videos with regard to Rescue Randy and impact at 24, 29 miles an hour, more aptly 29 miles per hour, and damage to the hoodie, etc. So what then happens is Dr. Wolf is asked a series of questions, very much with the indication that somehow, in the clear implication, that these holes are being caused by road rash, and that the holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, could have been or likely were caused with regard to some type of impact. Clearly presented to the jurors with that in mind in that questioning. Here is the basis for the mistrial with prejudice. Those holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt are clearly, unequivocally, without doubt, caused nothing to do with any type of event on or about January 29, 2022.
So do you have something you said, when you said obviously cut by the criminalist, do you have something that shows that chart that I couldn't understand quickly? Is it on that? Does
Yes,
that do
Your
the
Honor.
back?
What
Okay.
we have is two documents to show that.
Right, so the second one, when was that provided?
Hey, what's up, Rita?
These,
How you doing, girl?
when you say provided, you
Nice to
mean
see
with
you.
regard to when did the defense get these in
Yes.
a discovery? Let me get the date, Your Honor.
Sure.
Notice of discovery, May 2023.
Okay, thank you.
And I will note, exhibit why. The only, I believe, I'm holding up why, which is the back of the hoodie, I believe is the only one, to my knowledge, not put into evidence. Not turned into evidence. This is the one that it clearly shows the hoodie before the criminalist started her work with the cuts. There are no cuts to why, and if we need to, we'll bring Ms. Hartnett in to confirm.
All right, so is ZZZ in evidence?
ZZZ is not in evidence, and that is part of the basis for the mistrial.
There we go.
It is no coincidence that these two documents are not in evidence, because if they were in evidence, they would clearly have prevented the stunt that we just saw occur with regard to Dr. Wolf. So that is part of the intentional misconduct, Your Honor, is these are documents from the criminalist's file. It's the Commonwealth's documents. And it is very clear when you go to Exhibit ZZZ,
Top. Damn, got it
the
wrong.
cuts that the criminalist made to the back of the hoodie are specified.
So where on that? Because when I quickly looked at it, I didn't see it. What does it say? Go ahead and read it to me, please.
It's item number 7. I'll read it from the top. LIMS 22-2184. Analyst MSH, which is the initials for Ms. Hartnett. Dates: May 11, 2022, May 12, 2023, and then May 18, 2023. And what she does is she's got the...
You know what? Can you bring it up to me, please?
I certainly can, Your Honor. And I can conduct my argument from right here if that helps, Your Honor.
I just want to see, point out to me where it says, where it shows the back.
This is the back. So you can see the back of the hoodie. That's the back of the hoodie head. And then you can see the variations.
Yell at her right there, Alessi. That'd be awesome. Your Honor!
Mr. Brennan, you should come up and look at this as well.
Thank you.
And I'm
So Mr. Leslie's date?
yes.
All right, so this is why
Why would Brendan need to go up and look? He knows exactly what he did.
Can I get the labeled cuts? Pardon me? The labeled cuts. Right, but if I can, Your Honor, I want to clarify this. Yes, are you willing just one? Let me just make sure I get...
Mr. Jackson, it says exterior front, what Mr. Alessi was pointing me to.
Well, yes, it may have printed the wrong page. I can do it, but Mr. Wolf, can you print the back? And then, Your Honor, are you comfortable using the computer at the back? Because I think we just had the wrong one.
We need to mark it, though.
Understood. We will. He's printing it right now.
Johnny boy, what did you miss? Right now, we're in the middle of a motion for mistrial with prejudice from Alessi, Karen Reed's defense team, obviously. The allegation is that Hank Brennan improperly presented
We wanted to have the front
the sweatshirt
and
of
the
John
back
O'Keefe
show all
to the
the
jury
touches,
prior
but
to it being
what only
entered into
printed out
evidence.
was the front. We are now
And prior
printing the
to-
back. Your Honor is correct.
Prior to this report being entered into evidence. Johnny boy, I do agree. I believe it will be denied, but it's, they have to preserve the record. They have to preserve potential appeals. And the way you do it is to go through this motion. But I think this is, the jury's not in the room, so it doesn't matter. What the, it'd be nice if that would come back. It matters to the notions of justice and fair play in the courts. To see them raise the issue, to see them have the issue shut down, of course, will be important. And when they are shut down, people will watch and go, okay, wait.
Your Honor, I'm advised it'll take 2 minutes because
All right, so go ahead with your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, the jitteriness is pissing me off.
So, Your Honor, what is being printed is which we will mark, will be the front of the hoodie. The purpose of Exhibit ZZZ and the one that is being printed is to show and to give the court, and we're going to request to give to the jury the complete picture and the complete true story about these holes in the hoodie that were presented as if they were caused in some manner by something else other than the
So
criminals.
that seems perfectly reasonable, and I'd be inclined to do that.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. And here is the reason for the motion for a mistrial with prejudice. On its own, to do this.
She just basically told him
And
she's
you
not going
put
to prove the
together
mistrial.
all of the parts of what just occurred. You start with the fact that the
Michael, you can cover
start
this
with
on
the
your
fact,
case in chief. Don't worry about it.
and if I could, Your Honor, now that I have it yet marked so I can then refer to it.
Intentional misconduct by the prosecutor doesn't matter.
Print extra copies too, so I can have my own copy.
Absolutely.
And for the Commonwealth to see.
And I'm going to show the Commonwealth what I just printed.
She grants it with the stream legs out. Here, I can guarantee that she actually grants the motion by going online and tweeting that there's no way she does. Here, I'll try it. My support for Karen Reed is strong. I'm willing to be wrong just for her.
Sure. And here's another document, chain of custody document. Well, Mr. Brenner's reviewing that. We may head to Madam Court Reporter, the chain of custody document for these, and ask that be marked as the next exhibit in order.
Okay.
And then with Your Honor's permission, I would have Madam Court Reporter hand them both up to Your Honor so
Sure.
Your Honor can see what I'm referencing.
Thank you.
Exhibit BBB for ID.
Thank you.
Here it is. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Do you need this, Mr. Leslie?
I do not need. Okay, so Your Honor, I now have enough copies for Your Honor and for the Commonwealth.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
So if I could have one set, that would be great. Yeah, Your Honor. Thank you.
I still do not have ZZZ.
How do you not have it? What are you even doing? Have you tried? Have you tried having it?
All right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lessie.
So, Your Honor, to do this quickly chronologically, so we have a hoodie sweatshirt that was brought into the criminalist, Ms. Hartnett, with the back of the hoodie with no holes on it. The criminalist makes cuts to the back of the hoodie, makes cuts to the front of the hoodie. The exhibit, Your Honor, depicts those. There's a chain of custody document that describes the chain of custody for the hoodie and the cuts in the chronology. And of course, we have Exhibit 88, which is the hoodie. So, what Mr. Brennan did, and I'm now pulling Exhibit 88, he holds up the back of the hoodie, which has cuts in the back from the criminalist, somebody from the Commonwealth, a witness in this case, Ms. Hartnett, she's testified, and Mr. Brennan has indicated he wants her to come back and testify, which we welcome. And now what we have is we have
Be
holes
welcome, assuming
in
you
the back
won't
of
get
the
the
sweatshirt that were
Mistrial.
dramatically held up to and confronted with Dr. Wolf, and then the jury sees it. With the clear, unmistakable, purposeful intention of having the jury conclude that these holes could have come from events on January 29th of 2022, when in fact the Commonwealth well knows from its own documents, from its own criminal list, that those holes in the back were caused by their criminalist as part of their examination and sampling of the hoodie. What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that?
Kidnapping the jurors' families.
More important that never occurred. That's the topic before some of the most significant and probative witnesses in this trial, that the Commonwealth has been attacked. The most opportune, sensitive time to pull this stuff. This is irremediable. This is the case. There was any collision at all. On its own, a mistrial with prejudice. But I, Peter, go into other than to reference, this comes on just mere days after the Commonwealth raised the specter of absence of DNA on the same hoodie sweatshirt without having the criminalist, Ms. Kuhn from UC Davis come in. I know Your Honor already ruled on that.
Right,
and
so let's move along from that.
Right, that's what, and I'm going to come back to this. Why is this occurring, Your Honor? Why is this happening? The Commonwealth
Think
has
your
no
laptop's hot enough
case.
to cook your lunch?
They have no
It's not so
collision.
bad,
They
actually.
are desperate and are trying to create evidence of specters of collision where the evidence doesn't support it. So what have we come to? We've come to the manufacture of evidence. We've come to, incredibly, taking a hoodie, a key piece of evidence in this case, and holding up to Dr. Wolf, the ARCA expert, to try to make it seem like Dr. Wolf didn't do his job. You didn't account for these holes. How could you be a credible accident reconstructionist when you talk about some holes, but you don't talk about these holes? Knowing all along the holes that Attorney Brennan is trying to impeach Dr. Wolf on were caused by the Commonwealth's own criminalists as part of sampling.
It's pretty
I
shitty.
don't believe one could come up with more misleading, misdirecting,
It's pretty shitty to do, Hank.
elucidation of testimony than this on the key issue in the case. We have irrefutable, objective evidence, and I will state that it's more than interesting that none of these exhibits that Your Honor now has marked for identification were put in evidence by the Commonwealth. Isn't it some coincidence that these are the one, and the only one of the, with regard to the hoodie, the back of it's not in, all of the rest of them are, but these aren't. Your Honor, I think there is one and only one conclusion, in that this is
misconduct.
intentional, that it is a matter of such significance and of such misconduct and intentional that it merits the sanction of a mistrial with prejudice. The amount of effort, the amount of work, I can't even begin to think to remedy this in front of the jury, to go backwards on this. That should not befall the defense. That should befall the prosecution. Ms. Reed, again, is entitled, like every other defendant in this wonderful Commonwealth, to a fair trial. The prosecution is supposed to be held to a higher standard, to do justice, to create a fair trial. This is the antithesis of a fair trial. Miss Reed's rights under the Constitution and the Declaration of Rights have once again been trampled on, and it is becoming evidently clear the more desperate the prosecution gets because it can't prove its theory, including its own medical examiner can't support them, that they're now resorting to conduct like this. Your Honor, at some point, this has to come to an end. At some point, Ms. Reed's rights have to be protected. At some point, confidence in the judicial system, the public's confidence in the judicial system, that prosecutors will conduct themselves with their duty to present a fair trial. That has to be enforced at some point for Ms. Reed to receive the fair trial that she and every other defendant in this Commonwealth is entitled to.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, my brief review of the lab paperwork and looking at the hoodie, it appears that I made a mistake.
Oh, made a mistake.
And so I think what should happen is there should be a curative instruction. There should be a stipulation. The court should instruct the jury that during Mr. Brennan's cross-examination, he asked Dr. Wolf about holes on the sweatshirt or holes on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. The parties agree the holes were made by a crime lab technician. This was done inadvertently but should not have been asked. The court should strike the questions and the answers.
Amazing. I
And you
didn't
should
try to
instruct the
ask
jury
these
to
questions.
completely
Fuck you.
disregard any questions or answers about the holes in the back of the sweatshirt. And the court should allow the defense to introduce the lab paperwork.
All right.
Oh, I'll just compromise on this other evidentiary
So-
issue.
I'm not going to allow the mistrial motion, Mr. Alessi. What I'm going to do is instruct the jurors. I'm going to put in what's been marked for identification, Y, Z, A, and B. 4 of each letters. I'm going to put all these into evidence. They can be displayed for the jury, and I'm going to instruct the jury that during the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr.
Unreal.
Brennan asked him
Unfucking real.
about holes in the back of the sweatshirt and whether or not they perhaps could
There's
have
no way the
come
jury's
from
going to follow the
events
curative instruction.
implying
They're
or
not going
something
to.
like
They're going to be
this.
like, what are they talking about?
I instruct you, you are not permitted to draw any inference that these could have come from the events of January 29th, 20.
How about the inference that Dr.
22.
Wolf has less credibility than he has?
I instruct you
which
further
is,
that those holes were made
which
by
is
the criminalist
the entire
Ms.
purpose
Ms.
that Hank
Harnett
had.
during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on, I just put the dates aside. Chrissy, can I see those, please? It's unclear for me. Do you have a better idea, Mr. Alessi, what day these were done? Is it all of those 3 days? Now I see a fourth day. 5/11, no, I'm sorry, 5/11, 5/12, 5/11, 2022, 5/12, 2023, and 6/18, 2023. Those are the 3 dates?
Your Honor, on or about May 18th, when the defense filed a motion to test. So that's the probative date.
So May 18th?
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
And that's 2023.
Yep. All right. That's what I'm going to do. Is there anything further you want me to include in the instruction? Your rights are saved regarding the mistrial. I disagree with you on that.
Your Honor, I'm not going to go any more into the argument, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide perhaps some further instructions for Your Honor.
So I'll hear you. Go ahead.
So the first, Your Honor, is with regard to
You have to try and cure this with words. You can't.
one, I would
You can't cure
like
that impression with
the
words.
opportunity to have the hoodie sweatshirt held up. Because that's what
Okay.
happened.
Yes.
in
Yes.
these holes in the
Yes.
back.
Yes.
Thank you. So that's number one as part of the stipulation. And then
I'm not wording it as a stipulation, and I'm not saying it was inadvertent. I am giving an instruction that they cannot consider it for this purpose, and I am allowing these to be placed
They need
into
to
evidence.
file
So
for an
it's
immediate
not
appeal,
a stipulation.
a
It's
mandamus if
from
necessary
me,
on this.
which I think is more forceful.
Because she just said she's not giving an instruction that it was inadvertent. Okay, so it's intentional misconduct. Mistrial.
with regard to the matter Your Honor said they're not to take an inference, I would respectfully request that this be handled just like Your Honor did with regard to the rock at 34 Fairview. Your Honor said that rock wasn't present, on or about the time of event.
So I do say that when I say Ms. Harnett did this. So rewording it just a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt. I instruct you that you are not permitted to draw any inference that those holes were a result of the events on
This is
January 29th.
unreal. It's so
All right,
frustrating.
this is what I'm going to say. So if you're not going to listen to it, that's fine. I've already said it. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Wow.
It's what I said, Mr. Alessi.
Bev is such a sad bitch.
Okay. All right. So it's what I said, Mr. Alessi. I instruct you that you're not permitted to draw an inference that the holes came from the events of January 29, 2025, 5. Those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on May 18, 2023.
Is it possible, Your Honor, last comment, to instead of not drawing inference, but you should conclude that these holes were not present in the hoodie sweatshirt. They were caused by the criminalist.
So I can just leave that all out then, and just say, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf.
Just leave it all out. So she
about the
punishes
holes in
him.
the sweatshirt. I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt on May 18th. It's probably neater that way anyway. All right, let's bring him in, please.
Judge, just as a housekeeping matter, the sweatshirt has been taken out of the plastic sheet, and it might need to be remarked. The plastic sheeting was marked, but if we're going to put it into a bag or something like that, we might need to have it marked. But we don't need to do that right this second.
May I approach Mr. McDermott with exhibit
Yes.
This is, thank you. See, this is the problem, right? The state wields all the power here, and the state acted blatantly, openly unfair. Openly unfair to the defense. Something that cannot be remedied is the impression that may have been given to the jury about the thoroughness of Dr. Wolf's work. That's not even being addressed in the instruction. And the state knew this. They knew it when they did it.
Mr. Alessi, you're simply going to stand and hold the sweatshirt, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Counsel, this is exhibit 220.
They should be allowed to stand up and flagrantly say the state lied about this just moments ago.
No, I want you to hold it up with the back.
Would you like me to start?
You do that first, and then I'll give the instruction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, why don't you just, where are you going to stand?
Pardon me?
Where are you going to stand?
I would suggest, Your Honor, right about here.
All right? So you can stand there, you can hold it
How
up.
are people
then I'm gonna
supposed to
ask you
have
put
any
it down,
trust
And then I'll give the instruction.
in the judicial system? This is what you face.
Or the court officer to turn.
Yes.
You face
Court
an
officer.
impossible
Bear with me
fight.
a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to put on the record.
All right, then we will take the luncheon recess. When we come back, we'll have the voir dire. Or actually, is Dr. Lapisada here?
She's here. She's on next. I'm going to call
For just the measurements?
Amy, it either has to be the judge in the room, in the courtroom, sanctioning via contempt of court or other available sanctions, or the Board of Ethics, whoever it is in whatever state.
Well, I say it, and I'm going to tell her what they are, so.
The one Marrero says, in your opinion, who do you believe is winning this trial so far? And do you think Karen Reed is innocent to begin with? I don't know if I believe that Karen Reed's innocent. I believe the state has not presented a case beyond a reasonable doubt to convict her. So I believe she should be found not guilty currently. I don't foresee that opinion changing, but it's possible. As for who's winning this trial so far, I think it's probably a split. I think it's a mistrial again.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right. Jurors, I appreciate your patience. Mr. Alessi, why don't you hold the exhibit up for the jurors, please? All right, jurors, that's the back of the sweatshirt that was shown to Dr. Wolf. Okay, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and put it back in the bag? So, jurors, I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Harnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt back on May 18th, 2023. Okay? So, I know your lunches are here, but I think we'll, Mr. Yannetti, your next witness, please.
John Kinetic.
Seeing Hank eat humble pie was kind of nice. I made a mistake. No, you didn't. That's the most fucking frustrating thing. Wow, sorry I screwed up. Imagine if the defense did that. They would be sanctioned and reamed and hollowed out by Bev. She'd be on a moralizing grandstand telling them how shitty they were for that.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Who's this guy?
Go ahead, Mr. Yannetti, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is John Tedeman. It's Tedeman.
Do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I am a private investigator.
Do you work for someone else, or do you have your own firm?
I have my own firm.
What is the name?
Forum Investigations.
And that's F-O-R-U-M?
Correct.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about your education and work history. You're from this area?
Yes, Boston proper.
I'm sorry?
Yes, from Boston.
Where did you attend high school?
The Roxbury Latin School.
When did you graduate?
1996.
Where did you go to college?
I went to Princeton University.
What year did you graduate?
2000.
What did you do after graduation from Princeton University?
I became a federal agent.
Where?
The agency or the location?
Oh, I meant the location, sorry.
I started out in Los Angeles, and then I was back in Boston.
And what years were you a federal agent in Boston and Los Angeles?
2002 through 2008.
And what agency did you work for?
I worked for the Inspector General for the Social Security Administration, Office of Investigations.
And what type of work did you do in terms of investigations?
We did fraud investigations, identity theft, credit card fraud, fugitive operations, all sorts of things, anything involving a Social Security number, basically.
And why did you leave in 2008?
I went to law school.
Where?
Suffolk.
What year did you graduate from Suffolk Law School?
2013.
And what did you do after graduation from Suffolk Law School?
I've had a small solo law practice and worked as a real estate broker.
And what type of law did you practice?
Mostly real estate law.
When did you start Forum Investigations?
In April of 2024.
Are you still practicing as a lawyer?
Not very much, no. I still have my license, but my bar card, but I don't practice much.
All right. How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted by somebody from your office last Tuesday, I believe, the 3rd.
Okay. And was it explained to you why you were brought in at this late juncture?
Yes, it was explained that there was another investigator who had a health issue and would not be able to testify. So would I be able to help out with a small assignment?
All right. And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to travel to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take some measurements and photographs.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes.
When did you go?
On June 3rd. I believe I arrived about 5:30 at 34 Fairview.
Okay. And when you say June 3rd, we are talking about last week,
Yes,
correct?
last week, yes.
Whom did you see when you got there?
One of the homeowners, an older gentleman, greeted me when I pulled in the driveway.
All right. And it was not the Albert family, correct?
It was not.
Did that individual give you permission to enter onto the property?
He did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought an iPhone as a camera, and I brought a wheeled measuring device.
All right, and can you describe what a wheeled measuring device is?
Yeah, it's like a handle with 2 wheels at the bottom, and in the middle there's like a little odometer that measures feet and inches.
Okay. And if we could, Mr. Wolk, could we display the photo of the front of 34 Fairview that's already in evidence with the court's permission?
Yes.
And what exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolk? 46. Do you see Exhibit 46 on the screen, sir?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
When you got to 34 Fairview Road in Canton on June 3rd, did you make note of the various entrances to the residence on the front, from the front of the house?
I did.
Could you describe those for the jury?
Yes, on the left side center of the building, there's what I would call the front door, up those 4 steps, I guess. Then,
oh, let me get out of the way. My bad.
Look farther to the right, there at the end of the main building, there's another door, which I guess is the second front door or side door.
And with regard to that door, is it fair to say that faces outward, faces toward the road?
It does. It faces directly towards the road.
Okay, continue, please.
And then past that to the right, there are the windows, and then if you can see the little red line, that is a side door that goes into the garage. Yes, right there.
It's been highlighted there?
Yes.
Okay. And then there are obviously the 2 garage doors.
Then the 2 garage car doors, yes.
4 cars to enter. Okay.
Yes.
We can take that down.
The yard's probably all ripped up from,
may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
still from all the fucking activity.
Hi, Nicholas. Testing 1, 2, 3. Micropinwall.
What's up,
Sorry,
Cookie? How you doing?
Photograph in front of you. Do you
what?
Can you identify that for the jury?
Yes, that appears to be a photograph that I took of the side front door, the secondary front door, the garage door, and the 2 car doors to the garage.
Okay. Particularly with regard to the side pedestrian entrance into the garage, the red door that you identified in the previous exhibit. Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the layout of the house in terms of the outside and the entrances that you've previously testified to?
Yes, it does.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, can I see those, please, sir?
I want to be heard. I want to be heard. You don't get to be heard, Hank. Literal cheater. God, what a scumbag. God, fucking hate. I hate the state, man. What they get to do, the shit that they get away with, it's unreal. Just a reminder, you can participate and add your own commentary by going to supertip.gg/RL. You're welcome to add commentary in whatever the voices we have available. We have a whole bunch of them. We got more coming. Steve C., yes, of course she denied it. Not a super big surprise. Judges don't like to declare mistrials, although I think this one was merited. I agree with what Alessi said. There's no way to remediate it. It's not possible. You'll give me a super tip? Prove it, Mr. Short Bus. I don't hate them enough. You are unaware of the depths of my hatred. They're boundless. They're boundless and deep. Wait, depths and deep isn't interesting. That's not an interesting combination. Oh my goodness. Bev is going to look pretty shitty if she just blows this off. She did. She already blew it off. She agreed that she'll give a corrective or a curative instruction, which I believe will come after the lunch break. Looks like they're going to go into the lunch break really soon here. Just as a warning / reminder, thank you to everybody who's here. We've been doing a little bit of alternative research during the lunch breaks of these shows that isn't always related to this case. I will recap what's been going on for the day. I'm going to recap that mistrial argument just so it's clear. I want people to clearly understand what happened. So I'll recap that once we go into the lunch break. But then after we do our little recap and catch up for the day, and we know what's going on, we're going to watch Kurt live streaming the Eeyore birthday party in Austin that he went to. I can't think of anything else I'd rather watch for the day, honestly. I mean, this trial is interesting and lovely, but watching Kurt at Eeyore's birthday party in Austin, Texas, there's so much room for entertainment in that video. Like, first of all, you're in Austin, which is populated entirely by weirdos. Then you're at Eeyore's birthday party, which is worse because these are the creme de la creme of the weirdos concentrating themselves into one space. And third, it's filmed and narrated by Kurt. It can't be funny. Like, the potential is there. I don't know if it's actually funny, but it's got all the makings of a great video. So, who is Eeyore? Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, the donkey with the tail that's pinned on, that is sad about everything. Many people being just me and my multiple egos, have suggested that Kurt is the Eeyore of LawTube and YouTube in general. It fits his personality so perfectly, and to have him go to Eeyore's birthday is poetic. I cannot wait to watch it.
I got your super tip right here with extra broth of butter from Kurt's Micropeen.
We need all the brother butter we can handle. That's 10 on the Micropeen counter. I don't know why every time I go to update the banner now, the video goes away, but I'll fix it in just a second. Well, I assume it goes away for you guys until I do, something like that and bring it back. Every time I update the Micropeen counter.
Mr. Wolf, whenever you're ready, if you can display that portion.
How many wolves are there? There's Mr. Wolf, there's Dr. Wolf, and there's Dr. Wolf in this case. It's too many wolves just running around willy-nilly like they own the place.
Do you see what has been?
So I'm going to ask you to take that down. Folks, we're going to take the luncheon break.
Oh, she does not like what just happened. That was weird. That seemed very hasty. Why would you do that? What's wrong there, Bev?
All right, so we'll fix that during the luncheon break, Ms. Giannetti, to what I said. All right, so can we get Dr. Laposada in here? We'll do a very brief voir dire of her.
Okay, we've got a brief voir dire. Dr. Laposada. Hopefully, it is actually brief. They've voir dire her in just a couple minutes because I have a 40-minute Kurt video, and Bev, I cannot have you getting in my way. I need it. If we can't finish the Kurt video during this lunch break, we will of course finish it after the trial's over.
And you're going to step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you have in court in case you have the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
We're going to do a brief voir dire, okay?
No problem.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson, foundation on just those 2 points, please. Sure.
Swamp Bear X, we are not back on the desktop now. I'm going to install the cooler tonight, this afternoon or whatever.
Your Honor, for purposes of expediting, does the court wish for me to go through the foundation of the doctor's education, training, and background and experience, which is going to take a minute?
Yeah, no, just focus on the foundation for the dog bites and focus on the foundation for what's been termed to be perhaps biomechanical engineering evidence. Those 2 areas. And if there is support or methodology in Dr. La-Posada's resume to point to exactly where that is. Okay? And I expect this whole voir dire should take no more than 15 minutes.
I'll do my best, Your Honor. Doctor, could you please state your name for the record? Spell your last name into the record, please.
Yes, Dr. Elizabeth La-Posada. That's spelled L-A-P-O-S-A-T-A.
I love when they go after a doctor and their credentials.
I'm a medical doctor subspecializing in forensic pathology.
Dr. La-Posada, I'm going to move very, very quickly past the bulk
Her credentials
of
are
your
going to be
training and
spotless.
experience
It's going to be
over
great.
decades. I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions. Where did you get your medical degree?
University of Maryland School of Medicine.
And do you have any subordinate degrees to your medical degree?
Doctors go to school long enough for their degrees to have
certifications in
degrees.
anatomic and forensic pathology.
Usually multiple fields of
How long
study.
have you had those board certifications?
And they're highly specialized.
Like 35, 40 years.
Have you ever worked as a medical examiner in
It was
any
like
capacity?
40 years.
Yes, I have.
Have you ever worked as a chief medical examiner for any agency or governmental agency or state?
Yes, I have.
Describe that for the court, please.
I was a chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for 12 years.
How many autopsies would you say in general that you have conducted yourself?
Over 3,000.
How many autopsies in your experience as a supervisor in one capacity or another would you say you've supervised over your tenure?
Over 7,000.
Of those 7,000 that you have supervised, have any of those dealt with motor vehicle incidents?
Many.
Have any of those dealt with motor vehicle and pedestrian incidents?
Many.
Give me an idea, if you have a number in mind, how many motor vehicle pedestrian autopsies you have been involved with, either directly or from a supervisory standpoint.
Hundreds, over 500 at least.
Do you have a significant background and training in the cause and manner of death?
Yes, I do.
Is that the main goal or the main job or duty performed by a medical examiner?
Yes, it is.
Is it also significant in terms of supervising other subordinate medical examiners who may work under your charge?
Yes, you have to make sure they're doing it right.
Is there a methodology that you have employed and that is standard in the industry to employ, including differential diagnoses and inferential thinking in terms of coming to conclusions related to manner and cause of death?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the court in brief, please? I know you probably have a very lengthy explanation. Okay. Do it as briefly as you can, with being as succinct as you can.
Certainly. To determine cause of manner and death, we look at scene investigation, autopsy findings, police and witness statements, and medical history. And using that information, we come up with a differential diagnosis or a list of things that might have happened to that person to cause them to die. And from that list, then we see where all the science and all the data, which one
They
it
automatically
supports.
put pizza
So we looked
casserole
at,
on every Texas
several
diagnosis.
different things. I always told my staff, I said, how can we be wrong? What else could this be? So you have to make what in medicine is called a differential diagnosis and then see what the facts support.
Did you employ a differential diagnosis in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have to be at the scene in order to understand or analyze information that you get in a police report or photographs or things of that nature?
No, that we use the police
Yeah, that breathing was a little much, wasn't it?
scene investigation, crime lab reports, photographs taken by the crime lab, by the police at the scene.
Oh, Chad,
Have you
if someone
qualified as
could
a
help spaghetti nips
expert
out.
forensic and anatomical pathologist in other courts in Massachusetts and
Explain
other
to them
states?
what pizza casserole
I
is, it'd be
have.
great.
Approximately how many times would you say you've qualified?
Hundreds?
I want to talk for a specific for a second about a specific area of interest for the court. Were you provided information and photographs of John O'Keefe's arm and his arm injuries included with the rest of the autopsy information that you received?
Yes.
Were you asked to make a determination about the nature of the wounds specific to his right arm? I know that there's other injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, but I'd like to relegate your attention to the right arm.
Yes, absolutely. That's what the forensic pathologist does.
Without telling me what your opinion was, were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion about the source of those injuries?
Yes, I was.
What methodology did you employ to come to that opinion or conclusion, or those opinions and conclusions?
My experience and knowledge and training, along with the appearance of the wounds on the right arm, which fit a pattern, and then knowing that it fits a pattern, then I can try to look for, okay, what is the item that caused this pattern? And that would be part of the differential diagnosis that I've used for many, many years in making diagnoses and determinations.
Have you ever been trained in pattern recognition?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Oh, as a forensic pathologist and medical examiner, a large amount of our work has to do with recognizing pattern injuries, because that's so important, because it gives us an idea of what might have caused that injury. And then that's clearly of a lot of importance to the police and the investigators as they're trying then to say, well, what could have caused that injury? And so the forensic pathologist could say, well, I think it was X or Y. Then they can carry out their investigation armed with that information as to what might have caused the injury on the body.
Is there such a thing in the world of pathologists as medical literature or academic literature that deals with pattern recognition?
Yes.
Are you familiar with some or most of those publications?
Absolutely.
Have you ever yourself taught classes on pattern recognition?
Yes.
At what level? High school, graduate school,
At
medical
the
school?
medical school level.
How often have you taught courses on pattern recognition?
Oh, at least a handful.
When was the last time you taught a course in pattern recognition?
Let's see, last month.
Do any of the courses that you've either taken, well, let's take them one at a time. Have any of the courses that you've ever taken dealt with wound pattern recognition as it relates to animal wounds?
Courses that I've taken?
That you have taken?
It's part of our basic training and understanding of a forensic pathologist. The board exams we take test for that. Those injuries are described in our basic forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. They appear continually in our medical and scientific journals.
Is that an important skill set to develop?
It's almost
wound
like
pattern recognition as
animal
it pertains
wounds
to
are
animals
common.
As a forensic pathologist.
Absolutely.
Do any of those academic courses that you've either taken or reference works that you just referred to, do any of those deal with dog bites and claw marks specifically?
Oh, yes, they do.
In the courses that you have taught related to wound pattern recognition, have you ever taught on the subject of dog bite wounds and the recognition of dog bite wounds?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you did that?
Let's see, it would be in the course in the medical school. Would have been several years ago.
Doctor, with regard to staying with dog bite wounds specifically, have you ever performed an autopsy that specifically dealt with dog bite wounds, known dog bite wounds?
Yes.
So you've seen them in person?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been qualified in any court in the land, state or federal court, on the issue of wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites?
Yes.
When was that?
The last one I can recall was a federal case involving questions of a police dog.
Did you engage, in that case, did you engage in a differential diagnosis to determine, in your opinion and conclusion, your expert opinion and conclusion, the source of the wounds that you saw?
Yes.
Did the court qualify you to speak on that issue in court?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, testify in furtherance of your opinions and conclusions in that case?
I did.
I want to turn for a second to motor vehicle accidents or motor vehicle incidents. Do you also, some of the same questions, have you also performed autopsies on known motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've performed an autopsy on those issues?
Hundreds, maybe even 1,000.
Is that a relatively common occurrence, as sad as it may be, motor vehicle pedestrian incidents in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it is, unfortunately.
Have you performed autopsies personally as well as supervised autopsies on motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
And what
Okay, she's
methodology
qualified.
do you
We get it. Let's
employ
go.
In furtherance of coming to opinions and conclusions regarding cause and manner of death specific to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Well, we look
Meeting
at
peanut butter and jelly
the
tacos.
Scene investigation.
Delicious.
We look at what the motor vehicle looked like. We look at hospital records, the autopsy, and then trying to understand how the injuries that the pedestrian sustained, what those mechanisms were, and how the injuries show that that person interacted with the motor
What are
vehicle.
PB&J tagos?
In
It's
doing
just,
so, in
just a
coming up
tortilla
with
with peanut butter and jelly in
injury
it.
mechanism analysis,
I mean,
is
nothing-
it important to look at and analyze the actual vehicle that is allegedly involved?
Yes, you want to look at photographs of that or see it in person.
Is that part of the normal methodology that is employed in the field?
Yes, you must look at the photographs. You must see what the vehicle looks like.
Do you also look at the other side of that handshake? In other words, look at the body of the individual that was, in your case, killed, the decedent, in order to marry the two and determine whether or not the cause and manner of death had something to do with the motor vehicle, a motor vehicle impact?
Absolutely.
Describe that for us, please. What are some of the things that you look for that's part of the normal methodology that a forensic pathologist employs?
Flour tortilla sounds
Well,
gross.
when
That new
we
way, man. It's so
examine
good.
a fatality from a motor vehicle, we want to try to understand what led up to it, how the impact occurred, and then what happened after. So we would study information about the injuries to see if we can relate them to certain pattern injuries that would be on the car. There are also evidence of transfer of energy and injuries that can result from the transfer of energy. So using the body, looking at the scene and the vehicle, understanding the motions of the vehicle and how they would have produced or would not have produced certain injuries on the body.
I'm going to take them one at a time. With regard to animal wounds or dog bites, were you able, in this case, using differential diagnoses, using inferential thinking, and using the skills that you've developed over decades of your education, training, and background, were you able to, without telling me what the conclusion is, were you able to come to a conclusion or opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm were consistent or inconsistent with a dog bite or claw marks?
I was able to come to a definite scientific conclusion.
And is that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is it consistent with the training and methodology that you've employed over decades?
It is.
I'm going to ask you the same series of questions with regard to the motor vehicle incident. Did you review the autopsy report in an effort to look at John O'Keefe's entire body and all of the injuries that he sustained, not simply his right arm?
I looked at everything.
In doing so, were you able to come to an opinion or a conclusion as to the mechanism of injury and whether or not his injuries in total were consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle incident or impact?
I was able to come to a scientific conclusion.
And without telling me what that scientific conclusion is at this point, did you employ the same methodology that you've explained to the court earlier concerning differential diagnoses, inferential thinking, and decades of training, the education, training, and background that you've described for the court in coming to your conclusions about whether or not the cause and manner of death was consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle impact?
Yes.
Your Honor, is there any area that I have not covered to the court's satisfaction since juncture?
So I'll let Mr. Brennan ask questions. I may have a couple of questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. LaPosada.
Good afternoon.
If we could start with dog bites.
Yes.
Did you have any specific training in wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
Yes, it's in our literature standard textbook. It's standard information that is needed to be a forensic pathologist.
When did you receive training regarding pattern recognition of dog bites?
Beginning when I took my board, starting in 1983.
And what did that entail?
It entailed reading literature. It entailed reading the standard forensic pathology and medicine textbooks. And it is a sub-part of understanding pattern injuries. Dog bite injuries are described in all our journals and all our standard forensic textbooks.
Other than reading about it when you were studying for your boards, did you have any practical experience where you were engaging in the field in pattern recognition analysis regarding dog bites early on?
Yes, I've had many cases where there have been dog bite injuries.
When you were studying for your boards, were you doing that, or after you completed your boards?
I'm telling you that that it's such a basic part that during studying for boards, it's a section that we study. And I, of course, had many cases since then.
Did you receive any education past reading literature for the boards, where you took classes, seminars, where it taught specifically wound pattern recognition regarding dog bites?
It's all part of wound pattern recognition. It's usually included in literature. If there are lectures about patterned injuries, it's a subset of pattern injuries like hammer injuries, like gunshot wounds, like baseball bat injuries. There's a huge number of types of patterned injuries that are part and parcel of what a medical examiner has to understand and diagnose.
Do you remember taking any specific classes or any specific training about wound pattern recognition relative to specifically dog bites?
Yes, it's in all the literature that I keep up with.
Did you take any training or did you attend any classes that involved wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
Yes, it's often included in our seminars and case reports.
Do you list any of those classes or seminars on your resume?
That I took? No.
Can you identify one of those classes, where it was, when it was, who taught it, what the name of it was regarding wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't give you a specific time and date.
Can you remember the name of the last class or seminar that you took or
Lady Darth
completed
Vader breathing
that
into the
has to do
damn
with
mic?
wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I can't recall.
Is there anything in your report that identifies any of your specific education or training on wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites?
It's in my CV. It's basic knowledge that a forensic pathologist has to have.
I will ask you about the CV, but Dr. Laposada, I just wanted to ask you about your report first. Is there anything in your report that points to any specific training
In the report that I wrote on this
in
case?
your report relative to wound pattern recognition as to dog bites? Is there anything in your report that identifies that for us?
In my report, I put together the case of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. As far as your experience, though, do you ever make any note in your report about your specific experience and training about wound pattern recognition for dog bites in your report?
No, it's not appropriate.
In your CV, is there any way you can point to us where you had specific training for wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites, where we can see that on your CV?
No, it doesn't say dog bite training specifically, no.
Do you have anything on your CV that
Holy fuck, I'm tired.
specifically talks about wound pattern recognition for animals?
Those are usually classified within other pattern recognition.
Do you have anything specific that would alert us in your CV that you've had such specific training on wound pattern recognition for animals?
Other than I've passed my board exams and have practiced for 40 years.
Have you provided a list of cases where you have testified in court specifically about wound pattern recognition of dog bites?
I don't know if I have given a list. I don't keep those kinds of lists.
You mentioned one case about law enforcement dogs in federal court. When was that case?
Several years ago.
How long would you say, if you had a guess?
How long was it ago?
Yes, please.
A couple years, around COVID time.
Did you testify in that case about law enforcement police dogs?
I testified about an individual who had injuries, and there was a question as to whether Canine Caper, who was the dog's name, inflicted any injuries on this person.
And this was in Boston federal court?
Oh my goodness, I'm tired today.
Springfield, yeah, Boston, right.
Oh.
Is there a difference between law enforcement dog bites and domestic
Okay,
dog bites?
I'll be right back.
Well,
I'm going to go
they
get a
have the same
soda.
kind of dog jaw.
Something with a shitload
So
of caffeine in
They're
it.
taught differently, obviously.
Would the wound pattern recognition be the same or different if you were looking at it from a law enforcement dog perspective or a domestic dog perspective?
The dog would be the same.
Do you have any other cases that you've testified about wound pattern recognition relative to dog bites?
I've testified in hundreds of cases. I can't say that I remember any particular ones.
Would you be able to identify any of those for us today?
No, too many.
I'll ask you about accident reconstruction experience. And I mean this respectful, you don't have a biomechanical or a biomedical engineering type background, do you?
No, I'm not a mechanical engineer.
You're not certified by ACTAR or any of those type of organizations, are you, doctor?
No, I relate the injuries on the body to the motor vehicle.
Have you ever been to a car collision scene and investigated a car collision scene firsthand?
Yes.
And when you've done that, do you have a chance to look at all of the physical materials, the properties?
Well, when I go to a scene of a motor vehicle fatality, I look at the pieces that are scattered around, I look at the body, I look at blood stain patterns, I look at damage to the car, and then the body would go back for the examination at the medical examiner's office, and there would be further examination of the scene by accident reconstructionists and examination of the automobile by specialists who could figure out what motor vehicles do. So it's a part of correlating the injuries to the vehicle.
You've never written an accident reconstruction report yourself, have you?
No, that's not what I do.
I understand. In this case, what materials did you look at? Because I don't think in your report it mentions the materials that you studied. What materials did you study as the basis for any potential opinions regarding accident reconstruction?
Well, so you would like for me to tell you everything I studied in this case?
Yes,
I have my list here. Should I read
that's fine
from
by
that?
me.
Okay. I studied the autopsy report, neuropathology report, toxicology, and associated paperwork from the medical examiner's office. I studied 104 autopsy and neuropathology photographs, 70 additional autopsy photos taken by Trooper Watson. I studied Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS run sheet. I studied the Good Samaritan medical records that also included 35 photographs of the body. I looked at evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, blue jeans, t-shirt, sweatshirt, boxers, and sneakers. I'm sorry. I looked at photographs that were taken at the crime lab of various pieces of plastic, black, red, and clear. I studied photographs of the outside of Ms. Reed's SUV as it was parked at the police garage. I studied the Canton Police incident report, about 100 photographs taken by Canton Police of the outside scene. So that gave me a very good idea of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe.
Were you involved in the case Commonwealth versus Daniel Tompkins?
Remind me about that. I've been involved in hundreds of cases.
Yes, you have. This case was in Franklin County Superior Court. It was a case where you had an opportunity to present testimony and regarding blood spatter, which you've been qualified expert for. I'm sorry.
Well, that doesn't quite say what I did, but I remember the case you're talking about.
Did you attempt, or was there an attempt to have you qualified to talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
No, I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
And do you remember whether or not there was an attempt that was denied to try to have you talk about accident reconstruction in that case?
I have no idea. I'm not an accident reconstructionist.
Okay. Do you have anything on your CV specifically that offers any background on accident reconstruction or accident reconstruction type classes or seminars?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you, Dr. LaPosada.
No, you're welcome.
So can I just ask Dr.
Yes.
LaPosada about, you said you've been involved in autopsies with dog bites.
Yes.
I'm back.
How many?
I've done thousands of cases, probably 50 or so. It's not always the cause of death. And then I've supervised maybe 75 more where that dog bites were involved in the case.
When was the last one?
Let's see, probably 2 years ago.
Okay. Any questions based on my questions? All right, you are all set. I'm going to ask you to step down, Dr. LaPosada. We'll get to you sometime this afternoon. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do want to give everybody a break, including counsel. Can we do less than 5-minute arguments on this?
Easily. Yes. Your Honor, I'll make this very brief.
Okay.
Dr. LaPosada is eminently qualified to speak to both the issue of wound pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, specifically, as well as cause and manner of death as it relates to vehicle pedestrian incidents or impacts. The doctor has an incredibly impressive resume, just a touch of which we reviewed during the course of this voir dire for her qualifications. But with regard to the dog bite specifically, she talked about the differential diagnosis that she undertakes and undertook in this case. She talks about the inferential thinking that she undertook in this case. She talks about how that is the proper methodology in the scientific community and specific to the pathology community in order to come to a determination about wounds and the source of wounds, i.e., was it a dog, was it another animal, was it another source, was it lacerations versus abrasions, things of that nature. She's obviously done, as she indicated, thousands, if not climbing real close to 10,000 autopsies that she's either supervised or that she's conducted herself. She actually has, notably, as per the court's last question, she's actually undertaken personally somewhere close to, I thought it was probably 5 autopsies herself dealing with dog bites. They're not always the cause of death, but sometimes it's attendant to the injuries that led to a different cause of death. But she's undertaken at least 50, or that's what she estimates, 50 of those autopsies herself. She's seen dog bites, she's seen dog wounds, she engages in pattern recognition. She also teaches classes on pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites, and she's eminently qualified to speak to that in this particular case. She has been able to come to an opinion and conclusion as to whether or not the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm are consistent or inconsistent with dog bites, and I expect that she would then give that opinion and conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty and to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. As it relates to her differential diagnosis and her ultimate conclusions concerning the automobile impact, obviously, many more autopsies dealing with that because it's more common. She also engaged in the exact same differential diagnosis. She has training. The subfield of, or the sub-issue of vehicle pedestrian impacts is included and subsumed within much of the medical literature that she's been taught on, going all the way back to the 1980s, dealing with her boards, and she's consistently passed her boards. She's consistently kept up with the literature. She's consistently engaged in autopsies herself, so she has firsthand training. She also trains other medical professionals, other doctors, other medical examiners, and she supervises other medical examiners. She's been the chief medical examiner for an entire state. I cannot imagine somebody more eminently qualified to talk about the 2 subjects that she's been called to talk, well, she's called to talk about several other subjects, but these 2 subjects that's before the bench right now than somebody with Dr. LaPosada's qualifications. I will submit on the voir dire that we just completed.
All right,
Your Honor.
thank you. Mr. Brennan.
I do not think that Dr. LaPosada has articulated the experience the way it's been summarized. She could not provide any specific training other than her boards and her references to literature. She could not articulate one single class or seminar that she took that pertained to differential diagnosis of dog bite injuries. She has no specific memory of having any type of experience in differential diagnosis as far as being in a training seminar or advanced education. She has the experience of a medical examiner who has seen what she believes to be dog bites in the past. She has no publications or references that she has studied the issue of differential diagnosis or pattern wound recognition relative to dog bites. If we look at the standard Dr. Russell employed, Dr. LaPosada does not have any of the merit to be an expert in dog bites. While she has taught, we did not hear about anything in particular that she has taught about specific pattern wound recognition analysis regarding dog bites. She is an experienced medical examiner, has a wealth of experience, past experience in autopsies, but she has no experience that is a basis for her as an expert in being a dog bite expert. Particularly, she mentions one case that she's testified in federal court that we've heard of today, and she has nothing whatsoever in her report or resume to establish that she has used, studied, and knows this methodology. In fact, her CV and her report don't have any basis for one to look at and see that she has any specific experience in dog bites. And so Dr. LaPosada, from the Commonwealth's perspective, should not be able to give an opinion regarding or about whether or not the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe were caused by a dog. She simply does not have the training and experience and education and methodology to make her a so-called dog bite expert. Regarding accident reconstruction, she said it best. She
Oh my
is not
God.
an accident reconstructionist. She saw some of the materials in this case, but it is a fraction of the materials in this case. She is not in a position to give an opinion whether or not the wounds are consistent with broken taillight. There is nothing we see on her CV. There's nothing we see in
No, that's
her
not the opinion she
report.
wants to
There's nothing
give.
we heard on direct
She's going to say it's
examination
from a
that
dog.
She has any experience in breaking glass, breaking plastics, and the causation of
She's
wounds.
not there to say what it
also
isn't. She's
overlooks
there to
the
say what
fact
it
that
is.
The opinion that would be offered would extend beyond just the wounds on the arm. It would extend to a general opinion that he was not involved in a collision, and that's improper. There's no predicate or basis for it. And so based on her testimony and absence of being able to provide any education or experience, she should not be able to testify about either of these two matters.
Okay, thank you.
Briefly respond.
Okay.
She was, Mr. Brennan suggests that, well, she's only been qualified in one court, federal court. The federal government, the federal judge that was handling that case, qualified her as a dog bite expert in that case. That is not a small thing. That, as a matter of fact, it's a very big thing for Dr. La Posada and her credentials. In addition, she indicated, contrary to what Mr. Brennan just suggested, she indicated that she has been training on wound pattern recognition as it pertains to dog bites for her entire career, not just when she was studying for her boards, since she's been studying for her boards. And it's been constant and consistent throughout her entire career. She's made these differential diagnoses, she's seen the autopsies, she's seen the wounds during autopsies firsthand, probably 50 or more. She's supervised another 75 or more autopsies dealing with known dog bite wounds. She has the credentials. The court will recall that, for instance, Dr. Isaac Wolf was called to testify by the Commonwealth. He had absolutely nothing, no credentials whatsoever to talk about wound pattern recognitions. He was a neurosurgeon, and yet he was allowed, over Mr. Alessi's objection, to talk about and to discuss his opinions and conclusions as to the wound pattern on the back of John O'Keefe's head. Certainly, Dr. La Posada brings much, much, much more to the table than Dr. Isaac Wolf. I'm not comparing them. They're apples and oranges. Dr. La Posada is she doesn't have to be a sole dog bite expert to be expert in dog bites. She doesn't have to be Dr. Russell. She just has to have that level of knowledge, that level of skill, that level of expertise that's beyond that of the average layperson in order to opine as an expert on a particular issue. She certainly brings that to the table as it pertains to dog bites, and I think her skill and her education, training, and background certainly speaks to the fact that she has that in spades with regard to motor vehicle pedestrian incidents.
All right.
I'll submit.
Thank you. All right, I'll get your ruling as soon as I can. So we're going to start back up at 2:20, and I expect
What's
to go
difficult
straight
about
through the
this
rest of
ruling?
the-
She's obviously qualified, obviously an expert. There's no class on this specific issue. No, there isn't one. She didn't take it because it doesn't exist. There isn't a class to take. If there was, she would be teaching it. Chris Bro, aka Mr. Platinum. Oh my God. No. No, why would you? I don't want to hear this. Fucking hell. Chris Bro, aka Mr. Platinum, says ChatGPT says there are no specific certifications or classes for specific wound recognition of dog bite. Any forensic pathologist has the training necessary for expert testimony. Yeah, and how about a chief medical examiner who's done 50 autopsies with dog bites and 75 overseen 75 additional ones? There's probably more dog bite related deaths than most people, than most people in the world will of course encounter. Much less most doctors. You have to be in a specific area of medicine to encounter these types of injuries in the first place, you have to be in some sort of trauma center, typically, or you have to be involved in like in medical examination of the deceased, like an autopsy, coroner, etc. Other than that, you're not going to see these things. They go they go to immediate trauma centers, like emergency rooms or urgent cares, I guess, maybe. Or they go to the fucking ground. They go to the death. And so that's where you're going to see them. If you're just a general family practitioner, outside of any weekends you may be on an emergency room call or something like that, you're not going to run into dog bite identification or anything like that. It's just not going to be part of your normal practice. And when you're dealing with the living, you just go in and they say, "Oh yeah, I was bit by a dog." You don't even have to recognize the patterns because they're just kind of baked into the whole thing. Okay, so I need to keep Karen's stupid window open. Damn it. The annoying thing about this is now I have to, I have to watch for the court to come back just kind of like on my own. Okay. Which is really frustrating because that means I have to keep like all these windows open in a specific way. It's just annoying. All right. Anyway, here we go. So we have a couple super tips, and then of course we have this video from Kurt that we've got to watch.
The evidence will show I have more professional integrity than Hank Brennan.
But do you have a micropene like my hanky wanky does?
Yes.
I'm going to be real, guys. This trial is like standing in line to submit documents at the IRS. Your entire life flashes through your mind. You question the choices that brought you to this point. You die.
You question the choices. You die. Yeah. It is getting a little bit old. I'm not going to lie. Here we go. All right, so this is Eeyore's birthday in Austin, Texas. Guys, ever since I found this video was sent to me, I've been waiting to watch it. John's dead. John's dead. Will there be another trial if this one gets a hung jury? It's impossible to say. All right, so brief background. Oh, wait, before we do this, I did promise to quickly recap mainly that motion for mistrial. All right, so this is, here's the motion for mistrial. Alessi stood up and dramatically offered a motion for mistrial with prejudice, an immediate motion, or for an immediate mistrial with prejudice. It is based on the fact that during Brennan's cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Brennan raised up John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, the back of which has not been entered into evidence. The front of the sweatshirt and the arms and the sleeves of the sweatshirt have, I believe, been entered into evidence through pictures. However, Hank Brennan dramatically raised up the back of the sweatshirt and showed Dr. Wolf and pointed out to the various damages on the sweatshirt itself and said, asked Dr. Wolf in an implicative manner if he had considered the rends in the fabric, the damage done to the fabric of the sweatshirt, the implication being that he had obviously not taken those into account in his analysis and what could have caused them. The implication he was also going for is that those tears in the sweatshirt fabric could have been caused by either the taillight, the impact with the SUV, or the impact with the ground after being struck by the SUV, that something had ripped open this sweatshirt. Now, this wouldn't be that big of a problem, except that the damage to the back of the sweatshirt that Hank Brennan was showing to Dr. Wolf and the jury was knowingly caused specifically by the criminologist who would take and cut parts of the shirt for various reasons. Those cuts and holes in the back of the shirt were made by the Commonwealth's witness. They're in the Commonwealth's witness report. The other part of the controversy is that the Commonwealth, specifically under the direction of Brennan, has not introduced the back of the sweatshirt prior to this. They have not actually put in the pictures from the charts about the back of the sweatshirt, which explain where the damaging cuts all came from, where they came from the Commonwealth's testing facility and the tests being done, not from the night of the injury or incident. And so therefore, what the Commonwealth did was to knowingly introduce evidence before the jury in a misleading way to do two things: have the jury draw an improper inference that the rends and tears in the fabric were caused by the alleged striking of John O'Keefe by the Lexus SUV. And second, to draw a negative inference on the report and work being done by Dr. Wolf on behalf of ARCA in light of, not factoring in these cuts in fabric in their report. But there's an obvious reason that they were not factored in, and it's because they weren't actually part of the accident. They were knowingly made, and they were documented in the evidence that that the state has not introduced yet. So unless he properly moved for an immediate mistrial with prejudice, I believe it's the right move. I believe that Bev should have granted it. I didn't think Bev would grant it, but I believe that she should. She did not grant it, of course. She has instead offered that she will work out with the defense and the state a curative instruction that she will give to the jury, where she will tell the jury to disregard what they saw. The jury probably won't even know what she's talking about by the time she gives that curative instruction. It's fantastic. It's intentional misconduct by the state. And even better, you had Hank Brennan standing up there saying, "I made a mistake. I made a mistake." But it wasn't a mistake. It was intentional. It was obviously intentional. It was done dramatically, with flair, with aplomb, and with appeal directly to the idea that these rends in the fabric were caused by the accident. When the core question of the case, of course, is, was he struck by this SUV at all? Because both of the murder theories require her to hit him with the SUV. It is the murder weapon. If they cannot prove that she struck him with the SUV, they automatically lose. It is a very shady way to deal with that. All right. That said, let's move on to fun stuff, shall we? Feel free, of course, to do super tips. I do have interrupting super tips on. It costs like an extra $10 or something if you really, really want to interrupt the show. I ask that people not interrupt the testimony, though. As long as that's not happening, I'll leave them on. If it does start interrupting testimony, I'll turn them off. But I want people to be able to like interrupt me when I'm talking, and stuff. That's the goal of that. Throw me off, make fun of me, whatever.
It's obvious the witness is qualified, but I have to spend lunch gargling Hank's tiny BBS while his micropene struggles to reach my nose.
Gross.
You and your followers are disgusting. Why you get off on making fun of a Punxsutawney Phil Fedora looking motherfucker with a mercopene and pedophile-like tendencies makes you happy, makes me sick.
Wait, who should I make fun of? I don't get it. If I'm not supposed to make fun of the gross weirdo, who am I supposed to make fun of? Why do you make this so hard? I will never apologize. I will never back down. All right, here we go. Let's see what this is like. That's loud as fuck. Hold on. What? Okay. Can you imagine being at this thing for longer than 5 seconds? How long is it? I don't know if Kurt narrates any of this. Hold on. I'm losing faith. Every bucket from every hardware store has been absconded. So I'm really sad. In his cooking video, he said they didn't have a Mayday pole, but if they did, he would have grabbed one of those. He would have grabbed the streamer by the, by the end and danced around like an idiot. It's like, man, nah, I want to see that a lot. Chris Olin says, wait, Kurt is in this. Kurt is filming this. This is Kurt's video. I'm hoping he narrates at some point. He's just walking around silently. Kurt, what is this? Why would you post this? You can't hear me over the other audio because I don't have my level set properly. Oh, that's probably true. Hold on, I'll bring it down some. There we go. This should be a little bit better. My bad. Kurt, say anything. He's just filming this. Like, are you a 58-year-old dad filming this for Facebook? What are you doing? Like, what is the purpose of this? Why would you post this on your channel? Stay away from that giant Eeyore. He looked at that Eeyore and he's like, are you gonna be my girl? Down, 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 down. Big gray hooves and a pin on tail. Look at these lines. What are they for? What? These are hour-long lines for nothing. Oh my God. What is happening?
And you ready for the weekend? That's what we doing right here.
This is why I hate going to stuff now, because there's just random people walking around like just filming everything. It's like, stop. What are you doing? There is nothing in this video. Wow, this is a huge letdown. This had all the makings to be one of the funniest videos Kurt's ever made. But there's just nothing. Wait, hold on. There's an encounter coming up. This, okay, this has the potential to be disastrous. This looks like a dangerous type of woman who he's about to talk to.
Well, how are you?
Hello.
Good. I was hoping I could talk with you for a minute.
Wait, what? Wait. I was hoping I could talk to you for a minute. For what? Why? Who are you? Hold on, I gotta make sure the trial hasn't started up. All right.
How's it going? I'm great. I'm from Channel on Civil Law. I do legal commentary. I also live here in Austin. And I thought, to wrap up my little live stream I'm doing, just showing people around, maybe you could tell my people a little bit about the history of Eeyore's birthday.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, I'm Christine. I'm the social media director for Eeyore.
See how convenient that is? We find the social media director to talk to social media.
How'd you figure that one out? Was it the ridiculously loud colors that say either come look at me or stay away, I'm poisonous? Oh. Big Mama. That's funny. Big Mama says pretty cool you can talk to a woman without getting her hooked on drugs first. Fuck. Guilty as charged. Shit. I just got fucking wrecked.
Media. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's fantastic. This is the 58th celebration.
58 of these things.
2021, so it's 58. Started in 1964. A couple of college students decided to throw the Eeyore birthday party. It was originally in East Woodsboro. It went on like that for a couple years until,
58 years of Eeyore's birthday. Wow. It's the little things in life that you didn't know existed, and they probably shouldn't exist, right? Holy God, 58 years of this shit.
Megan said to look for girls at the hardware store. Kurt misheard and thought, Eeyore.
Why was that so long?
Obviously, Brandon and Kurt should have to submit DNA that the holes in the shirt didn't come from their micropeens. I'm sure that pig DNA came from one or both of them.
Oh. Why do my cameras keep going away when I do this? All right.
Right.
Oh, it used to be for profit.
So our board of directors are a 501c3 nonprofit. Everyone here is a volunteer. All net proceeds go back to the community, so it's a really great cause. We love hosting it every year. We have kids costume contests happening right now. Adults after, sack race, egg toss bands. Eeyore's live pen is over there.
James Andrew Morrison, she's not 58. Winnie the Pooh was written in 1926, so why 58? She just said it was started in 1964 or whatever, so that's why. And I think that puts her math off by a year, but that's okay. She probably... Right there, she looks like Ric Flair on Valentine's Day. I don't know what's going on. That's an unfortunate freeze frame for her.
J10 face painting, so if you can, stop by where his does, buy a beer, get back to the
Brent McNamara says, do you think any of the kids at this event would test positive for cocaine if they took a hair follicle drug test? Statistically, 1 in 5 of them would, actually. That's a that's a global statistic on cocaine hair follicle examinations. 1 in 5 children across the entire world test positive for cocaine. It's why people don't put a ton of stock in hair follicle tests, because they don't believe that 1 in 5 children are actually using cocaine. So 1 in 5 children testing positive for it is a little bit weird and a little bit high. But to answer your question, yes, statistically 1 in 5 of them should. So probably... roughly 100 to 200 kids at the fair would test positive for cocaine. It's also Austin, so it'd probably be higher, if we're being honest.
That's awesome. And so how much money typically is raised for charities as a result of this event?
It just depends, and to be honest, I don't have that number off the top of my head.
I take a rough guess.
I don't even have a rough guess.
Okay, fair enough.
We have a treasurer, but basically...
We have a treasurer, but we don't know his name. It's just numbers.
We all nominate local nonprofits
Yeah.
that we want to give the money out to.
And how many people attend on a typical year?
We cannot track attendance because it is a free event. I will say last year I had 11,000 respondents to our Facebook event.
There you go.
So maybe 11,000, maybe more than that, but
I think more than that, but it's a lot of fun, and I was sad when they didn't hold it for the.
Plead the fifth. No, I don't believe it is 1 in 5 kids removed by CPS. I'm pretty sure it's 1 in 5 kids entirely. But you're welcome to correct me on that. But I believe that study was was not a CPS involved study or a CPS exclusive study.
2 years. That was depressing. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
yeah, what was your name?
My name's Kurt.
Hi, Kurt. Proceed.
Yeah, I live in northern Austin.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. I used to live right downtown, but it got a little expensive.
Yeah, I feel that. I live north too, so.
I live up in Cedar Park area near the mall.
Yeah.
And if people are interested in getting involved, like as a volunteer or other roles for this festival, what kind of roles are available as volunteers?
Absolutely. If you're ever interested in volunteering, go to our website, yours.org, and click on the volunteer section and sign up on our page. We need volunteers everywhere from setting up, breaking down at the end of the day, even henna face painting. You don't have to have talent. We will teach you how to do it. If you get your TABC, we'll reimburse you up to $25.
Ooh.
And you can be one of our servers. We also need ticket sales, people who work on the band stage, security, guard, RN.
Fiery Patron says, I'm Kurt. Also, I can't afford to live where I used to. Am I successfully wooing you? Oh, my God. Damn it.
A registered nurse or a paramedic or anything of the nature, we always need volunteer medics every year. So spread the word for that as well. You just sign up and we'll reach out. And the sooner you do it, the better spot you can get.
Yeah,
How many people are on the board of directors?
What is this, a fucking hardline interview?
Yeah, I've never actually totally counted. So,
social media director, Kurt.
Directors, quite a few volunteers. A lot of volunteers.
All right. Well,
Why
if you
would you-
guys need voluntary legal, let me know.
Absolutely.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Bye-bye.
So what's your name?
Get in there, Kurt.
Roman. And what's your costume?
All right, guys. So that is going to wrap up this stream.
And what's your name?
I just wanted to show you a little bit of.
What was this stream? The stream was nothing. The stream was just walking around with the camera on. You didn't have any commentary. You didn't have anything to say about any of the weird shit you were watching.
Around the area and just show you some of the goings on here at Eeyore. We might do some more stuff later. But I saw the woman in the shirt, board of directors. I'm like, aha, what a great way to end this interview.
She won
How'd
the
you
board
like
of
to talk to me,
directors.
Miss Board of Directors? Fantastic. So, got a little interview there, spontaneous interview, as I'm sure you could tell. Show you a little bit
Yes.
about the goings on. But
Yes, we could tell. You don't have the ability to talk on your feet at all. It's why I'm really worried about the prospect of you representing anyone in any court case. Like, what is going to happen the moment you're presented with an argument that you didn't anticipate? Or an answer to a question that you didn't expect? What are you going to do? You're terrible on your feet.
yeah, this is Peace Park. So you saw the main area of the park here. And then obviously the park is bigger than this. There are areas behind with walking trails and stuff like that. So if you go off into the deeper woods and the walking trails, there's people with tents out there. You know, there's lots of people with tents sitting around in the woods and
Guys, he's wearing his own shirt. He's wearing an uncivil law polo. That thing is going to eat a casserole later, right here. That maw is going to hoover up a whole mix of carbs, vegetables, and meats and grease.
stuff like that. So this
Stop
is
pointing it
the
at your
majority
mouth.
of the people here, but there are people scattered all around the park in the deep woods and doing whatever people do in the deep woods of a public park, I'm sure. So
Are you implying that do they eat do they eat a pizza casserole, or do they go out and are they having sex? Like, what is the implication? Whatever people do in the deep woods of a public park. First of all, you're in Austin. You're not in the deep woods of anything. Second of all, I mean, I'm sure there are people who have sex in the public park, right? Like, people do end up having sex just about everywhere, but it's not necessarily common. But it's Austin. I don't know. That's my sister. She lived in Austin for a long time. Be like, hey, at the Eeyore thing, do people have sex in the public park a lot? Like at the Eeyore event where children are around?
Just wrapping all that up. So I'm going to sign off for now. I'm posting more pictures on Instagram and Twitter. If you're here in the park, DM me on Twitter or Instagram. I'm wearing my Uncivil Law shirt, so it makes it a little bit easier to find me.
I look like Grimace. You can find me waddling through the park. No problem.
Hopefully. And we'll wrap it up from here. Guys, it's been a lot of fun. All right, I'll talk to you guys. And by the way, it's a beautiful day, by the way.
No, it looks
I think
terrible.
it's like 68 degrees. It's a little windy.
That's why I can't
It's a beautiful
smell
day
you through this
outside,
video
as I'm
today.
sure you can tell. It's been stormy the last couple nights. Really bad lightning storms last couple days. But so it's just really, really beautiful. Clear right now. Wonderful. You got the food
Prove it, show the
people over
sky.
there. You got your beer tents over here, which I'm about to have one. You got the drumming circle. You guys saw the drumming circle. And I'm sure every kind of pharmaceutical known to man, and probably a few that haven't been known yet. There are probably ones being invented here as we speak.
Ha! Drugs are funny.
But all kinds of good times. I'm going to go back to this.
All kinds of good times. Every pharmaceutical known to man. Drugs are hilarious.
I will talk to you later. I've been on Civil Law. Until later, my friends, I hope all's well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.
Man, that was depressing. Let's see. I was hoping for way more out of that video. Way more. Austin is the only town where I have been randomly offered drugs. I didn't buy them. This is before I'd ever done any. But I was walking through Austin with my mother, my sister, my grandmother, and Lady Rackets. Wait, no. Was Lady Rackets there? Yeah, Lady Rackets was there. And a kid came up to me. I say kid, he looked way younger than me at the time. And he said, hey, man, you want some acid? And I was like, not really. Thanks, though. That's a nice offer for you, or for me, from you. But that's the only place I've ever been like randomly offered drugs. I don't tend to end up in places where people are selling them, you know, like just on the. Wait, sorry. No, I've been randomly offered drugs. That's the only place I've been randomly offered to buy drugs. I should clarify that. I've been, you know, during the more wild days, you end up in places where that's a little bit more common. But that was just people like, you know, offering to give me drugs as opposed to selling me drugs. So that was the only place I've been randomly approached to buy drugs, I should say. There. Sorry, I didn't want to tell a lie, that story. Man, I was really hoping for something more out of that. Were you expecting way more from that vid? Yes. Yes. D-Wad says, you haven't gone out enough outside of that small town, apparently. I just don't typically go, I'm just not typically in a place where that would be something that you encounter. I walk around large cities and stuff all the time, but I don't walk around those parts of large cities. I know kind of what to avoid. I like Austin. I hate driving through Austin. I kind of like the people are insufferable, but the food's really good. So I like that. Okay. Let's see. We won't have time to do a full Kurt video, but let's get a preview in. Right? That sounds good. We get a preview. Oh, okay, we've got chili, breakfast casserole, gumbo, simplified chili. Those are the ones we have left. Charles Stein says all musician parties I went to always had lines on the table. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to parties, of course. A no bean chili, or we've got simplified chili. I don't know what the difference is. The gumbo video is almost 2 hours long. So is the breakfast casserole. What is 2 hours about a breakfast casserole? How? How does it take so long? Okay, we got to do, I think chili. I think chili is next on the list. Here we go. Whoa. Let's do it. Here we go. Share this tab. I'm still watching for Karen Reed to come back, of course. And of course, if you guys want to contribute to this or make any commentary on the video itself or on me, you can go to supertip.gg/RL. You can queue up your super tips, or you can skip the queue if you want for a little bit extra. That's up to you. And as long as it doesn't interrupt testimony at the trial, I'll keep that feature on. But okay, let's see. I'm so much happier. The setup of this is already better because the star of the show is right there, prominently displayed.
Cooking with Kurt time.
No, I need you to
Welcome to One Civil Law.
That's what I
Cooking with Kurt time. I hope you're great. I'm great.
I'm great. I'm about to be better.
I
needed this
emptied
today.
my dishwasher. Put my
Notice his camera is at a fucking horror hotel angle. It's looking up, and it's also got to be cocked off to the side somehow so that everything looks off kilter, like it's about to draw the murderer right into you. You've got your phone on a counter. How is it crooked?
my dishes away and did laundry earlier today. So, and recently got a haircut, as you guys can see.
Yep.
So less scrappy.
I love it.
Did a little additional shaving today. Cleaning.
It's good. It's good. His haircut's good. I think he should embrace the baldness as much as possible. Like there's no like recovery from it. The shaving looks good. I like it. I think this is a good look for Kurt. Still gonna say, man, you need to wear lighter colored shirts. I can still see your halitosis or psoriasis or whatever it is, just forming a fucking snowbank around your collar and shoulder area. And look, man, my hair gets dry, like my scalp gets dry, and I get flakes too. Like I'm not trying to shame you, man, but like it looks really, really bad, and it's really prominent in every single video. You got to stop wearing dark colors, or you got to get that treated. One of those two things. Just do one of them. And take my advice, please. Put the cowboy hat on. Don't ever take it off. Embrace the cowboy thing. Like it was working for you. I liked it.
Cleaning up the lines on the beard, making things nice and clean. So feeling.
These polos have been abused, man. They look like they've had 19 babies shoved through them. Oh, the necks of them are always stretched out. And because they have the collars, it looks like they just popped out of them, and just exploded out like a pimple. So gross.
I'm fresh, feeling clean, feeling good. All right, we're going to make some chili today.
Yes.
We have got
ground beef.
4 pounds.
4 pounds of ground beef.
Sirloin, which we will of course use as our meat. We've got ourselves 2.
This man lives alone.
2 sweet onions.
2 sweet onions.
Which will be nice for flavor. We got ourselves a little thing of jalapenos. I didn't realize how small this was at the store.
I love these things. These like little minced up jalapenos that are pre-done at the store. But what I use them for, like I don't use them for a recipe like chili. If I'm doing chili, I'm gonna just cut some fresh jalapenos. But if I just want some jalapenos for like, I'll throw them on top of ramen or something. It's sometimes nice to just grab like a little handful of them and throw them on there instead of slicing them up. I got no shame for these things. Personally, like I said, I wouldn't put them in a chili. I would cut all my chilies fresh. That's me. That's my preference. But I've got no problem with these things. What I really like them for is my favorite. I go and get steamed dumplings, steamed pork dumplings from the local slanty place. And then what I like to do is I like to make a mixture of minced jalapeno, minced garlic, some ginger paste, and then some soy sauce, and then mix those things up, and then dip the dumplings in there or the egg rolls. Both of those are great. That's a fantastic dipping sauce.
But it's what we have. So, okay.
You could have just gotten some
big
jalapenos.
cans of some Rotel diced tomatoes with green chilies. A very Texan thing to do, of course.
So you're gonna make your chili. You're gonna just like dump a bunch of tomatoes in there.
We've also got some additional tomato sauce if we need some additional base there.
Okay.
And then we also have a little bit of this fresh made salsa, which is about 2 weeks old now.
Oh no!
So not as fresh as it once was. So we'll throw that in the pot.
Why? Why would you do that? Why would you put fresh made 2-week-old fresh salsa in your chili? What the fuck is wrong with you? What are you doing? Guajillo chilies, ancho chilies, fresh jalapenos. Maybe some chili de árbol, like maybe a couple of those too. They're kind of hot. So get those, you reconstitute them, and then you blend them into your chili paste. Or you can take them dry. I guess you don't have to reconstitute them with water if you want. You could take them dry and grind them up into a dust. It doesn't matter. Use that. Don't use fresh salsa that's 2 weeks old. God.
And that'll be good.
No, it won't.
So,
that's a lie,
we are
and you
going
know
to
it.
You know, I realize now, after watching Kurt, I'm doing pretty good in life. Thanks, Kurt. I needed that.
That's what this is for. That's what this is for.
By putting the Instapot on saute.
Not an Instapot.
Just like so.
Stop.
And by cutting up the onions. So let's go ahead and do that.
Oh, I want to watch Kurt cut onions. Please adjust your camera. Nick Rye. Why does Nick waste time with this guy? This isn't a waste of time. This is one of the funniest things I do for my own personal entertainment all week. Leave me alone.
I did meet Louis Rossman. Yeah, we had dinner together. It was nice. He's a nice guy.
Do you have the right to repair this
Need to do
chili
some
recipe?
more stuff together. I think that'd be cool.
Yes. Yes. Oh, God, wipe off your cutting board. Yeah. Dude, his cutting board is warped out of its mind. What's he doing? Just leaving it soaking in water? This is a wood cutting board. It shouldn't look like this. It should be flat and straight. These things can last forever. All you need is steel wool and like a microfiber cloth. Or you can use soap if you want. You don't need to if you have like I said, like a Norwex microfiber cloth will clean and disinfect it by itself without messing with it at all. But otherwise, just a mild dish soap and steel wool will clean off a wooden cutting board. You could use it forever. Don't leave it in the fucking sink. Where's the finish on this cutting board? What is happening? I love that knife so much. Soup time, it's a glorious time.
Hello, everyone. So again, we're using sweet onion. I really like sweet onion.
What are you doing with a
Medallion
knife? Take
So I always
skin.
use sweet onion in my chili.
Take skin off onion. Watch your fingers, Jesus
Rather
Christ.
than regular white onion. Makes a difference to me.
What's up, Lisa Ballerini?
So
Welcome.
if you want to follow the Kurt recipe, sweet onion, Vidali onion is the way to go.
Cord will be back soon. I just switched to the fan. We'll move over. This is just a preview. Kurt, can I help you with knives? Like this is bad. All your knives are so dull. Soup time is a glorious time.
Chili time is glorious time for you and me.
For you and me.
Baby.
Baby.
Chili time is glorious time
Oh, it's a glorious
for you
time.
and me.
We're gonna make that chili. Ah! How much effort into cutting that onion? That knife looks like it should be lopping the arms off of Rwandans. And here he is, barely able to get through a fucking Vidalia. All it's missing is autistic sway. His camera wants to do it for him. You still got onion skin all over the board? What are you do? What are you doing? No! Go watch Chef Jean-Pierre's video on how to cut onion. Nah! He puts the rough in rough chop. At least he doesn't have to worry about cutting his skin. You can probably just run that knife right across your hand and not get cut. B. Jefferson, he sort of peeled. Is he washing the onion now that he just cut? Where'd it go? Wait, is he cooking it? Oh, I think he just threw it in the. I think he threw it in the Instapot, and he's going to saute his onions at different times now. Watch your fingers! Oh my God! Ladies and gentlemen, you curl your left hand like this so the knife blade runs up and down. Your fingertip should never be under the plane of the knife. Ah! Hey, what's up, Danny? Welcome to Cooking with Kurt. It's my favorite TV show ever. I will chop onion.
Got some onion cooking up.
Chili time. It's glorious time. Oh, I just dropped some right on the floor. Adds the roots in like a savage. Yes, what is happening here? No, oh God, he's got another
Nice thing
one.
about sweet onion,
What do
as
you-
opposed to white onion, is it doesn't hurt your eyes as much. So one of the advantages of sweet onion, at least in my experience, sweet onion does not hurt your eyes as much. It doesn't cause your eyes to water as much as regular white onion.
Every time he
So
makes
it's
a
not
cut,
as
I'm having a
bad.
heart attack. I'm thinking his fingers are going.
As you might be anticipating.
Oh no, it's as bad.
So not only do I prefer this flavor of sweet onion to white onion, but it doesn't provoke as much of that crying reaction.
I'm here for it. It says, Nick, your food is equally as gross. You lack self-awareness. No, it isn't. Go watch my chili video. My chili video, I think I've done 2 or 3. They're delicious. Holy shit.
So, bonus.
No, there's no, I won't even take like a humble or humility approach to that. My cooking videos, the food they make objectively better. And it's obvious. Oh my God! God, the knife should be put to use clearing a homeless park. Hey, Danny. Yeah, I get it. I didn't ask anybody to support me in cheering on cancer for that person. But that person has been on a 3-year quest to ruin my marriage, very specifically. I talked to her about it 3 years ago. Yeah, she can 5 times now. I wish death on her 5 times. But I'm not asking anybody else to join me in that. I don't want other people to have to endure my crippling hatred of someone else. That'd be silly. Rewind 30 seconds for the love of God. Okay. What is happening with this? What is going on? Chop, 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 chop. "30 seconds wasn't far enough." Oh, shit. What am I looking for? I don't understand his cutting methodology, like just his strategy for it. What are you doing? Okay, that's what I was supposed to watch. He just launches it across the counter. I can't tell if that cutting board is undersized or if everything else is just so big along with him. Just get a better workspace. This is terrible. Oh yes, by the way, if you guys like the stream, either the trial court analysis or the cooking analysis, please go ahead and hit like. Really appreciate it. It helps out it helps the YouTubes know where it can reliably deliver ad
very
content.
nicely.
And where it can deliver ad content is where it starts recommending. And if you're not a fan of the Cooking with Kurt segments, I'm sorry. We only have a couple more of them left. But I love them, unironically. They bring me joy. Okay. What is he doing? Like that back bit's never getting cut because the knife just isn't sharp. You might as well be using a potato masher. Up, up, up. Here we go. Hold on.
Court personnel waiting so that we could have that voir dire.
Voir dire.
Is helpful. All right, so.
All right, Cooking with Kurt will continue later.
Very similar that they were this morning. So first of all, on the Darbert analysis regarding Dr. Lapasada being able to testify as to the dog bite wounds, I find that she is not qualified.
Oh my
I'm not satisfied that the
God.
Darbert requirements have been made. Specifically, not just the experience, but the reliability of the methodology she used. And how
Holy
it was applied.
shit.
So, based on that, she cannot testify to the dog wounds. And I want to take a minute to differentiate this testimony with Dr. Russell's. I found that Dr. Russell was an expert, qualified to testify as to dog bite wounds, mainly from her experience in the ER, coupled with her being an ME. Dr. Laposada does not have that experience. I found that Dr. Russell's methodology was reasonable and was sufficient, and I found that it was appropriately applied. Remember that Dr. Russell was published in the area here. So regarding pages 10 and 11, all of the text on Dr. Laposada's report on pages 10 and 11 that start with the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are excluded. Now, moving on to the testimony regarding not being consistent with a motor vehicle strike, I find that Dr. Laposada's opinion on these not being the result of a motor vehicle collision exceed what is within her scope of expertise in some regards, not in all. In some regards, significantly, like I said this morning. So on page 17, the first sentence is in. The second sentence, tail lights are typically made of durable polycarbonate or acrylic plastic. That is out. I know the Commonwealth objected to, but I'm letting in. Mr. O'Keefe's patterned injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting the arm. She cannot say tail light, but she can say that based on her experience. His arm had no tissue bruising from impact. That also comes in. And the next sentence, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. That's within her realm of expertise as a medical examiner. The next page, though, I may have said this morning that first sentence, importantly, in review of that and review of the Tompkins case, that first sentence stays out because to me, it seems like that sentence depends on a biomechanical analysis, factors such as speed and force and the position of Mr. O'Keefe. So that's, oh, I'm sorry, page 18, the next page regarding the same subject matter. And portion of the next sentence is also out. This results in bruising or bleeding under the skin. That's out. But Dr. Laposada can testify that Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. And that's it for that sentence. In particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs as shown by dissection of leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. That's it for that. And the conclusions are problematic to the extent that is consistent with this ruling and what we discussed on Friday. So that's it. That was just the text of her report. I have not begun to go through all of there's no PowerPoint with this, Mr. Jackson, right?
There is no PowerPoint.
All right. Do you intend on displaying any of these photographs?
I'm sorry?
Do you intend on displaying any of the photographs that are in her report?
Yes. I have to go through it now with the course.
All right, so you likely not get to that today. We've done important work, but we've wasted an awful lot of the jurors' time today.
We've
so I want to bring
wasted
them in.
the time. She's really resentful.
Right, we're going to do that now. So
of
that'll
that
give you an
mistrial
opportunity to
argument.
put your thoughts together.
Right, and I expect what
They haven't wasted much of the jury's time at all today, by the way.
I will go through it. That will take me a good amount of time. I will go through the part of
They've voir-dired for 15 minutes during lunch.
will not include any of the photos, but I may be
They had a mistrial argument that was entirely appropriate.
it's very specific, and I want to be as
The day opened with
Okay,
evidentiary issues filed by the Commonwealth.
Let me know what you intend to put in. All right, and there's a lot of text describing the photos that is out, right? It's just hearsay.
I mean, we've had Dr. Welch's PowerPoint.
That was not objected to. There's a big difference.
Yes, it was objected to.
So,
It was.
Yes, it was objected to, Your
we'll
Honor.
deal with this tomorrow, with the photographs
I
tomorrow.
just want to let the court know, I'm not wasting the court's time.
Okay, thank you. And we're bringing the jurors in. Did the Commonwealth want to respond in any way?
No, thank you.
Okay. And there's a motion on Dr. Rentschler. We will give that, I haven't read it yet. We'll give that no more than 5 minutes tomorrow morning each side. This jury, you can tell just by looking at this jury, they're fed up. So,
They're fed up with
The
you.
only thing I want to put on the record is, with regards to the court's ruling, I do want the record to reflect that is obviously it's over the defense objection.
Sure.
And I just want to make for the record a quick comment. The Commonwealth waited until June 5th to even bring this up, to file a motion regarding Dr. Lapasada. They had a report, and all reciprocal discovery was done in March 6th, 2025. That's document number 485.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth was ordered to file whatever motions they wanted to, whatever motions in limine they thought were appropriate by March 7th, and they did not do that. They were supposed to be heard on March 18th.
Okay, so the jurors are coming in. We're going to mark the report and the CV for identification.
I just need to know when I can make it.
You just made it.
I made it-ish. I wasn't
Okay.
ish before we run it myself,
Okay.
but the point is,
Go ahead, real quick.
the point is, the Commonwealth has not explained the delay
So-
in making this motion. They have, and we're playing by the same rules, Judge.
So the basis of my ruling was not late disclosure. Okay? Late disclosure, late
What's the basis of
disclosure.
your
Commonwealth
ruling,
says
then?
they're part.
That's not the court's missing the point. It's the opposite. We got late disclosure. We got late disclosure that they were objecting. They've had since March to object. They blew the motion in limiting time, and then they come in just before Dr.
All right.
Lapasada testifies, and now they're sort of sandbagging this and getting the court moves against us. So I want to make sure that the record is imminently clear about
Very clear. Mr. Brennan, do you want to respond real quickly?
Your Honor, we can always object even during the proffering of testimony if there's no foundation. It's a foundational issue.
And that's consistent with what my rulings were when I allowed other witnesses to testify, that the defense could object if the foundation weren't properly laid. So, bring them in, please.
This is infuriating. Guys, I almost swindled a lefty chick into a hilarious conversation last night, but she sniffed it out and resisted it. I'll post a link to it in the chat. It's on X or whatever. I'll post it in each chat.
Jurors, you have been extraordinarily patient with us.
But I'm going to make it a mission to get this chick to talk to me sometime because I think it'll be funny.
I'm going to make every effort to not leave you waiting out there as long as you have, as long as we did today. All right, Ms. Giannetti, is your witness ready?
Send Danny the link? Sure. Danny, you're welcome. I don't know if you can come on, but you're welcome on, of course. Let me get it to you here. I'm sending it to you on Twitter.
All right, Mr. Tedman, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the lunch break, you had identified 3 entrances to the front of 34 Fairview, leaving aside the 2 garage car doors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I have that last exhibit displayed, please? Not that one, the one that we discussed right before court. There it is. Maybe zoom in on that a little. Okay. What do you see on the screen at this point, sir?
I see the 2 rightmost entrances to the house, excluding the main front door.
Okay, which would be obviously to the left
To the
of this
left.
photo, particularly with regard to the
I wonder if
third
she's going to
entrance,
echo
the
like
one in
crazy.
red. Could you describe that?
Yes, so it's if you're facing the house from the street, you're looking towards the west. So that door goes directly into the garage facing north.
Okay, so basically from the street, you don't
We
have
get
to
the
enter
weird
the house,
breathing
you can
back.
go into the garage directly.
That is directly into the garage, yes.
All right, and as we're looking at the house from this point, are we looking at it from the vantage point of Fairview Road?
Yes.
And that is a westerly direction toward the house, sir?
Correct.
In the course of doing your further work that you were asked to do in this case, did you peer inside the garage?
Yes, I did.
Did you see concrete steps and a ridge there and a hard concrete floor?
Yes.
Sustain. Jurors disregard that answer.
You mentioned that you were asked to do some measurements. Can you describe what you were asked to do for the jury?
Yes, I was asked to measure from basically the mailbox area of the driveway to the various entrances to the house.
Did you take those measurements?
I did.
Okay, if I'd like to take them one at a time. First, did you measure from the end of the driveway next to the mailbox all the way to the main front door, which is not depicted on this photo?
Yes, I did.
How did you measure it?
I used my wheeled measuring device, and I walked directly across the lawn to the front door, well, to the bottom of the front steps, and then used it to go up the front steps straight to the door.
And what was the measurement, if you recall, from the mailbox area near the end of the driveway to the main front door on the left?
I believe it was 65 feet 9 inches, but I have notes if I
I think you got it right, sir.
Okay.
Next, did you measure from that same location near the street, the end of the driveway next to the mailbox, to the second front door, which is actually depicted in the exhibit that's on the screen?
I did.
And how did you measure that?
I walked along the edge of the driveway on the asphalt right next to the grass towards the house from the mailbox.
What's up, Danny?
The edge of the street towards the house.
Oh, I'm just
I took a
curious.
left onto the brick walkway, proceeded along that walkway, then took a right to the walkway that you can see right there, heading directly to the door, and went up onto the little decking area, and then those 2 steps directly to the doorstep.
Why is my
so
thing?
you walked essentially almost the whole length of the driveway?
Yes.
You have that away the video.
Left to get to where the steps start going to that second
There's
front
an
door?
echo.
Yes.
And then went up to the door itself?
Yes.
Do you
What the fuck?
recall from your memory what the measurement was?
I believe it was 70 feet 1 inch.
I'd be mine.
And finally, did you measure from that same end of the driveway near the street next to the mailbox to the red side door, which is the pedestrian entrance into
Yeah,
the garage?
I know I have an
directly?
echo from Danny.
did.
Give me
How
a
did you
minute
measure
to
that?
fix it.
I did the same thing walking directly from the where the mailbox and the driveway.
gonna sound weird for just a second. Chill
intersect,
out.
basically, all the way up the driveway. Took the same left onto the red brick pathway. Took a right to go towards the front door. Went up the 1 step
That
you
should
can
fix
see,
it for now.
and then instead of going up the next 2 steps, I took a right directly towards the garage entry door.
So essentially the same path of travel, it's just you didn't go
It's okay,
straight
Nick. I
into
just
the
dropped in to tell you I
second
love you.
front
I just
door.
dropped
You
in to
took a
tell you I
right
love
to
you.
go
That's
into
it.
the pedestrian entrance to the garage.
Correct.
And what was the measurement that you discovered
Video
having
echo?
done that?
I
Hold
believe
on.
it was 78 feet 3 inches.
Now, finally, could we have displayed the map of
Once I
Cedar
go back to
Crest,
my
Fairview,
desktop,
and Chapman?
the
There it
echo
is.
won't be a problem anymore.
Sir, are you able to see the street names from where
Sorry.
you are?
Like I said, I'll
And
get
if not,
the
could
cooler
we have,
installed tonight,
the
and that'll
top
fix it.
street magnified so that the witness can see it?
I don't know what settings I have different over here than there, but
Okay. you
this is
see
why I
that?
want a new
I
machine
do.
entirely
What do you
because
see that to be?
I
Cedar
want
Crest
a,
Road.
I want a
If
completely
you could have the
portable
connecting
workstation,
street where the, that's it.
so I never have to
Fairview Road.
switch
All
between
right.
2
And
computers
finally, the
again.
one down the bottom?
Chapman Street.
Okay, if we can get the whole map back up.
Yeah, Hoobie Star desktop
Having
tomorrow
seen those
for
3
sure.
street names, does that
my
orient
main
you
project
as
when
to
the
what this is a
stream's
map
over.
of?
It does.
And what is that?
This is the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road, the neighborhood, basically.
Okay, and it includes the 2
No
connecting
way, I'd never
streets on
killed
either
Danny.
end?
Danny's awesome.
Correct.
Does the red dot symbolize anything for you?
It looks to be where 34 Fairview Road is located.
Okay, and if you're on Fairview Road to the right of that red dot as it exists on that exhibit, and you're looking toward Fairview Road, what direction would you be facing?
I'd be facing west.
If I may have a moment, Judge?
Okay.
Further questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, Helmet Dog, I mean, this isn't that old. It's a service book. It was really nice
Good
when you got
afternoon,
it.
sir.
Good afternoon.
You had a wheel to measure,
Correct.
and so there's like a tape measure, and when you wheel it out, it gives a straight line?
No, it's two wheels with a meter in between them, and you roll it out in front of you.
I see. Your first measurement was from the driveway to the front door,
To the main front door to the far left, yes.
and that was about 63 feet?
I believe it was 65 feet, something like that. I have
65?
my notes, yes.
So suffice to say, if you were to leave the front door and come back to that spot, it would be
Dag, we're
an
self-defense
additional
case in
65 feet
chief.
back, right?
Yes,
The second measurement was from the bottom of the driveway to the middle door on the side?
yeah, the second front door, yes.
Did you say that was about 70 feet?
It was, yes,
Okay. And again, if you were to come back, that would be an additional 70 feet?
it would.
And the last one was the door near the garage. Did you say that was further, around 80 feet?
78 feet, 3 inches, I believe.
Except one way,
Correct,
and back is another 78 feet.
correct.
When you measured these, was it from the asphalt of the driveway or to the left of the mailbox as you're looking at Fairview?
It was to the right of the mailbox on the asphalt, as close to the mailbox as I could get.
Did you happen to take any measurements from the flagpole to the front door as far as distance?
I did.
And what was that?
I do not have the exact measurements. I'm not sure.
Do you have it in a report that you could look at?
I don't. No, not with me.
How about the flagpole to the middle door on the side? Did you take any measurements of that?
I'm not sure I took that one.
How about the flagpole to the furthest away door, which would be the door next to the garage?
Why would he take those measurements? They're not
I
relevant.
think I took a direct measurement to that, yes.
Right. And what was that number?
I don't know.
Do you have a report you could share with us?
I
of that
don't.
number?
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you ever measure if you were at the flagpole area, how long it would take to walk up the street? Or how far it would be to walk up the street, up the driveway, to any of those doors?
X3 for
That way?
I did.
better stop.
And what was the distance if you were going to?
I'm not sick, but I'm not well.
Up the
And
driveway,
it's so
down the
hot.
front door?
Sorry.
I'm not sure that distance. Not positive the distance.
Was it over 80 feet?
It was.
And if you did the same route up the street, up the driveway, to the middle door, would you agree that would be well over 80 feet as well?
Can you repeat the question? How?
Sure, if we were to measure from the flagpole, up the street, up the driveway, to the middle door, that would be well over 80 feet.
Yes.
Same to the door next to the garage.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Not much to do with this witness for
All set,
for
sir.
Hank.
Thank you very much.
Did you take these other measurements that don't matter to any of the analysis? No. Oh.
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would ask the court to ask Dr. Elizabeth Lomosada to join us.
Okay.
Ah! Sorry about that. I hit the power button with my fingers like an idiot. That was my bad. Sorry. I was trying to type something and I hit the power button. Fucking hell. So one reason I don't like laptops is they have power buttons. Like, I don't want a power button on my keyboard.
And you're gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be true.
Slow this Guilty.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I think it's weird, like this formality, like they didn't just talk,
May I inquire?
an
Yes.
hour ago.
And Dr. Lepisada, please speak right into that microphone,
I
okay?
will.
Thank you.
Doctor, can you please state your full name and spell your
So I was
last
trying
name
to
for the
cut
jurors?
onions.
Yes, Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, spelled Laposata.
I'm going to ask you, you have a softer voice. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone right under your chin, if you don't mind. It's pretty adjustable.
Better?
That's better.
Okay.
That's better. Doctor, can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a medical doctor and I subspecialize in forensic pathology.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Certainly, I graduated in 1975 from Bucknell University with a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated in 1979 with a Doctor of Medicine. I did my internship and fellowship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, where I studied anatomic pathology, which is the study of the diseases of the body. I then did my subspecialty fellowship in St. Louis in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and injuries to the body.
Currently, are you a professor?
Yes, I am.
And tell us where you work.
I own my own independent consulting practice, and I'm also an associate professor at Brown University School of Medicine.
How long have you taught at Brown University School of Medicine?
Since 1993.
And how long have you been a clinical associate professor of pathology either at Brown or before that?
Oh, gee, then that would have been since at least in the late 80s. I've been associate professors at the universities and medical schools where I've worked.
Doctor, at Brown University, let's take Brown first. What do you teach there?
I teach the second-year medical students. I teach a lecture in diseases of the heart, cardiomyopathy, and myocarditis. And I've been asked to give some specialized lectures in toxicology and forensic pathology.
Are you responsible for training medical students in the field of forensic pathology?
When I was a chief medical examiner, yes, we would have medical students, residents come into the office so they could learn about what we do to understand cause and circumstances of death.
When you first got your medical license, did you then undertake to get certain board certifications and the like?
Yes.
Before we get to those board certifications, did you begin a practice in forensic pathology in some way or another?
After I finished my medical school and my anatomic fellowships and forensic pathology fellowships, then I was working in medical examiners' offices where I was examining deceased people to understand how they died.
When you get a medical license, is that statewide or is it nationwide?
Usually you get a state medical license.
And do you hold a state medical license?
Yes.
How many?
I have an active medical license in Rhode Island where I have my consulting practice, and I have inactive license in Maryland, Delaware, Missouri, Pennsylvania.
And you've been previously, at least before they were inactive, you were licensed in all 5 of those states?
Yes.
You already told us a little bit about your college. Did you mention Bucknell University? Your Bachelor of Science degree?
I think I did, yes.
At some point after you graduated from the University of Maryland School of Medicine, did you complete any residencies?
Yes, I did my residency at, excuse me, at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore in anatomic pathology.
Forensic pathology is different from anatomic pathology, correct?
Yes.
Did you also do any kind of residency in forensic pathology?
Yes, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology.
And what is the difference between, if you can sort of take us through that little by little, what is the difference between forensic pathology and anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is sort of hospital-based pathology where we understand diseases of patients who are in the hospital and try to make clinical pathologic correlations to see if their diagnoses were correct, if the laboratory tests actually showed what we find at postmortem. And then forensic pathology deals more with understanding why the body stops functioning at a particular time. So that would be cause of death. And that can be sudden unexpected death or death due to violence.
And in forensic pathology, is that often associated with testimony in court cases that may deal with either on the civil side or the criminal side, coming in and testifying about things like cause of death and manner of death?
Yes.
What types of cases did you work on during your forensic pathology residency?
Oh, sudden unexpected natural death, gunshot
show up at the
wounds,
Karen Reed
knife
trial,
wounds,
and it's okay.
sudden infant deaths, blunt force trauma.
It's hard enough for me to get out of here.
Skeletonized remains, decomposed bodies,
sounds
strangulation, the whole gamut of ways people can die unnaturally.
And what types of, contrast that, what types of
That was
cases
a
did you
soul
work on
escaping
during
her
your
mouth.
anatomic pathology residency?
There you're mainly dealing with natural diseases and understanding heart disease or how somebody gets pneumonia, or looking at the brain to understand if a stroke was present. And that's especially important then to the doctors who are treating those patients, that they can see if the diagnostic tests were appropriate or if their treatments worked.
You mentioned fellowship a little earlier in your testimony. What is a fellowship?
A fellowship is after you've
How
done
we deal
your
with rings.
internship and residency. A fellowship is more specialized training, and I did that in forensic pathology.
So that answers my next question. You do hold a postgraduate fellowship position, correct?
Yes, yes.
And that was in forensic pathology specifically?
I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Were you a research associate at the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at University of Pennsylvania School of
Yes.
I'm sorry, School of Medicine?
Yes.
Old habits.
Yeah.
What about postdoctoral research fellow? Were you ever a postdoctoral research fellow?
Yes, I did. I had an NIH research grant where I worked on, excuse me, how alcohol affects the heart.
Where was that?
That was at St. Louis University, and then when I was on staff at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia.
What about postdoctoral research fellow at dealing with the cardiovascular division of the Department of Medicine at Washington University?
Yes, that's where I did research on how alcohol affects the heart.
Was all this in furtherance of your broad education and training as a pathologist?
Yes.
I think you indicated that you have served as a chief medical examiner in answering one of the previous questions. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island in 1993, where I was responsible for all unexpected unnatural deaths or deaths that involve violence in the state of Rhode Island. So I had to supervise the office, made sure I have adequate staff, made sure my forensic pathology staff were doing a good job, made sure I had an adequate scene investigative staff, so running the whole office.
Is that the highest appointment in the OCME's office?
Yes, it is.
In that position, did you oversee every single medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island?
Yes.
Did you also hold a position as the co-chair of Child Fatality Review Committee in the state of Rhode Island?
Yes, as part of being chief medical examiner.
Tell us a little bit about that. What was that appointment?
Well, there's a big concern about infants who die and children who die. So those are reviewed specifically by a group of doctors from the pediatricians and also then the medical examiner's office. So we look at every child and infant death.
How long did you serve as the chief medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island?
For 12 years.
Starting when and ending when?
Starting in 1993 and ending in 2005.
As the chief medical examiner for Rhode Island, did you ever have the responsibility to work on any mass disaster cases?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that. If you could start with the
Raphael
Egypt
707.
issue.
I agree. No
Yes.
shame. No shade on DUI guy. I don't like the jury analysis stuff.
1999, the Egypt Air 990 was took off from New York airport, and it crashed off the coast of Massachusetts, and 2,065 passengers died. And because of the force of the airplane going into the water, all the bodies were fragmented. So they were brought, all the fragments were brought to my medical examiner's office. They actually vacuumed the ocean floor, and we had 2,600 some fragmented remains from that airplane crash, and that involved working with FBI, TSA to identify those individuals and understand exactly why they died.
What was your role and the role of your staff that you supervised in dealing with those other
Inflatable, correct. A lot of people
the FBI,
are pro-Reed, which
NTSA,
creates a bias.
Other
And I've
entities
actually talked
in
about
terms of the fatalities that you did
trying to speak out against that a little bit
as a medical
for
examiner,
people to
the chief
check it and
medical
make
examiner
sure.
of Rhode Island.
Well, I dealt with families from around the globe who had relatives on that flight, and then the FBI was looking into what may have caused the crash. The Egyptian government, who owned the airplane, was also there and interested in understanding what happened. And we were also, tasked with identifying everybody who was on the plane and to see if that matched the passenger manifest list. So were there people on the plane who shouldn't have been on the plane? So that sort of thing.
In terms of matching that manifest, were you the head of the department for the medical examiner's office that was responsible for trying to figure out who was on the plane and match those remains with the individuals that were on the manifest?
Yes, we made the positive forensic identifications and returned the fragmented human remains to their families.
Doctor, did you also deal with the tragic station nightclub fire?
Yes.
In what capacity did you deal with that?
Again, this was a nightclub that burned down. It burned down very rapidly with a very hot fire, and that was in Rhode Island, and there were 100 fatalities from that. So those come to the medical examiner's office. I had my investigator at the scene throughout that time of recovering the bodies, and I was charged with determining the identity and the cause of death.
Were you successful, or your staff successful, in determining the identity of most of those individuals who perished?
Yes, all of them. We worked around the clock for 3 days to get that done.
And you were the head of that task
was.
force. Before you became the chief medical examiner in Rhode Island, did you previously work as a medical examiner under somebody else?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What was your first post as a assistant medical examiner?
My first post was after I did my fellowship training in St. Louis, Missouri. I was an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis.
Were you ever an assistant medical examiner in Philadelphia?
Yes, so after St. Louis, I moved to Philadelphia, where I was on staff at the hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, and I ran the autopsy service there at the hospital, and I was also an assistant medical examiner for the city of Philadelphia. After that, I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware, and then I came to Rhode Island as I was chosen to be chief.
Dr. LaPosada, can we put dates on that? Assistant medical examiner in St. Louis, from when to when? Do you remember?
Oh my, let's see. May I look at my CV?
Sure, with the court's permission.
Yes. Okay. Yes, from 1983 to 85, I was an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. Then in 87 to 91, I was the assistant medical examiner for the city of Philadelphia. 91 to 93, assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And then 1993 to 2005, I was chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island.
Thank you for that. Dr. LaPosada, have you held any faculties in the field of forensic pathology that qualify you as an expert in this case?
Yes, every medical examiner's office I worked in, I also had faculty appointments to teach medical students and pathology residents. So I had faculty appointments at Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, and in Rhode Island.
And when the blood dries, we crush it into powder and put it
Let's talk about those one at
in
a
the
time.
sprinkle jar.
Describe your teaching responsibilities at Brown Medical School, if you wouldn't mind. And that, by the way, that's from 1994 to present, correct?
93 to, well, as a medical examiner, it was 1993 to 2005. And there I would teach the medical students. We had rotations through the medical examiner's office, and also the pathology residents would rotate through the medical examiner's office, where I would teach them how to do a medical legal autopsy, how to understand cause and manner of death, especially non-natural and traumatic deaths.
With regard to your teaching responsibilities specifically, are you still teaching?
I'm teaching in the cardiovascular section now, but since I'm not chief of the medical examiner's office, I obviously don't have students rotating through there anymore.
Were you a lecturer in the role of medical examiner? Did you do a seminar in that regard at or associated with Brown University School of Medicine?
Yes.
Did you do some sort of a forensic pathology rotation for pathology residents from 1994 to 1995 in that capacity as well?
Yes, we would have the pathology residents who were at the hospital studying anatomic pathology come to the medical examiner's office so they could understand the discipline of forensic pathology.
What is cardiomyopathy?
Cardiomyopathy is a muscular disease of the muscles of the heart.
And what is myocarditis?
Inflammation of the heart muscle.
Did you ever teach or lecture on those issues?
Yes, I teach every year. I teach the second-year medical students about those heart diseases.
Have you ever taught anatomy and physiology to EMTs?
Yes.
Or in the EMT setting?
Yes.
She's breathing heavier than Kurt making pizza
a class known as the 2-hour primer on forensic pathology.
I've taught a lot. I don't recall that particular.
How about pathology residents morning conference in 2009?
Oh, yes. I give lectures to the pathology residents at the medical school at Brown Medical School in forensic pathology.
You also mentioned that you were an adjunct professor for biomedical forensic sciences and forensic anthropology in the Department of Anatomy and Neurology. Is that a division of the graduate school, Boston University School of Medicine?
Yes, I taught in the master's program in the medical school at Boston University School of Medicine for a master's in forensic science, where I taught a 40-hour course on forensic pathology and another 40-hour course on medical legal death investigation.
Were you actually the course director in that position?
Yes.
And were you also a course director in medical legal death investigation from 2006 to 2013?
Yes.
Oh my
And
God,
what about
this is
a course
such...
director in forensic toxicology from 2006
This is a
to
long
2012?
qualification.
Correct.
Did you direct the studies in biomedical forensic sciences, GMS, from 2012 to present?
Yes.
Describe that. What is that?
The graduate medical sciences.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I would review and be on the board to examine projects that the students were doing to get a master's degree.
Were you also an assistant professor in the Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine at University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine?
Yes.
Okay. Without going into every single class that you taught, did you teach from 1987 to 1991, attending staff medical pathology?
Yes.
What is that? Just a general outline of what that teaching course was.
That's when I was at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania. I ran the autopsy service, so I taught medical students and pathology residents about autopsy practice.
I want to ask you sort of broadly, can you describe your major teaching and clinical responsibilities when you were at University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine, in the field of forensic pathology? What were your main clinical and teaching positions?
Well, I ran the autopsy service there, so I taught the medical residents and medical students autopsy pathology, and I was also a assistant medical examiner there, so I taught and started the forensic fellowship in forensic pathology.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in forensic and anatomic pathology in state and federal courts?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've qualified as an expert?
Over 40 years, maybe several hundred.
How about in Massachusetts?
That includes all of them.
Okay. Have you ever qualified? Let me list a couple of states. In Massachusetts?
Yes.
California?
Yes.
Connecticut?
Yes.
Delaware?
Yes.
Florida?
Yes.
Illinois?
Yes.
Maryland?
Yes.
Minnesota?
Yes.
Missouri?
Yes.
New York?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Rhode Island?
Rhode Island, yes.
Have I left anything out? That's
Did
just
you
about
say
all.
Massachusetts?
I did.
Okay, then
We
you're
started
fine.
with Massachusetts.
Okay, you're fine.
What types of topics have you qualified to testify about as an expert forensic and anatomic pathologist?
Really anything that has to do with circumstances and cause of death. So it doesn't really matter, like, what type of injury or a sudden unexpected death. Usually it involves examination, study of information from the scene, information from the autopsy, police and investigation and medical records, and we put that all together and figure out the circumstances as to how someone died and why their body stopped functioning. So that's the basis of forensic pathology.
Dr. Williams, excuse me for just a second. You want to maybe approach for one brief.
Sweet. Got a couple super tips here.
Get this man a damn slap chop for the love of all things holy.
He's not talking about attorney Alan Jackson. Instead, he's talking about Kurt, who, with a slap chop, could have diced up those onions very quickly. Or all he really needed was cross-cutting the onions before he did his rough chop. Or it's chili. You don't have to have tiny onions. You can have big, sweet onions in there. That'd be good. Like, my God, anything other than what he was doing would have been better.
If the medical examiner of a state isn't qualified to say a wound is from a dog, how can any medical examiner testify to anything?
I don't know. And Bev's logic was backwards. She said that it was because, or she was more willing to accept the doctor who was identifying dog bites based on her ER experience, which is weird because in the ER, they're typically going to tell you that it's a dog bite. So you don't have to do pattern recognition analysis. You don't have to come to a conclusion that it's a dog bite. You can just typically take the person at their word. What happened to your arm? Yeah, a big German Shepherd came up and started chewing on it. Is how that works in the ER. Medical examiners don't always have the cause of death pointed out to them. They don't always have the cause of an injury pointed out to them with some vocal person, right? Like they have to determine these things with a dead person and no input on what those injuries may be, or maybe minimal input from a police investigation they'll use to help make their determinations. But the pattern recognition and the actual hunt for the answer comes from medical examiners far more than it comes from an ER person when it comes to an injury like a dog bite. Because again, they're going to just tell you I was bit by a dog. Because they want the doctor to know that the dog was the source of the bite. So they can check for things like rabies if necessary. They can acquire the animal. There's reasons to let people know what happened. So her entire logic was completely backwards. She's like, wow, this lady's just a medical examiner. It's like, okay. How many dog bite related deaths are there a year?
Keep you here for 2 minutes.
Dr. Lepisano, I'm
Yes.
going to ask you to step down and you can go back with the court officer into that back room.
Okay, certainly.
Okay, so it sounds like they're going to give the jury a break again.
Stairs and back up the stairs to come back in 5 minutes. We're just gonna, I'm gonna sit here, you all can sit here, we're just gonna be in recess for 5 minutes while we sit.
5-minute recess while we sit here. Okay. The jury is fed up. This is weird. I'm going to go over to cooking with Kurt. I'm going to do that. Again, if you have any input on what's going on or anything, you're welcome to use Super Chats, Rumble Rants, or Super Tips are the preferred option. You can have any voice tell me what you're thinking, any voice that we have. And we have more voices coming. If you have voice requests, please email them to me. If you send them to me in chat or stuff, I usually end up losing them. Here we go. We're back. We're back over here. Cooking this back to where things make sense.
All right.
All right.
Throwing some extra virgin olive oil into the pot, of course.
I've got the cord audio on. If she starts talking, you should hear it. And then I'll switch over right away. Wait. Did you just say extra virgin olive oil for chili? No. Canola oil. Canola oil, beef tallow, lard. What are you doing? Why extra virgin olive oil?
Numb.
We're back.
I'm sorry, testified about it as an expert in several different states, several different courtrooms. Have you been qualified as an expert by those courts in those topics about which you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you hold any specialty certifications in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
What about the American Board of Pathology?
Yes, the American Board of Pathology puts forth.
How are we still qualifying this woman? Like, what the fuck is not qualified yet?
Various disciplines of pathology, and if you successfully complete those examinations, then you become a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in whichever subspecialty you're in, and I became a diplomat in the subspecialty of anatomic and forensic pathology.
What about a certification in basic bloodstain pattern analysis, the International Association of Identification?
Yes, I had a week-long course in understanding blood pattern analysis.
Can you tell us a little bit about the National Registry Emergency Medical Technician certification that you hold?
Yes, I took training to become an EMT.
Have you received a number of honors and awards in the field of forensic pathology?
I have.
What do those awards include?
May I look at my CV again? Sure. Thank you.
Honestly, what are we fighting over?
I had teaching awards from Brown University School of Medicine. I was featured in a book by Faces of Public Health as having run a good medical examiner's office. I was nominated for Woman of the Year in Rhode Island for my work as chief medical examiner in improving the office and handling those two mass disasters. I was honored by Victims' Rights and Services Awards because I've always been aware of the fact that as a forensic pathologist, I am the last doctor this person is going to have, so I try to help the family understand what happened. I was honored for my work in the mass disaster in Egypt Air 990 plane crash. Let's see. I was Outstanding Woman in Public Service for Providence, Rhode Island. I've gotten teaching awards from Brown University School of Medicine. I was elected to the Board of Trustees in the Delaware SIDS Foundation and the Philadelphia SIDS Foundation. And then we're back to my medical school.
If you could pull the microphone a little closer to your chin.
It's very hard because the chair doesn't push in.
Oh, it doesn't, the chair doesn't move. Okay.
Well, I got it. I moved.
We'll make do.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. LaPosada. What is the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
That's one of our medical associations that is specific to forensic sciences.
Have you ever held a chaired position there?
Yes.
What position was that?
I was voted into a fellowship position.
Were you the chairman of Forensic Science Research, the Forensic Science Research Committee?
Yes.
What's the National Association of Medical Examiners?
It's also called NAME. It's another international association of forensic pathologists.
Were you a member of that organization?
Yes.
And at some point, did you get elected to the board of directors for that organization?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you become a fellow for that organization?
I did.
What is the American Society of Clinical Pathologists?
That's a society that is for people who practice anatomic pathology and understand how to interpret laboratory results and biopsies.
Did you become a fellow in 1991 until present for that organization?
Yes.
What's the difference between a member and a fellow?
A member is a lower level, and then go to fellow if the board of directors feels that you've contributed in your field.
And were you associated with the College of American Pathologists?
Yes.
Were you a fellow there as well?
Yes.
What about the World Association for Medical Law?
Yes.
What about the American Association for Clinical Chemistry?
Yes, I'm a member.
Rhode Island Medical
What
Women's
are we
Association.
doing?
What is that?
Well, it's basically
What are we
it
doing?
says. It's women doctors in Rhode Island.
Were you elected to the board of directors for that organization?
Yes.
Ultimately, were you elected as the president of that organization?
I was.
Rhode Island Medical Society. What is that?
It's an organization of doctors who practice in Rhode Island.
Are you a council member there?
Yes.
And what about the Massachusetts Medical Legal Society?
Yes, I was a member there. They have disbanded since.
It doesn't exist anymore?
No.
When it was up and running, you were a member in good standing?
Yes.
Good, good. Pennsylvania Association of Pathologists. What about that?
Yes, when I practiced in Pennsylvania, I was a member of that organization.
Did you, in addition to be a member there, did you also hold a chaired position? Were you the chairman for the Committee on Forensic Pathology?
Yes.
Have you served on any editorial boards of any scholarly journals or
Yes.
publications? Tell me
Yes.
about that.
I've reviewed articles submitted for the Journal of Forensic Sciences and the National Association of Medical Examiner journals.
Did you also hold an editorial position for the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology?
Yes.
Is that one of the medical journals that is used throughout the country by other medical professionals, other medical examiners?
Yes.
It's a resource?
Yes.
And a text?
Correct.
Have you authored any peer-reviewed publications in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us about some of those publications?
No.
Let's see if I can hear.
Sport Nugget says, but if you've been bitten by a dog, this woman is effing useless.
I've
crazy.
written
Just
chapters
crazy.
in textbooks about medical legal death investigation and forensic pathology. I've published articles involving alcohol metabolism, some drugs, cocaine.
Wait, what?
Let's see.
It's a joke.
Alcohol metabolism in the heart, I mentioned. Let's see. So I published 22 papers, and I've written several chapters.
You already said that you're board certified, double board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now that you've gone through your education, training, background, publications, teaching positions, and chairs that you've held, I want to ask you a really simple question. What does a forensic pathologist do?
Yeah. We are the last doctor that the dead person has, and we figure out what happened to the body to cause their death. And we sign the death certificate that says how the body came to die, and also indicates the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Our medical examiner is also tasked with determining both manner and cause, not just one or the other.
Both, yes.
What is the manner of death and how is it distinguished from the cause of death?
The cause of death is what happens to the body to cause it to stop functioning. And the manner of death refers to circumstances under which the death occurred. So there's hundreds of thousands of causes of death or why the body stops functioning, but there's only a few manners of death, which would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Those 5 main categories of manner of death, is that the responsibility or one of the responsibilities of a forensic medical examiner to determine that the death fits into one of those 5 categories?
Correct.
What does it mean when the death is deemed undetermined?
Now, when the manner of death is undetermined, that means at the time the death certificate was signed, there was not enough information to put it into either accident, natural suicide, or homicide. So at the time the death certificate was signed, there was not enough information to put it into one of those other categories. It doesn't mean that if more investigation takes place, then you might be able to put it in one of those other categories.
If a manner of death is deemed at a particular time undetermined, at that time, it's because it lacks sufficient additional information. Is that correct?
Sustained.
What types of information does a medical examiner, forensic pathologist consider in making these determinations between natural, accident, homicide, suicide, undetermined?
Well, first you have the findings from the examination of the body. So that's sort of a starting place to see what happened to the body. Then you need to also look at the scene investigation. You need to look at any police reports and witness statements, and also medical history of the deceased. And using those 4 sources of information, and using your training and experience, you can either say this is a natural death, this is a self-inflicted death, it's a suicide, it's an accidental death, it's a homicide, or if all that information doesn't allow you to put to a reasonable degree of medical certainty into any one of those categories, then you have to leave the manner undetermined. And if more information becomes available later, then you can change that death certificate.
What if no more information comes available later?
It just stays as undetermined. There are cases where there's just not enough information to put it in one of those other categories.
Without getting into what they may be, did you reach any opinions and conclusions in connection with this case?
Yes.
What materials and information did you consider in reaching your opinions and conclusions in this particular case?
Yes. I have my list of materials I reviewed. I reviewed Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report, the report of the examination of his brain, the toxicology report, and the entire medical examiner file. I studied 100 and some autopsy photos, including photographs of the brain, and then there were 70 other photographs at autopsy taken by a state trooper who was at the examination. I reviewed Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Medical Center and the EMS run sheet I reviewed photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's clothes that were taken at the crime lab. I reviewed photographs of pieces of taillight, hard plastic, clear, black, red. I reviewed photographs of the outside of Karen Reed's SUV. I reviewed the Canton Police Department incident report on the death. I reviewed 100 and some photographs taken by Canton Police of the outside of the house at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. I reviewed some photographs taken by the real estate agent who was going to sell the house of the inside.
In total, putting them in categories, did you review the forensic autopsy?
Yes.
Did you review all of the files associated with the medical examiner's office in this particular case related to the autopsy of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you review the scene investigation through police reports and other things?
Yes.
Photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you review reports that were associated with the initial investigation in this case as well as follow-ups?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and things of that sort?
Yes, if they were included in the police report.
That was my next question. Those witness statements would be included in the police reports that you otherwise reviewed, correct?
Yes.
What about Mr. O'Keefe's medical history as much as you had of it?
Yes, I reviewed his medical history.
And what about hospital records?
His medical history was in the hospital records.
Understood. What method did you use or methodology did you use in forming the opinion that we'll get to in just a few minutes?
Well, in order to arrive at a conclusion of how somebody dies and what the cause of death is, we have to put all our facts out, and then we say, how could these facts have come to be? So it's called like a differential diagnosis. Go to your doctor and you have a white blood cell count, then the doctor would say, well, how many ways do you get this white blood cell count? So that's a differential diagnosis, and then you go from that list and pare it down by getting more data till you come to one final diagnosis. So that's the process of determining how somebody dies and the circumstance around it.
Is it fair to say that you have a pretty significant background, training, and experience regarding coming to the conclusion of cause and manner of death?
40 plus years.
And how many autopsies in total?
Well, myself, I've probably done over a dozen, and then I have observed and reviewed maybe 7,000 more.
So that's in total over 10,000 autopsies if you were to estimate over 40 years?
Probably.
In addition to just autopsies, how many death investigations, separate and apart from autopsies, have you been involved with?
Well, the autopsy usually has a corresponding death investigation with it.
Do you have experience in examining and identifying wounds, not necessarily the cause and manner of death, but wounds that are associated with someone on whom you're performing an autopsy or you're supervising an autopsy?
Yes, so looking at the injuries on the body and understanding what caused them is a huge part of forensic pathology.
Have you ever conducted or overseen any autopsies of individuals involved in vehicle-pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
How many times, if you had to estimate?
No, hundreds.
100 or hundreds?
Hundreds.
When was it that you first started training on the issue of wound pattern recognition that helps assist you with coming to your conclusions, whether it be auto pedestrian incidents or otherwise?
Yeah, well, understanding wound patterns and injuries is a big part of forensic pathology because we want to identify what caused a particular pattern. So understanding that whole complex bag of injuries begins when you start your forensic pathology training, which was when I started back in '81.
In addition to the cause of death, which might be whatever, a gunshot, something, does the pathologist also undertake an examination of the rest of the body that's not so obvious, other wounds, etc., that might tell a more defined story?
Yes, we look at the entire body, we look at the clothing, we look at the outside of the body, then we do the internal examination in order to understand not only why the body stopped functioning, which is the cause of death, but also things that could have contributed to it or helped to understand the circumstances around how that death occurred.
When you say the body, you mentioned the clothing. Why is the clothing important? Is that part of the body for a forensic medical examiner?
Oh, yes, it is. You always have to look at the clothing because it has materials on it that may be important as to how injuries occurred. So it's every time you do an autopsy, you have to always make sure you have the clothing. Many times it would have been taken off at the hospital, but then I would always ask my staff, tell the police, we've got to get the clothes, have to look at the clothes.
What is a gross examination?
A gross examination is not actually like grotesque, but it means like without microscopes. It means just looking with your naked eye.
Is it important to look at a body, a deceased person, when you're conducting an autopsy from head to toe for outside obvious wounds that you can see on the gross anatomy outside?
Oh, yes, and also to collect any trace evidence that may be present on the body.
Are forensic medical examiners trained to do that?
I mean, this
Are you
is, what are we
Absolutely.
doing?
In addition to
Are we still doubting this
a
woman's
gross
qualifications?
examination
We've
on the
been on
outside
them
of the
for an
body,
hour.
is it also important to look on
I'm
the
about
inside
to
of the body?
bash my head
Yes.
through my
Are
desk.
there wounds and injuries that might be hidden by the dermis, for instance, the skin, that might not be so obvious on a gross examination of a body?
Yes, you have to look inside the body.
And what's the mechanism of doing that?
Excuse me. We make surgical incisions in the body, the brain, the neck, all the organs in the chest, all the organs in the abdomen, and depending on the case, we may make incisions.
They don't need to worry
in the
about her
arms
anymore.
and
She doesn't
legs
get to
look
testify
for
about dog
evidence of
bites.
injuries.
What about x-rays? Are x-rays an important part of an examination in an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually done before the autopsy is started, and we look for changes in the bones or any foreign material that might be present in the body, like a bullet.
Dr. LaPosada, have you ever exercised wound pattern recognition in your position as a forensic pathologist? Or do you do it every time?
Oh, all the time.
Have you ever taught any courses or given lectures on wound identification and wound pattern recognition?
Yes, it's part of understanding blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, gunshot wounds. They all make injury patterns on the body that the pathologist can then relate to what caused that injury.
With regard to the case that's before us, what injuries did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's head specifically?
I observed that he had evidence of blunt force trauma to the back of his head.
Are those injuries consistent with a particular type or pattern of patterned injury?
Yes.
Discourse, please.
There in the back of his head, a little bit to the right-hand side, was a horizontal tearing of the scalp, and that's called a laceration. And surrounding that were linear scrapes that were vertical in orientation. So that is an injury pattern. And then you have to think, well, what could cause that injury pattern? And so then you go from there.
Did you also, in addition to looking at, by the way, how did you make that assessment about the injury? Was it photographs?
Yes.
Is that a normal way for a forensic pathologist to make an assessment? Is that an acceptable methodology to make an assessment of a wound pattern by the use of anatomical photographs?
Oh, absolutely.
Have you done it before?
Oh, hundreds of times.
What is a coup contra coup injury?
Oh, it's a very interesting, peculiar injury to the head. When blow to the head, the blow can either be the stationary head and there's a blow to it, or you can have the head that's moving and gets the blow. So looking at a pattern of coup contra coup helps the forensic pathologist differentiate that. A coup contra coup injury examines the coup, which is where the impact occurred, And then we look at what's 180 degrees opposite that impact, and that's called the contra coup, or like opposite the coup. And that injury pattern helps us determine whether a person was just having a fixed head and somebody hit it, or whether the head was just standing and went down to the ground. The coup contra coup of a falling or being pushed backward has injury patterns where the impact occurred, but then there's also injury patterns 180 degrees opposite from that. And that happens because the brain is floating in cerebral spinal fluid, and when the head comes down, the brain is a little bit behind. So you get bang on the back of the head, but then because the brain is floating, it hits the inside of the opposite side of the head. And so that makes the contra coup pattern. And that tells us that there's been a fall backwards and hitting the head.
Is that consistent, a coup contra, just in general, a coup contra coup injury, consistent with a linear acceleration of the head by a fall, an unbroken fall straight back?
Correct. There's also some angular force in that as well.
Understood. In order to determine whether or not Mr. O'Keefe suffered from a coup contra coup injury, can that be done by a gross examination, or does it have to be surgical?
We would look at, well, first we look at the outside, but then we have to look at injuries to the scalp, and we look at the skull, see where the skull fractures are, and in particular to look at the brain and see where the damage is to the brain. And there should, in a fall backwards, you have damage to the brain at the site of impact, but you also have damage to the brain 180 degrees opposite from that. And that tells you it's a fall backwards.
In the case before us, dealing with John O'Keefe, were you able to look at the scalp and the injuries associated with the scalp from a gross perspective?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the skull and possible fractures that Mr. O'Keefe suffered on his skull?
Yes.
And what about the brain? Did you have evidence of a dissection such that you could see the brain and determine whether or not there was a coup contra coup injury associated with the brain?
Yes, I had a full examination of the brain available.
Were Mr. O'Keefe's head injuries consistent with a coup contra coup injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that, specifically his head injuries, to the jurors, please?
Well, as we say, he has a pattern head injury on the back of his scalp, where there is a tearing of the scalp, and then vertically above that, there is some little areas of scraping to the skin. So that tells me that Mr. O'Keefe went backwards onto something that had a little ridge, but it also had some irregularity to it to cause the different scrapes before you get to the tearing of the scalp. Then when we look at the skull, he had massive skull fractures that originated, started in the back of his head. They came around to the front. They went under the base of his brain, under the skull, under the base of the brain, and it came into the front of the skull at the orbital plates and fractured that, and that caused some bleeding in his upper eyelids. When the brain was examined inside the brain, I could see that the brain had become swollen and parts of it had herniated or moved down the area where the spinal cord is, and that's called brainstem herniation, and that is why the brain stops functioning and why your body stops functioning when you have a severe head injury.
You indicated that the wound pattern suggested a ridge or ledged surface.
Yes.
Could you explain that in more detail, please?
Yes. So if I were looking at it, I would see the break in the scalp. Then I would see several sort of irregularly placed scrapes of the skin that kind of look like pencil marks. And so that means that granularity hit first, then it moved up a little, broke the scalp, and then moved on a little bit above that.
Would you expect to see that if Mr. O'Keefe had fallen backward onto a perfectly flat surface?
No, it has to be a surface that has some small ridges in it to make those little vertical patterns.
Dr. Laposada, what is ecchymosis?
Ecchymosis is a medical term for bruise.
Did you see any ecchymosis on Mr. O'Keefe that he suffered as a result of the coup contre coup injury to the back of his head?
He had a bruise on his brain at the back of the brain and at the front of the brain.
What would the outer let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
What would you see around his eyes regarding ecchymosis?
Yes, when you have, when the brain slaps forcefully against the base of the skull, the delicate bones above the eye break.
Oh my gosh.
And that's again the coup contre coup, where the brain slaps forward. And when those delicate bones are broken, there's bleeding, and that bleeding then goes right down into the upper eyelids. So it kind of looks like you have black eyes, but there's not been any punch to the face. It's only come from the skull fracture. That's sometimes called raccoon eyes, because you look like a little raccoon.
Did you see any skin injury to either one of Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelids?
Yes, he had a small kind of slit-like defect horizontal on his right upper eyelid.
Would the ecchymosis on its own produce that type of injury, that laceration over his right eye?
No, the blood seeping down into his upper eyelids was from the skull fractures.
Was the laceration above his eyelid on the right side a separate injury altogether?
Yes, it was.
Based on your training experience, do you have an opinion as to whether or not what that eyelid laceration might be consistent with?
Some application of force which broke the skin.
Could that be from an object?
Possible.
Could it be from a fist?
Possible.
Sustained us to the floor, Mr. Jackson.
Give me some possibilities of what might cause that laceration above his right eyelid.
So it's not possibilities.
Give me, in your opinion, what you believe could have caused or produced the injury to the upper right eyelid.
So I'm going to see your sidebar here.
Oh my gosh. This is an insane length of time to get this. This doctor is obviously and eminently qualified. It took forever to get through qualifications to now asking some questions, and immediately we go to sidebar.
This lady used the words skeletonized remains while looking and wheezing like a mummified corpse.
Judge Conanini is a petty bitch. She denied this witness's clear expertise as payback for the Commonwealth's embarrassment at getting caught.
I can't wait to get off the stand and grab the souls of missing children.
Here you go. Take my super tip like a good boy. It'll be over soon, just not as soon as if it was Kurt's micropene. Just wanted to give you a taste of prison from a brother's perspective.
Thanks. Very courteous of you. Many people are very concerned about the health of my anus in prison.
This mouth breather makes me wish I had a coup contre coup.
What the fuck? Ah! There's a weird fascination, right, with that Americans seem to have with the idea of prison. Like, they all get immediately giddy over the idea of, and I know that, like, I've done this in the past plenty of times too. They all get immediately giddy over. They're like, that person's gonna get raped. Oh man, prison's gonna be really hard for that guy. He's gonna get raped. They go right to it. It's weird. But Americans have a whole thing. They're like, oh man, that guy's going to prison. I wonder how many times he's going to get raped. I wonder what the actual stats are. You know, it's like, how accurate is the rape fantasy that is consistently and constantly going on?
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. LaPosada, you just mentioned that the
It's 100%.
laceration above the right
Damn.
eyelid was consistent with the
Gotta stay
application of
out.
force, correct?
Correct.
You said it could come from object, is that right?
Correct. It was fairly small. Could be it's some sort of object.
Is it also consistent with a fist?
Sure, a fist is an object.
Uh-oh.
Your
There
Honor,
we
at
go.
this point, I hate to do this again. May we approach? This is probably a good time. We talked about it at the sidebar.
Can you do anything to fill up the jury's time for the next 10 minutes, and then we can do this?
Not without what we discussed at sidebar.
There was. We want to introduce the fisting. They want to bring in the fisting. You wish Nick was a Disney streamer? What's a Disney streamer? That sounds horrible. Teacher, Mr. Shortbus says you're very pretty and those shoulders aren't helping. Oh, damn. I hadn't considered it.
I'm told that we're still on track. We will start. I'm going to have you show up a half hour later than we normally do because I expect to have 10 minutes with the lawyers, but we see sometimes with 10 minutes naturally in the course of any case can turn into. So I don't want you waiting as much as you've waited today.
They're jurors. Stop respecting their time. Who cares? You're here for the day. Get the fuck over it.
Tomorrow will be a full day, and we will make every effort that it's filled with as much time here in court for you without sidebar conferences, without delays. For
Why? Why are you worried about this? And why are you telling the jury about it?
Discuss this case with anyone.
There's no business. It's just no business telling the jury that there's anything abnormal or aberrant.
Or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful again with your social media use. And we'll see you tomorrow. So Dr. Lapasada,
Yes.
you can step right out. You can just follow the jury, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. If you be here, make sure you're ready to go at 9.
I'll be here. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's completely improper of the judge, in my opinion, because the jurors don't know what's normal and abnormal in a trial. And so if she's like, oh man, I'm sorry that we're wasting all your time, the jurors now go, okay, something's abnormal every time the defense says objection or whatever.
So can you argue the Commonwealth's motion that I received this morning regarding Dr. Renshaw? Can we just do that now? Okay. No, that's fine. So we'll do that first thing at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The basis of the Commonwealth's, I've read the motion. I think the motion is clear. I'll hear you both tomorrow on it. All right. And you'll take care of the photographs, whatever photographs in her report you intend to put in.
So is the court hasn't made a order yet, but it seemed like the court was leaning toward not allowing any text on the photographs.
So that was just at a quick review. I had not I just read the content, the text part for the arguments for today, the arguments that were brought up today. I wasn't anticipating everything that we heard today on this, so it took a while. I did not get to look at specifically those. But to the extent that it's hearsay or that it considers anything about dogs, clearly the dog, things that have been excluded have to come out of the photographs. All right.
Take off her notes about dog bites. Just modify the expert's report.
I think those have been shown, and I know the Wisniewski spots one is in evidence. The brain photographs are not coming in. The brain photographs that are different than what's already, the brain photographs in her report.
Understood.
They're-
The stomach lining is a bigger issue, and then some photographs in physical evidence, like the car that's probably already in, things of that nature. So I'll
So tell me what you think is more of an issue, more of what you want. So I don't think the photographs
Mr.
on
Rippers has rated the stream over in Rumble. Welcome.
4 or 5 come in. They don't add anything, and they are extremely inflammatory.
I'm not looking to enter the, I'm not looking to get rid of those.
You're
All right,
extremely
the
inflammatory.
photos on page 6, I believe, are already in evidence. So this is,
That's a Lucas machine.
right, just a textbook photo of a Lucas machine.
Correct.
Is there an objection to that, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Okay. So do you want all of that in, or just the photograph that's got color to it?
I'd actually like all of it in. She will explain what effect it has on the pancreas and stomach lining. It's intended to reduce the spots for lack thereof.
Okay.
Page 14, I think.
How you doing, Rippers?
Hold on one second. Okay, so 1 is in. Point number 1, that was in evidence, and those 2 photographs. This is all for number 1. What was?
These are all close-ups of the same photo that is already in evidence.
Okay.
The right sleeve. So I'd like to use this because it speaks to her evaluation of these particular.
All right. How does she know it's blood staining on the fabric around the puncture? I'm just curious.
The blood staining on fabric around the puncture?
Yes.
I'm assuming she's getting that from the lab. They tested it.
Okay. I don't recall testimony regarding. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just don't recall it. So I just need to know the source. All right.
Pull that out.
Okay. 13A
That is
and
Bev
13B.
breathing. The doctor's gone.
Yep, so 13B's out because of the dog bite. Let me see.
That's her extracting all the vodka
right.
from the ear.
So if we keep out the blood staining, Mr. Brennan, is there an objection? Oh, puncture. What's the objection for the Commonwealth on 13A?
The opinion outward tearing, the opinion blood staining.
I have no issue with blood stain coming out. Outward tearing that is her opinion. What it looks like.
Okay, so we're going to have to see if she's qualified to do that, to testify to that. All right. What's the next page?
Page figure 3 in the report.
What page?
I don't have page number, Judge. Hold it up.
Page 5.
Page 5. It shows the cross-section of the brainstem.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't see how that was coming in.
I certainly don't want the one in that is installed. Highly graphic. This is no more graphic than the supplement.
You're playing a scary game?
I disagree, but
Are you scared of the
why does
dog's
she have to use
underwear?
this photograph?
Your name kind of takes the sting out of it.
Supports that. I didn't put it in during that conversation.
Okay. There's no contention that coup contra coup is the cause of the brain injury, correct?
Yes, that is the contention. I don't think there's any controversy. That's what the
I thought that's what Dr. Wolf testified to, no?
Consistent. I don't think there's any disagreement.
Right. So I don't know why we need this photograph.
because this shows, at least for her, this shows a bleeding of the brainstem, which talks about whether
Are you worried about cumulative evidence after we've seen the Waze data
Okay.
from 15 different people?
No, I understand that's an issue. Okay.
It is an issue.
Yeah.
It is an issue.
Okay. What else, Mr. Jackson?
D what? I don't know if gaming streams are gone forever. I just haven't been doing it. It's not high on my gaming in general is low on my priority list right now.
Yeah, I think that's already in evidence, isn't it?
it is, but that's not the Mr. Leslie's saying it's only a chocolate at this point, is that right?
I recall it was up, and I usually don't put up chalks, but okay. Excuse me?
Say it again.
There's only one person who can talk at a time. I'm told it's Exhibit 164.
Yes, Your Honor, and my understanding is it's marked as an exhibit only. It was used as a charge, but not in evidence.
Okay, so if it's marked as an exhibit, it means it's in evidence.
Sorry, marked for identification.
I'm told I think it's an exhibit. We can find out. If it's an exhibit, everybody's fine with it. It's in.
Dalton Barrett, I've streamed both
164,
Dark
I think.
Souls and
We'll know.
Elden Ring.
Okay. What are those? All right, so we'll have to see what's in and what's not. I'm just trying to make the best use of the time here.
The next is figure 9. Just attendant to these two photographs, attendant to the Lucas machine.
So you're saying 9 in evidence or 9 on the form? 9A and B. Is there an objection to these, Mr. Brennan? Going to the Lucas compression device. There's one on someone who's not John O'Keefe, and then this is on Mr. O'Keefe. Okay, so those will come in. Okay. All right. How much longer, and I'm not curbing you in any way, how much longer do you think? It seems like after the very lengthy qualifications, we're now moving along quicker with Dr. Laposada.
I would guess.
Yeah, it took a while.
Okay. Any idea, Mr. Brennan?
I guess it'll probably be about a half hour.
Okay. So we should finish with Dr. Laposada's testimony either by the morning break or shortly thereafter. So we'll discuss Dr. Rentschler's testimony, the objections to it. Why don't you just tell me briefly, Mr. Brennan, what the objections are?
There are a number of slides that attempt to frame what the contested issues are in the case. It's improper opinions, it assumes facts, not evidence, and it improperly summarizes the proposition. There are a number of slides that provide credibility determinations about Dr. Welcher, and there are a number of slides that summarize opinions by this expert. So the improper summaries, the credibility determinations, trying to frame issues for the jury, none of that should be admissible as part of the PowerPoint. So we've articulated each slide and what our objections are to each slide that we have. There's quite a few.
I'll that tonight, but the same restrictions will be, you don't criticize the person, it's the data, what you saw, what you didn't see. So if it's different than that in the slides, it's going to have to come out.
Understood. I'll take a close look at it. I just haven't had a chance.
Yeah, no, I understand. I haven't read it either.
So guys, we'll do a little bit more of
Okay.
Kurt's chili. I'm not going to finish Kurt's chili. Oh. And then we'll wrap up as soon as they're done here.
The dog bites.
But
Okay,
not a
so-
ton.
I'd like to have those identified.
I got some stuff to do with Lady
Yes.
Rackets.
So we'll make that part of the record. I need a clean copy of Dr. Laposada's report and her resume for the same purpose.
And the resume.
Yes.
I'll have those two by the way.
Okay.
Just finally, the redacted version of the 34 Fairview post was not marked.
Lady Rackets is watching. I got to sit up straight.
Okay. There was no objection, Mr.
What
Brennan?
up, girl? How you doing?
Why don't we do that right now?
Exhibit 224.
So I would like us to be as efficient for these jurors
Oh my God.
as possible tomorrow. I'm not suggesting that today was a waste of time. Everything we did was important, but it's very difficult for the jurors to spend so much time back there. It seems that
Stop. They're fine.
just about ready to get this case, and everything that we hear now is very important. So I don't think anybody wants the jurors to tune out at this point. So let's try and keep things moving along. Mr. Jackson, how long do you expect to be with Dr. Rentschler?
Hour and a half, 2 hours. She has a better pace than I do. I don't watch my watch when I'm directing, but maybe it's going to be a whole thing. I mean, between us and cross-examination.
All right. So I told you all the other day, I thought I might be in a position to regret giving you last Thursday off, and that's where we're at. So,
Oh,
let's be
shut
as
up.
efficient
Why
as
would
we
you
can
do it?
possibly
Why
be.
did you do it then?
It's a murder trial, Judge.
I'm gonna regret
I
this.
understand. All right. Okay. So, Mr. Jackson, do you expect that Dr. Rentschler will be the last witness that you call?
That's my expectation.
Okay. Well, any idea how long that will be, Mr. Brennan?
75 hours.
Okay. All right, that would be for everything, including Dr. Wrench?
2 days.
Dr. Welcher?
Dr. Welcher, and then the DNA, all those two witnesses. I think it should be done in less than an hour.
All right, so will Dr. Welcher be called after the DNA people?
Trying to schedule that.
So the state gets to introduce on rebuttal DNA evidence. That's amazing. They didn't have to do it in their case in chief. They're not responding to the defense's case in chief. They're just introducing DNA evidence on rebuttal when the defense won't get a chance to respond. Amazing.
All right, because I told Mr. Lessie that he could excuse himself from this testimony if there were other witnesses first, so that he can prepare once he gets the discovery from Dr. Welcher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we understand from the Commonwealth the names of the rebuttal witnesses we're talking about?
They were in the motion, right?
Well, we heard some different things at Sidebar today. If something happened with Dr. Lapazzato, they were going to be different. We heard that.
Loud was Ms. Kuhn. I believe Dr. Gillespie's name was in there.
Do you even know who you admitted?
Okay.
So that's the exception. Those Dr. Welcher are the scope of the rebuttal witnesses for the Commonwealth.
Yes, I allowed the motion. Mr. Brennan says he's not calling Dr. Gillespie. Mr. Gillespie, right? Okay.
And nor Dr. Crosby. as I understand.
Or Dr. Crosby. Right.
That's what I,
Yeah.
I think there's.
Sorry, I know.
Well, it's important to know.
I know, I don't
You're not
remember my
calling their
own
dog
rulings.
expert or your own, correct?
Not calling Dr. Crosby.
Okay.
The other item, Your Honor, we want to alert you to, we will come tomorrow with a suggestion with regard to the curative instruction that was given to the court today. We're going to come tomorrow with, and ask to be heard on that further. And we can, so we're going to come in with that. What happened, what was discussed before, I'm not so sure.
You asked me to change it, was my recollection, Mr. Lessie.
All rise for the court, please.
That was weird. That was very strange. Hold on, let me just see what the heck is going on with that. What is happening here? Hold on. There I go. I guess it's over. That was weird. It just I didn't do anything. It just cut right there. That was strange. I mean, the stream is still running.
And I don't want to keep the jury waiting, so file something with me and I'll take a look at it. All right. All right, so that's it. We expect to be ready to go when the jury's here tomorrow morning, probably no later than 9:15, 9:20, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll use a full day, as much of it as we can.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
All right. So that's over. Pause. Switch over to here. Just a second. We'll take care. We have a super tip here. Look, if you guys have any super tips or super chats you want to send in, start sending them in now because we're going to wrap up really soon. That being said, I'm going to be working on getting my desktop running again, this afternoon, evening. So if I get everything going, there could be a stream, but don't count on it. There will be, we'll be back tomorrow morning for sure to watch this trial. That's the main goal. So I will definitely see you then.
I am 100% ready to bring in the fisting. Just don't miss my leaky balloon knot with that fist.
Also, please don't
That's
miss
disgusting.
mine. Mine is leaky from all the poundings I took to get this job, not Crohn's. There were no micropenes either.
Good Lord. That was a little graphic. Very inappropriate of you guys. Texas Red says the Reed team is already working with Willie B. Hardigan on a possible appeal violations from earlier today. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, I think an immediate interlocutory appeal on the issue is important. It can run concurrent with the current case so that the jury's time isn't wasted. They don't have to put the trial on hold. But I think that an immediate appeal of the mistrial orders in this case is merited at this point. I would personally, I believe a mandamus on that should come down and either force the interlocutory or it should outright declare the mistrial, because what happened today in the courtroom was unacceptable from the prosecution. It's crazy that it's still going on after that. Gates of Above says, yes, let's be efficient with the jury's time. Also, we're going to have 2 half days this weekend, a day off. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Okay. We're done with trial for the day. I just, I'm in the mood for a little bit more Kurt. We got to get a little bit more into this chili cooking video, and then we'll see where we end up. I'm sorry. I love cooking with Kurt. It brings me joy. And today I need little boosts here and there where I can get them. So. Look at the uniformity of cuts on those onions. I mean, I don't know why he was even bothering. Just throw the whole things in there. Just throw the whole onion in there raw. That'd be fine. What was happening?
Then we got a little thing of jalapenos here.
Jalapenos.
Which I'll throw in.
Not jalapenos. Where did that come from? Who says jalapeno? That's
It is an Instapot, yes.
This Instapot is the star of every video. Look, does it look clean now, or are we just not looking at the handle?
Instapot is best pot.
Handle looks kind of gross. I want to send him a good knife for Christmas or something. Like, here, you just
Right now
one.
there is sweet onion, jalapeno, and a little olive oil in the pot. That is what's in the pot right now.
One chef's knife. Logan says the Jannies are letting out the secrets. Wait, what secrets? Yes, they are, but what secrets? Chili time, it's a glorious time. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun. It's got onion soup being made.
Just sweet onion, 2 sweet onions cut up, jalapeno, and a little bit of olive oil.
That's a lot
Help
of
them sweat
onion.
out.
2, those are big onions, man.
That's what's in there right
2 full
now.
Onions?
It can be a slow cooker, but it's an Instapot. It's a pressure cooker. So you can do a slow cooker or you can do Instapot. The stove isn't on. The stove isn't on.
Why is it on the stove?
It just happens to be where the vent is for the microwave. So the stove surface is not on.
What do you need to vent on an Instapot? That's steam.
I don't have any garlic. Should have got some garlic.
Yeah, but like, look, one of your
Where did I get my cutting board? It was
garlic in
actually
it.
custom made for me.
Am I feeling
Cutting board was
drug-starved
custom made
today?
for me
No, not at all.
by a guy in Baltimore.
Does he know what he's doing? That thing's all warped up,
Yeah,
man.
that's cool, huh?
Or is it you who did it? Notice the labored breathing, just standing there. Also notice the layering of human, just. It's like there was a human there, and then they just took the torso of a bigger one and just plopped it on top, and now they fit together and work as one. That posture is amazing. Gosh. Everybody, just take a moment and posture check yourself. If you're slouching or slumping, just look at this as to why you should never do it. Also, don't bite your lip looking at a camera lustfully. Just don't do it.
I don't know if I have any garlic. Let's see if I have some garlic. I've got Texas. I've got the spices. I don't think I've got any garlic. So we'll have to do without.
Chili time, it's a glorious time.
Yeah, I don't have any garlic powder either, so we'll have to make do.
It's because the last thing you made, you dumped half a bottle of seasoning into one dish.
Oh my god, until they're well cooked. I'm sweating them down. So basically I'm cooking them to look. Cooking them towards they look, so I'm cooking them pretty thoroughly.
Oh, they're just boiling in just a cauldron of olive oil.
So they spray.
Ah. Stop that. Do they get brownish? What are you doing to these onions? It's chili. They're gonna cook for hours and hours and hours. You don't need to make them brown. How many views?
Caramelized. Yeah, there you go.
103
Caramelized.
views.
That's basically what we're trying to do.
How are you gonna caramelize it? Just boil it.
Yeah.
Ah, why does it stop showing the video?
Need an apron? Nah. Where in Baltimore did I got it? I got it at a craft fair. This guy was selling cutting boards, and I asked him to make me one with this particular style.
Wait, is that your
and then I came back, and I think he
friend
mailed it
made
to
it.
me, actually. But yeah, he had cutting boards. I was like, I like what you're doing, but I want a different design. And I kind of told him what I was looking for, and so we met up at a crafts fair, and asked him to make something different for me. So he did.
That's cool. That's nice.
You could ask Rob. Yeah, ask Rob to make you a cutting board.
Maybe I'll get
Rob to make me one.
Don't do that to Rob. Hey, Rob, will you make me a cucking board? I'll send him a note, I guess. Soup time is a glorious time.
You can make me an apron?
Hey, Rob, Law and Lumber, will you make me a cucking board, please? I didn't know they existed until just now.
But even that doesn't have garlic in it, which is hilarious. Let's see, I got this Creole seasoning.
So how does the cucking board work? Like, who's it for? I have so many questions.
I got a season all
It's
this
kind of
stuff,
ambiguous in the
garlic
title,
in it.
right?
Oh, paleo powder original. How much Garlic does not have let's see. Let's got some garlic in it. All right, I'll do this
So I don't know
paleo
if you sit
powder.
on it to watch,
Then we'll
or if you're
pull-
supposed to have sex on it with someone else. Or like the woman's
Do it
supposed to
that
knock her
way.
man unconscious. Like, I don't know what it's for. The husband's balls go on the cucking board. Oh no! Ah! Sorry, I looked over at Kurt's video. Notice, like, he's got the one spot that is significantly darker than the rest because it's just... the thing with Instapots is, yeah, you can sear in them or whatever, but the heating on them is so uneven because it all comes from this, like, metal button in the middle. They're just not good at what... Like, they're... I love mine for cooking rice and stuff, and you can cook full meals in it, but if I'm going to sear something off, I usually do it in a nice pan, and then I pour all the good juicy goodness into the Instapot.
I think that's coming along very nicely.
But I use a better searing instrument that heats evenly.
I think that's coming along very nicely so far. How many jalapenos did I use? It wasn't that many. It was like 3
6
ounces of
ounces.
jalapeno, which is not
That's
enough
3.
really for the amount of chili I'm making. But
Yeah, it's not anywhere.
know.
Where are all your peppers? You just gonna dump a whole bottle of chili powder in there and call it a day? Joji says, I get making fun of Kurt,
Are
but
we
at some
invited for
point
dinner?
it just
Hell
comes
yes.
across as petty, doesn't it? Yes.
you bring the wine. You bring the wine. I bring the company.
That's right, baby.
We'll chili and chill, baby.
So chilly and chill.
How you doing, Sue?
What up, Sue? How you is, girl? You want to come over for some of this chili?
Can I bring Guinness? Sure.
Is it glorious? She's going to bring some Guinness. Oh, get it. Joji,
Do
how
I
did
ever
you
do
see
bean
that?
and chili? I have done bean and chili today.
Right
but
before
we're not
that
doing any right now.
happened.
And I've definitely done deer chili before. I've definitely done some deer chili.
Venison's a good slow cooked
Dark
meat.
wine with chili or white? I think it could go either way. Because it's beef, the red wine would probably be a slightly better call, but I think it could go either way.
Red wine.
Curry and cuddle? That's a nice one. I like that curry and cuddle.
Curry and cuddle? Did you hear him just... Wait, was that a snortle? Like a snort chuckle that happened?
Do I ever do bean and chili? I have done bean and chili today before, but we're not doing any right now. And I've definitely done deer chili before.
Okay,
I've
hold
definitely
on.
done some deer chili. Dark wine with chili or white? I think it could go either way. Because it's beef, the red wine would probably be a slightly better call, but I think it could go either way.
Yeah.
Curry and cuddle? That's a nice one. I like that curry and cuddle.
Nels Bull says this obsession with Kurt's eating is, well, he says unhealthy, but I think he means is unhealthy. No, Kurt's eating is unhealthy. The obsession with it. Yeah, it's probably unhealthy. I don't care. It's too funny. It's my favorite show. Leave me alone. I can watch this all day. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, Guinness is what I have in my fridge right now.
The unfortunate
Guinness is
stare
what I
at
have in my
chat.
fridge right now.
Guinness is
So
what
if
I
you
have
want
in
anything else,
my
you have to
fridge.
bring your own.
Yeah. Just gotta bring your own. Ha! I can't tell which camera I want him to turn on. N99% God. When I have control of it, I will immediately. Yeah, his voice is going up the second they give me control over it.
Chili time for you and me. It's all kinds of chili time. We got some sweet onion and some jalapeno, a little bit of olive oil,
Way
a
too
little
much
bit of
olive
seasoning
oil.
in there. We're making nice caramelized.
Remember, you're going to add 4 pounds of beef, and that's going to release a lot of fat. What are you doing with all that oil? Why olive oil? Shouldn't put olive oil in chili, Kurt. I can't.
Flirty Kurt is fun? Yeah, I'm a fun guy.
No! No way! That couldn't have happened! That did not happen just now! No! 2 years ago, Brian Higgins didn't even exist yet! Whoa! Yes! Oh man! It's time. It's time. There's got to be a Kurt cooking song now. That is also I'm a fun guy. How? How could this happen? There's no way. Oh, it's a glitch in the Matrix. Hold on. Oh.
Flirty Kurt is fun? Yeah, I'm a fun guy.
Flirty Kurt is fun. Yeah, I'm a fun guy. Tons of fun. Oh. I'm a fun guy. I'm a ton of fun.
In fact, you know, putting in some Guinness in there is actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, do that. Just pour it in there now while the onion's cooking.
Let's see. Hold on.
Just boil the beef in Guinness. Seems like a great plan. What are you doing? This goes in way later after your beef broth and everything. And yes, add a can of beer to chili. Do it. Dark beer's great. Open. What are you doing? Don't you? What are you doing? No, Kurt. Why? You didn't finish browning your onions, which you can't now. It's impossible. They're soaking in beer. You haven't browned the meat. You haven't put any brown on any of the vegetables that are going in there. You're about to dump cans of tomatoes in there. You're not cooking anything off.
I'll throw in a little red hot as well.
Yeah, just
right
pour
now,
that
too.
in there. Who cares, right?
Well, I will brown the meat. I'm spreading down the vegetables first.
Where are you going to brown the meat? You going to use a separate pan? Because I bet you're not. You're going to gray the meat. It's different. Ew. That's not chili. That's vinegar. Girl Friday. Yeah, I love red hot.
Sweating down the
British
vegetables?
chili.
Well, getting rid of their water content principally, browning them, cooking them, caramelizing them.
How? You just added so much liquid to that pan. You're going to just keep adding liquid with the vegetables. You'll never cook that off. Yeah, I'm going to just, I'm going to get rid of the water content and brown it and add it to the pan. Here, Oh, and here's a can of Guinness. You're just adding 2 cups of a beer to the you're Boosh says 1 hour to reduce. Yeah, you can reduce it. You can reduce it for an hour and like kind of get it out. But then you're just going to be burning all the leftover shit. You're just going to be scalding that right into the bottom of the pan. You're not getting Maillard reaction on any of this stuff now. What is he talking about? You have to use a separate pan. You can't do it in the Instapot now, which is fine. If he does that, I'll give him a pass. If he pulls out like a stainless steel or a cast iron pan, he starts browning shit in there, great, fine. Just pour all the drippings in, you're okay. You can salvage this at this point. Recognize you made a mistake and do better. But yeah, I mean, if you're trying to reduce that beer down to 0, you're going to get... No, nope, here it goes. He's just going to pour the ground beef right into it. Yeah, I love boiled meat. It's so good. Guy, will you use a small spoon? Does he not have anything other than a tiny metal spoon to make this stuff? And a paring knife, I guess. Oh, I just saw some drops just flying out. They're just spraying chili base everywhere. Oh, he's got the equipment he uses listed in his description. I think it's his filming equipment. Oh, there we go. There's his season. This is where his chili is coming from. His McCormick chili blend. Guys, it's so easy to do this without using a blended packet. Don't do that, please.
Stovetop needs to be cleaned. It was clean when it started.
No, it wasn't.
It's gotten a little dirty since then, but it's okay.
What are those bowls and spoon doing?
We can clean it again. Also, we're not cooking on it right now, so it's not that big a deal.
Can you make the song Curtis humming into the intro on your channel? What? Soup time is a glorious time. Chili time is a glorious time. Okay, I'm going to be done in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'm enthralled, but I have to have a limit. I have to stop myself.
Ground sirloin from H-E-B.
Ground sirloin.
Ground sirloin for you and me.
For you and me. Just remember, you're tied to a chair hearing all of these songs. You are not free. You're not walking around that apartment.
These onions have even more uneven color than the unwashed micropene cooking them.
Ah! Oh, here we go. Just amazing. Why get ground sirloin if you're just going to boil it? I don't know. You just get the cheapest ground beef ever. Like, if you're just boiling it, it doesn't matter. You know, the different ground chuck, ground sirloin, ground whatever, they have purposes. They have different fat contents. And they have different types of fat in them that render at different temperatures and render into different things. So, like, you should know what you're doing. Ground sirloin's fine, but you should get... For a chili, if you're going to get ground steak, which, I mean, I guess is fine, use ground chuck, though. Use ground chuck because, like, you want the collagen and the fat that's in a chuck steak is it's tougher and it's tougher intramuscular fat. But when it renders out over a long period of time, it's higher in collagen, and it adds like a thickness and a gelatin almost to the broth of whatever you're cooking it in. That's why you would use chuck steak instead. You shouldn't use a ground sirloin here. Not for chili. Fresh ground short ribs, amazing. Or you don't even have to grind them. You could just sear off the short ribs and then braise them in the chili the entire time. They'll be so good. Why is he stirring with that little
chili, Texas chili mix? More spices for you and me.
Another Texas
in our
chili.
together.
Pretty sure it's McCormick. Oh. I couldn't see if it was McCormick. McCormick Tex-Mex chili, it looks like. It's just beef slop.
Another thing of meat for me and you. Another thing of meat for me and you. Another thing, ground
Here's the original chili.
sirloin. That's 3 pounds in our stew. Do 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 do. Now we got 3 pounds of ground sirloin in the pot. Gotta make sure it's all nice and stirred up. Mixing it nice. Making sure the flavors all together with spice. Since we got 3 pounds of chili, it's time for another packet of spice. More spice from you and me.
Oh, it's
how we
H-E-B.
make it nice. More spice together in the H-E-B way. More spice together. Spicy for you and me together.
Oh. Is that 3 of those? Each packet. Each packet contains 1,640 milligrams of sodium.
Go ahead and add in the salsa now. There's no reason not to. There we go. Use the liquid.
1,640 times 3. 5,000, just under 5,000 milligrams of sodium just from the taco seasoning.
Now it's time for our 4th and final bit of meat.
4th and
Even
final
more meat
pound of meat. It's
for
not a
you
bit,
and
Kurt.
me. That brings us to 4 pounds of meat in our chili. More sirloin.
Oh, look at it.
You and me.
Oh, it's like watching a fetal pig being born. Yeah.
Stir it into the pot. Now we've got lots of chili for you and me. Lots of chili, all nice and mixed up. All right.
Why are you stirring with a
Now.
knife? He has a bunch of
Do
knives.
I add in the fourth thing of the spices?
No.
Do I go 4 packets for 4?
No, you should
What
not.
do you guys think? No? Well, I can't taste it because it's not ready yet.
That'd be 6,500
No?
milligrams of sodium.
I can't taste because it's not cooked. One for each pound is normally how I do it, yeah.
Oh my God, why? You don't need
Looks like
that.
we need liquid? Not a problem.
No, you don't. You don't need liquid. The whole thing is liquid. Ew. Why?
Here's what we'll
no.
be using for liquid.
No. No, Mr. Smeg. No, he's gonna just pour it in there like a heathen. No, look, sometimes you want that tomato water, like from a can of tomatoes. There's sodium in it. It's tomato flavored because it's been sitting there. Like, there are plenty of uses in which you would want the liquid. He doesn't need more liquid. Look at it, it's boiling. Oh, God. Stir with your paring knife, you barbarian.
We already added in the jalapenos earlier.
Why with a paring knife? At least start with a carver or something long enough. I don't understand this man. Taxes, I want to see how much salt he adds on top
Time
of
for a
this.
second can, don't you guys think?
I don't know if he's going to add salt. No, you don't need a second can. You don't even need a first can of tomatoes.
Second can of Rotel.
You should be loading it with like green bell peppers, red bell peppers, not tomatoes. Megan, you deserve this. Ah, no! Look at how full that Instapot is. What is he doing? He's at what, 20 cups? I think it's 20 cups we saw the other day. Ugh.
All right, guys, that is right at the limit of what the Instapot can hold.
You gonna pressure
So
cook
I
it
think
now?
That's a good place to stop.
There's no beef broth or beef stock in here at all. All of his liquid is
that's right up to the
Guinness
max
and
line.
tomato water and olive oil and beef
I
fat.
don't know if you can see it in the back there, but there's the max line right there. And so it's like just below the max line.
See it in the back. I can see the filth on your spoon, you disgusting monster.
Yeah, it's basically at the max line. So that is all the Instapot can take. So can't take no more than that.
I'll give you all the chili your Instapot can handle. I'll give you all the chili you can handle.
All right, shall we see if the thing goes on instantly this time?
Oh gosh, I hope.
Come on.
Yeah,
Come
on, just work. Why doesn't it work?
There we go.
Oh, he
Bingo.
got it. He
Great.
nailed it.
So let's just
Second
put
try.
that on.
He's got
turn it
cans
off
of
first,
tomato
then
sauce
meat and
that
stew.
he thought he would use. He was going to dump in tomato sauce and salsa.
15
He
minutes?
forgot. He forgot the salsa. He doesn't have any room for the tomato sauce.
Put that in the sealed position.
So he bought he bought this other stuff that's supposed to go in and flavor his chili, and it's not in there. He didn't even put it in.
It's not going to blow. I showed you where the max line is. It's below the max line.
God, don't put that thing outside the Boston Marathon.
So there we go. We made chili.
You're
we made
tied,
chili. We
you're
made
tied to an office chair right in
at
front
least
of him.
a week's worth of chili.
Right now.
And then I got these little individual cups of Insta rice, and I got like 12 of those. So basically,
Pro tip, make your chili in a pot and make your rice in the Instapot. And because that's what Instapots are really good at, is being rice cookers. You just, what are you going to do? You're going to cook that chili down for 45 minutes in the Instapot? An hour? It's going to take forever because it's so full. You could just cook it for an hour in a pot. You're using ground meat. It's not like you're cooking anything good. It's not like you're braising ribs in there. It's not like you're putting in, like a nice segment of chuck roast or like a chuck eye roast or anything like that. You're not going crazy and dumping, prime rib roast in there. Anything. You just ground up meat, and it's just ground beef with some stuff. That's not chili at all.
every time I make a chili or I take one of those.
Joe Schmo, I know it will cook really fast, but he's still going to cook it for 45 minutes to an hour. Look, I would think maybe he'll do 30 minutes. But at this rate, he could have just cooked the chili. It's an hour-long video, and he started cooking right away. I mean, he could have cooked this chili down in an hour. It's ground beef. It doesn't need a long cooking time. If he wanted to make it really good, and use more robust meats that need longer cooking time, he could do that. But he didn't. That wasn't his purpose. He doesn't need to use the Instapot for this. He should use that to make some rice with some good rice. Look, I love instant rice as much as the next guy, but just make an Instapot full of rice. It'll taste so much better.
Those, put it in a bowl, put the chili and stuff with that. Yeah. So it's all good stuff.
You gonna slice up some green onions to sprinkle on it, or anything? Cheese, sour
And
cream?
if I need more spice, I can add in more spice once it's done cooking.
You didn't add in any
Can you see my
spice.
streaming setup? Sure. In all of its glory, why not?
You didn't. Oh God.
See the other side of the streaming setup? Sure.
It's right there.
There it is in all of its glory. My keyboard. My
Hello
thing
everyone.
to
I'm on
switch
civil
modes
law.
and stuff. Different lighting and different vocal modes and stuff like that. Stuff like that. Big ass thing. There's my camera. There's my little light box.
Your light box is a
There's my
pillowcase over
microphone.
it? Do you put that over the face of your
So then I have
victims?
these little buttons over here so I can press different things. So when I press this
buttons.
button, key light, this should go on.
Ah,
like
there
that.
we go.
See?
Good job. That's cool.
Goes on. And then I have this button for random lights. And so that's the button when I say push the button. I push that button.
Whoa!
It changes the lights in the background. Push the button. Changes the lights in the background. All right.
Cool. I like it.
And then
got a nice.
This is to turn off my.
You got a nice sweaty towel over here. on the old streaming setup. What's going on with the sweaty towel over here? What are these things? I don't know. I'm not going to try and read those. Looks like a big Sharpie back there.
My mic. This is
Athlete's foot, ultra athlete's foot formula. I said I wasn't going to try to read it, but you knew that was a lie.
to deafen me. And then this is the vocal mode I usually use to clean up the audio a little bit. This shows my current subscription count. So I have that there to show my current subscription count, just so I remember what it is. And then I got like...
Athlete's foot is an inaptly named fungal infection, if you ask me. Like, there's no requirement to be an athlete to get athlete's foot.
The things for the soundboard. Screaming goat.
What's going on with his finger here? Do you see this? Like, as it moves around, there's like... It's like a hangnail from hell.
You know, things like that.
My God, I have empathy.
And different music settings I have.
What is going on with your skin?
And there's my little interface for my microphone.
So Scarlett 2i2.
The
Uncivil Law
Focusrite
coasters.
Solo. Works great.
Oh, it's not a 2i2.
Here's my microphone on this little shock mount here. Rode NT1A.
What microphone?
Great
is
microphone.
that? Really?
So I got that on a shock mount there, and that just kind of turns out of the way when I don't need it. And that's it in all of its glory.
This towel. I don't like it. And this is where we're going to cut off for now, guys. Say thanks for joining me today. We're going to come back to this chili. I just got some stuff I need to do before things close down. He is using the pressure cooker. Oh, I know he is. I know he's using the pressure cooker. I had no doubt that he was going to use the pressure cooker. I'm just saying, if you're using ground beef, like there's no reason to use a pressure cooker because you don't need to slow cook the chili. You can make it a quick and dirty chili, which is fine. Might I suggest taking away 2 of the pounds of beef, adding in a can of frijoles negras or, white cannellini beans. Either of those would be magnificent in there. You could go with a red kidney bean, but I don't prefer red kidney beans in my chili. But either of those would be a better option than all of the beef on the planet. And he should also chop up some bell peppers. They go fantastic in chili. They cook down really well. He should have some, like, honestly, he should make a Trinity starter for it, in my opinion. So use your onion, you get some celery and get some green bell pepper. Chop those all up and get those going. You could use red or yellow bell pepper if you want, but the green's the better option for a traditional Trinity. And that's gonna bring your chili way up. Having that celery and green bell pepper flavor in there is going to elevate that chili to the fucking moon. You don't need to do what he's doing. What he's doing is blasphemous. It's horrifying. It's the stuff that wriggles and writhes in the deep forests of the swampy Everglades, in those dark places where no one goes anymore, but when you can hear the chanting late at night, you can see glimpses of the fire pits as you go by on your fan boat. Do I have a Stream Deck? Yes, I've used it like twice ever. I don't find them convenient. I don't do a lot of drops. I don't do a lot of effects. It's just me in front of a camera most of the time. So, like everything I could do with a Stream Deck, I could do almost as easily with a mouse, and it's one less thing. Plus, I have so much shit plugged into my computer USB-wise. I don't need another thing. All right, guys. With that, thanks for hanging out with me. I love you. I'll talk to you soon, of course. I'm going to go, Lady Ragus and I have some chores to do, and then I'm going to get my late night, my streaming computer fixed up. My new liquid cooler put in and get that thing running again. So, all right. I hope to see y'all later. You guys have a great evening, afternoon. We'll see you soon. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at the front. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folk from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out